Chapter 351, Supreme Treasure. Embryonic Form of the World. The worry of the lightning tribulation. Louise's voice was filled with shock. The reason for that was because she had just seen the peanut-sized transparent crystal quietly floating in the middle of Chu Feng's heavenly water domain. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there seemed to be countless floating shadows inside this small transparent crystal. If it was magnified 100 million times, one might be able to see that the countless afterimages were like the real world, an incomparably vast world. The realm heart was originally the seat of a world. The embryonic form of a world, the elementary realm heart, was the best. It was no wonder that Louis was shocked. Chu Feng looked at the realm heart in his domain in confusion. This thing is so precious? Chu Feng felt helpless. Although this was the only divine grade reward on the domain golden ranking list, he really did not feel that it had any use. Usually, he would just casually throw it into his domain. Chu Feng discovered that this thing had a certain amplification effect on domains. As for the rest, there was really nothing. Previously, he had used it to break through Xianya's demon god realm. However, realms were rare to begin with. This function was almost useless. It could be said that Chu Feng knew nothing about the realm heart. He could not use it at all. Louis's words immediately piqued Chu Feng's curiosity. She looked at Chu Feng's hopeful gaze. Louis instantly understood. This guy had probably gotten lucky and did not know the true value of the realm heart. She snorted lightly. She explained coldly, "You should know that the realm heart is the embryonic form of a world. It naturally contains enough power to give birth to a vast world. That's the power that can instantly destroy gods. You merely restrained it in your domain and used only a trace of the power emitted by the realm heart. That tiny bit of power is not even worth mentioning. If you want to truly use the power of the realm heart, you need to actively guide the power of that world. Just a little is enough to destroy the world." Seeing that Chu Feng seemed to know a little, Louis made an analogy. "Let's put it this way. If you can completely control 1% of its energy, you can easily destroy a god. Just like Yarrow in front of you, even if his ancient main body is still around, he will still be killed by you." Chu Feng's eyes immediately widened. Was it that terrifying? However, Louis said calmly, "Of course, not everyone can draw out the power of the world. That requires extremely strong control. At the very least, one has to be in the heaven martial realm or even a divine grade expert to do it. You're in trouble now." Chu Feng suddenly felt that this fellow was toying with him. Only a heavenly martial realm expert could do that. Then why are you telling me that? If I had that strength, I would have killed Yarrow long ago. Do I still need to spend so much effort to summon you and listen to your nonsense? At that moment, Louis suddenly gasped and said calmly, "Of course, nothing is absolute. It's not that there's no way." Chu Feng rolled his eyes. The meaning was obvious. "Can't you finish your sentence in one go? It's easy for you to be beaten to death like this, understand?" Louis's expression was still cold. She did not take Chu Feng's disdain to heart at all. "You're very lucky to have the heavenly water domain that I taught you. With it, you have a chance to use the power of the realm heart in advance. Since you can't directly absorb the power of the world inside at this stage, why don't you adapt and use your domain as a vessel? I'll teach you some techniques. With the same origin, there's a chance to absorb the power bit by bit and integrate it into your domain. At that time, your domain will automatically become stronger. It will become stronger all the time. Moreover, it will also possess some characteristics that only the world can possess, extremely tenacious and tolerant. It will continue endlessly. Furthermore, this is only some of the benefits." Just as Chu Feng was engrossed in listening, Louis suddenly paused. "Of course, it's not easy for you to do all this. You still need a catalyst." "A catalyst?" Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Louis ignored Chu Feng and continued, "It's a power that originated from you but far exceeds your own. The realm heart has already acknowledged you as its master. Therefore, only by using your own power can you break through the boundary wall of that seed world and absorb the power within for your use. It's not enough to borrow the strength of other experts." Chu Feng frowned. It originated from him and far surpassed him. It was even comparable to the power of the heavenly martial realm. But how was this possible? If he could unleash the power of the heaven martial realm, he would have just broken through the realm wall. Why would he have to put in so much effort? Wasn't this contradictory? At that moment, Chu Feng was confused. Louis snorted, "Idiot. Isn't your rank lightning tribulation the best catalyst? Lightning tribulation originates from you, but it transcends you. That's enough for you to transform into a spirit and produce a qualitative change. with your current monstrous level, I don't even need to think to know that your lightning tribulation is definitely extremely terrifying. You might really be able to reach the heaven martial realm. At that time, you can use the power of the lightning tribulation to break through the realm barrier and absorb the power of the realm heart. Furthermore, most importantly, this power might become your life-saving treasure for transcending the tribulation. I'm not exaggerating, your lightning tribulation will definitely be extraordinary. All the peerless geniuses in history have had their trials, your greatest obstacle now is to transcend the tribulation. If nothing goes wrong, this first test of the world will be realized by lightning tribulation. Crossing it would be like a fish leaping through the dragon's gate. You would be reborn and the world would be at your disposal. If you can't overcome it, you would be reduced to ashes and die. There's no way you could escape. This is a test from heaven and earth, to test whether you are qualified to be the dominator of this era. You can't hide from it. Hearing those words, Chu Feng's expression turned serious as he carefully pondered over Lui's words. These were the experiences of his senior. She must know what she was talking about. Chu Feng had thought that with his strength that was comparable to a true S-rank expert, crossing an A-rank lightning tribulation should be easy, right? If he could not even survive, when other spirit transformation cultivators underwent tribulation, they would have long been struck to death. Then no one in this world could break through to the A rank, but at this moment, Lui seemed to have given a completely different answer. There was a high chance that he would fail the tribulation. This caused Chu Feng to feel a trace of fear. At that moment, the two of them chatted as if no one was around. They actually ignored Yarrow in front of him. Yarrow was furious, his aura shook the world. There was a roar. Chu Feng was still worried about his future tribulation. However, he was constantly disturbed by Yarrow. He looked at Lui impatiently. Senior, I'll lend you the realm heart for a while. With your strength, you should be able to make use of it. Can you kill him? Lui was stunned. Then, a brilliant smile appeared on her cold face. You're quite generous. To be able to comprehend a low-grade world seed is a huge opportunity for me. Take it that I owe you another favor. If necessary, I can help you again. As for Yarrow, well, I can crush him with a finger. Chapter 352, Debt Cleared. Crushing, Lui looked at Chu Feng with her cold eyes. Without a doubt, if her projection could control the realm heart and communicate with the power within, it would definitely be able to unleash power far beyond that of an ordinary heaven martial realm expert. At that time, suppressing Yarrow would naturally be easy. The two of them had experienced countless battles in ancient times, so there was no difference in their combat experience. However, Lui could not help but sigh at Chu Feng's boldness. How could Chu Feng be sure? After he lent the realm heart to her, would she still return it? The realm heart at the elementary level was also an absolute treasure to her. If she were to be greedy and take it for herself and completely brand it with her spiritual mark, Chu Feng would not be able to do anything to her. The realm heart was not a life form. He could control it with his mind and let it pass through the seal and head to the blood sea space. At that time, Chu Feng would truly be helpless. Therefore, Lui was very curious. Does this guy trust me that much? As if he had seen through Lui's thoughts, Chu Feng merely smiled lightly. He could not even be bothered to look at Lui. Senior, you don't have to look at me like that. I naturally trust you. Everyone from the Blood Sea has taught me well. You are my teachers and friends. If Senior really has any other thoughts, just take them. At this point, Chu Feng suddenly changed the topic and said casually, of course, from now on, the bond between me and the Blood Sea space will be written off. From now on, I will never acknowledge your kindness again. When we meet again in the future, whether we are enemies or friends will depend on our interests. Chu Feng had a smile on his face. If you really did that, I really don't have a choice, so be it. It could be considered as repaying the Blood Sea for teaching him. In the future, you will walk your own path, and I will cross my own bridge. They won't be related. I've repaid your kindness. I don't owe you anything. If there was a conflict in the future, they would fight to the death. Chu Feng even hoped that Lucien would do that. He actually did not like the feeling of owing others. A favor was the hardest to repay. In the future, he might have to repay the favor the Blood Sea had given him by helping the master of the Blood Sea. That existence's trouble would definitely not be small. Don't say that the guy didn't need his help. Chu Feng had always been confident in his future. He had never felt inferior as a weakling. Chu Feng firmly believed that the deity realm, Divine Lord, Master God, were not far away. One day, I will also reach that realm. I might even go further than you. At that time, my favor would be the most valuable thing. Furthermore, to Chu Feng, domain was not his main method. he had many treasures, so it was not unacceptable for him to have one less realm heart. Due to all of the reasons, Chu Feng was not worried at all that Lin Yi would choose to take it away. If Lin Yi wanted it, Chu Feng would even give it to her. This was exactly what he wanted. Sometimes, Chu Feng was just that stubborn. It could even be said that he was childish. It was either black or white. I didn't offer to give you my things, but you took them. I won't say anything, but our friendship ends here. In the future, you are you and I am me. We don't owe each other anything. This was Chu Feng's personality. Perhaps he would be badly battered in the future, but Chu Feng was willing to endure it. Seeing Chu Feng's indifferent smile, Lin Yi could not help but shudder. She suddenly felt that she could no longer see through this little fellow who was only a mortal. In her eyes, this fellow was clearly so weak that she could kill him. With a wave of her hand, however, Lin Yi had this strange feeling: if she really did that, in the future, she, and even the entire Blood Sea space, might have to pay an irreparable price. He might regret it. The sixth sense of a female life form, Lin Yi could not help but shudder. The next moment, she suddenly felt that she had been frightened by a little fellow and could not keep a straight face. She suddenly snorted. Her eyes were extremely cold. She suddenly turned to look at Yarrow, who had been ignored but was tactful enough to remain silent. She shouted coldly, "What are you looking at? Did I let you look? You trash!" Ah? What? Yarrow was confused. "Although we are enemies, what do you mean by suddenly scolding me?" The next moment, Lin Yi did not say anything else. She waved her slender hand gently. She held the realm heart in her hand. She did not want to snatch it. Instead, she silently sensed for a while. She did not even remove the spiritual mark that Chu Feng had left inside. She only drew out the power through her extremely strong control and some unique techniques. In the void, a large world seemed to have appeared. The moment this power appeared, it fused into Lin Yi's phantom. Immediately, the phantom's aura surged and instantly expanded. The pressure was vast. The world shook. Lin Yi's eyes were cold as she pressed her hand down. She planned to completely suppress Yarrow. On the other side, Yarrow felt extremely aggrieved. "This crazy woman, are you crazy? I was not threatening you. Why the hell are you venting on me? Isn't this bullying?" "Damn it!" Facing the pair of jade hands that covered the sky, Yarrow roared wildly. His aura surged to its limits. Demonic flames surged into the sky. It almost covered the other half of the world. Even the Netherworld King bloodline in his body could not be concealed. The golden ranking lists in the sky began to glow with golden light again. It was as if it would suppress him at any moment. Yarrow knew very well that if he did not go all out now, he might really not have a chance. With the support of the realm heart, Lin Yi had suddenly become unbelievably powerful. Perhaps this projection was already comparable to those quasi-god experts who had established their divine palaces. It could almost be considered the peak of the heaven martial realm, sky demon divine palm. Yarrow's eyes widened as a huge black palm that covered the world rose at the same time. With a destructive might, he met Lin Yi's palm. But at the next moment, there was a loud bang. This extremely powerful palm, which was enough to instantly destroy any earthling, suddenly melted like snow after touching Lin Yi's jade palm. The darkness faded. Yarrow let out a miserable scream. His entire palm was twisted and broken by Lin Yi. At the same time, a light blue domain power coiled up. Like a nimble snake, it actually carried a corrosive force. In his carelessness, even half of his body had been corroded into dregs. A pungent smell spread out, and he looked extremely miserable. He was at least a high-level heaven martial realm expert, or even a peak heaven martial realm expert. Even if tens of millions of soldiers had erupted, it would not have been a match for Yarrow. At this moment, in front of Lin Yi, he was like paper and could not retaliate, be it strength, combat experience, or supernatural powers. He was completely crushed. Chu Feng's eyes widened as he watched from behind. He had never doubted Lin Yi's strength, but why did the domain power that Lin Yi had just unleashed have a corrosive effect? Could water also corrode? Could a domain also transform? This scene seemed to have opened a new door for Chu Feng. The heavenly water domain could actually be used like this. Chapter 353, Spirits of the 18 Domains. A new direction of improvement. Seeing Chu Feng's shocked gaze, a trace of pride flashed across Lin Yi's cold eyes. "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you want to sever all ties? I didn't know you could be shocked." She recalled Chu Feng's indifferent expression just now. Lin Yi felt inexplicably aggrieved. Seeing Chu Feng's surprised expression, she felt much better. She felt that she had turned the tables. Of course, Chu Feng did not think so at all. The next moment, before Chu Feng could ask, Lin Yi took the initiative to speak. She seemed to be unable to wait. Water is extremely inclusive. Other domains might not have other characteristics, but water can. Heavenly water is even the king of water. For example, if you fuse the power of the realm heart in the heavenly water domain, your domain will have an undying and indestructible characteristic. It's extremely tough. In the future, even if you deal with experts much stronger than you can still trap them to death. They won't even be able to escape. Furthermore, the more treasures you integrate, the stronger your domain will be, and the more characteristics you will have. Of course, ordinary treasures are not qualified. A treasure like the heart of the region of beginnings is enough. However, for ordinary treasures, the characteristics of the heavenly water domain will be born only if there are enough of them. For example, in my heavenly water realm, there are poisonous snakes, poisonous bugs, poisonous spiders, poisonous scorpions, and so on. A total of 18 poisonous treasures gave birth to a poisonous force that could corrode everything. This way, my sky water domain will have the suppressive effect of heavy water and the corrosive poisonous power. Even a divine-grade expert will be skinned alive if they come into contact with my domain. Chu Feng gritted his teeth upon hearing those words. Gasp. This vicious woman, no wonder everyone calls you a demoness. She was actually a poison expert. This was something that Chu Feng had never expected previously, perhaps because he was too weak and she worried that he would be poisoned to death. He had never seen Lin Yi use it. Poison was too domineering. However, Chu Feng wanted to possess it. Just look at Yarrow. Logically speaking, even if Yarrow, who was at the peak of the heaven martial realm, was inferior to Lin Yi, he would not have been defeated instantly. The corrosive poison was a game changer. If not for the fact that Yarrow had lost an arm to survive at the last moment, he would have died long ago. Poison was the simplest and most direct thing for a martial artist to defeat the strong. Yarrow probably did not expect to lose so easily. He was even half dead. His eyes were filled with fear. He was no longer as confident as before. He opened his mouth. He seemed to want to say something. However, Lin Yi was too lazy to give Yarrow a chance. The originally squarish domain suddenly transformed into 18 domain spirits: snakes, bugs, spiders, scorpions. It corresponded to the 18 poisonous treasures she had once fused. They were lifelike, like real living creatures. But they also had the effect of a domain. They could still affect the surrounding environment. The spirits of the 18 domains scattered. The range of their influence was dozens of times larger than before. Hundreds of times. In this way, theoretically speaking, as long as Lin Yi had sufficient control, she could even cover an endless distance. It was far from what Chu Feng's stiff domain could compare to. Chu Feng was shocked. If it was powerful enough, would this domain be able to envelop the entire universe? But at the next moment, what Chu Feng found most unbelievable was that a scene had appeared. Under Lin Yi's control, these 18 domain spirits could actually overlap. Every time a domain spirit was stacked, the effect of the domain would soar again. However, it seemed that even Lin Yi could only overlap 8 domain spirits at most. After that, she could not continue. Could this be the direction in which his domain would improve? Chu Feng thought to himself. At this point, he completely understood how the heavenly water realm should be cultivated in the future, fusing the supreme treasure to increase its characteristics. Splitting the domain spirits. Finally, fusing the domain spirits into one. His previous understanding of the heavenly water domain was still too little. Then, before Chu Feng could think further, the battle in front of him was almost over. Lin Yi was extremely powerful. Yarrow kept vomiting blood. His face was livid, and the blood at the corner of his mouth was purplish-black. He was clearly deeply poisoned. Yarrow roared angrily, but it was useless. He was no match for Lin Yi. He was about to be poisoned to death. By Lu Xiener. Yarrow also went crazy. Which, you're forcing me. Lin Yi merely sneered. Forcing you? What can you do? Even if she did not make a move now, Yarrow would still be poisoned to death. Was there a need to threaten her now? Lin Yi could not be bothered with him. She just attacked. Seeing this, Yarrow gritted his teeth. It was as if he had made a decision. With a wave of his hand, a streamlined shuttle suddenly appeared out of thin air, floating in midair. It shone brightly. He did not dare to delay at all. Yarrow instantly turned into a stream of light and boarded the shuttle. The next moment, the shuttle instantly disappeared into the distance. It was extremely fast. Lin Yi stood on the spot and was not in a hurry to chase after him. However, she frowned slightly. Beside him, Chu Feng looked at Lin Yi with a puzzled expression. What was this woman standing there for? She let him escape just like that, senior. He wanted to remind her. Lin Yi said coldly, this is a first-grade battleship under the Heaven Ascension Demon Master. It's powerful, fast, and indestructible. I can't catch up to it. Back then, the Heaven Ascension Demon Army relied on such battleships to instantly appear on various battlefields. They could encircle, ambush, or restrain the enemy. They were extremely mobile and had outstanding battle achievements. They could be considered the nightmare of all races. In the battle with your human race, a large number of high-grade battleships greatly affected the battle. Otherwise, your human race might not have lost so quickly. I didn't expect this Yarrow to have such a treasure, but I remember that among the 9 demon guards, only the 3rd demon guard had one. Chu Feng frowned. He had seen such a treasure in the Stargate before. It was called the Starry Sky Divine Boat. However, that was a treasure that could travel through the universe in various realms. The exchange price was also a terrifying 5-digit figure. It was much more precious than the shuttle in front of him. However, what puzzled Chu Feng the most was, since Yarrow had such a treasure, why didn't he escape after Lin Yi was summoned? Must he be beaten half to death before he knew how to escape? Did he think it was a ritual? Beside him, Lin Yi seemed to have seen through Chu Feng's confusion and said indifferently, "Don't think too highly of that Yarrow, and don't think too little of me. Very few people know about my 18 deadly poison domain spirits. Yarrow did not expect that I would almost kill him with just one move. At first, he even thought that he could defeat me. By the time he reacted, he had already been infected by my poison. Where would he have the chance to use it? When experts fight, it takes only an instant to make a decision. It's already not easy for this guy to escape into the shuttle at the last moment. I was careless." Lin Yi continued, "Of course, he's already extremely poisoned. Even if he escapes into the shuttle, he'll definitely die. Therefore, I'm curious. What does he want to do by escaping at this time? He'll die sooner or later. Is there any point? Could it be that this fellow still has a backup plan?" Lin Yi could not be blamed for thinking too much. Unless a true divine grade expert came, it was impossible for her poison to be detoxified. Could it be that Yarrow was confident? Chapter 354, Pursuit from 8,000 miles away. The former Earth God planet, Lin Yi pondered. In fact, if her main body had used the spirit of the 18 deadly poison domain, even a true divine grade expert would definitely die. But after all, this body was only a projection and its strength was limited. Even with the help of the Realm Heart, it was not enough to pose a threat to a divine grade expert. There might be a chance to resolve it if he purified it with his divine power. Yarrow had long hidden in the Earth God planet. With this fellow's cunningness, who knew what other trump cards he had? Yarrow has my poison spirit's aura in his body. As long as he's on this Earth God planet, I can track him. Should we give chase? Lin Yi looked at Chu Feng. After all, she was working for Chu Feng this time. Naturally, she could not make decisions on her own. Chase him. Chu Feng did not hesitate and said, he naturally could not let such a huge threat go. If Yarrow really had a backup plan and cured the poison, at that time, Lin Yi's projection would dissipate. Earth was still dangerous. Chu Feng would not be at ease if he did not watch him die with his own eyes. After receiving Chu Feng's order, Lin Yi did not delay. She closed her eyes and gently sensed. She simply said, "West, 8,000 miles." Chu Feng was startled and blurted out, "Kunlun Immortal Mountain. Wasn't the Kunlun sacred region 8,000 miles west of the 4 northern islands? It was also where Yarrow had been hiding. What was he doing there?" Vaguely. Chu Feng felt uneasy. The Kunlun Immortal Mountain was too vast and contained too many secrets. Yarrow must be plotting something. There was no doubt about that. The last time Chu Feng had gone to the Kunlun sacred region, he had discovered that this fellow was corroding the Kunlun ancestral stone. He did not know what the guy was trying to do. However, it was disrupted by Chu Feng, and that time was only a few days ago. Logically speaking, Yarrow shouldn't have time to corrode it anymore. Could it be that? He had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Chu Feng took a deep breath. It was not impossible, but what trump card did he have? Chu Feng pondered. The next moment, his heart skipped a beat. Chu Feng suddenly recalled something. He had once accidentally obtained a rumor about the Kunlun sacred region. According to the rumor, about 300 years ago, the Grand Supreme Elder had led several heavenly master experts into a mysterious giant pit and only returned after several months. All his companions had disappeared. Only the Grand Supreme Elder had returned. After that, no one was allowed to talk about this matter, and the huge pit was also hidden. Since then, strange things had begun to happen in the Kunlun sacred region. Even the originally old Grand Supreme Elder seemed to have regained his vitality and became younger and younger. There were very few people from Kunlun who knew about this. Chu Feng had obtained this information by accident. Originally, Chu Feng did not have many thoughts, but now, seeing the Grand Supreme Elder's betrayal, seeing the appearance of Yarrow, and seeing Yarrow flee to Kunlun again, Chu Feng became more and more suspicious. At that time, the Grand Supreme Elder had released Yarrow from that deep pit. And there must be another secret hidden in that deep pit, a secret that Yarrow thought was Enough to go against Lu Yi and even turn the tables. Unfortunately, although Chu Feng had controlled a portion of the ancestral stones last time, he was still unable to detect the location of the deep pit. It might be deeper in the Kunlun Mountains. Chu Feng felt slightly uneasy. Quick! Chase after him! Chu Feng looked at Lu Yi. Take me first. The others will arrive later. Then, he did not care if Lu Yi agreed. He grabbed Lu Yi's slender hand. You. Lu Yi was stunned, however, Chu Feng did not care at all. Quick! Oh! Lu Yi did not say anything else. Her face was cold, her figure instantly turned illusory. The two of them disappeared from the spot. The projection was comparable to a peak heaven martial realm expert. Even though she was carrying a person, she was still like a breeze. Even a supersonic plane would take 5 to 6 hours to travel 8,000 miles. However, Chu Feng, who was being led by Lu Yi, felt like only 10 minutes had passed. The two of them landed on the ground again. Chu Feng was still confused. He subconsciously looked around. In the distance, there were towering mountains, white snow, and violent winds. We're here already? It's only been 10 minutes. Chu Feng could not believe it. Lu Yi pursed her lips. What else? I'm considered slow. If it were the blondie, he would have arrived in 3 to 5 minutes. As for the first-grade battleship that Yarrow was piloting, it would only take about a minute. This is the speed of an expert. Chu Feng opened his mouth. That seemed to be the case. When Lu Yi sensed it just now, only about a minute had passed. At that time, Yarrow had already returned to the Kunlun Mountains. It could be seen how fast it was. Then, Chu Feng became puzzled. If the top-notch experts back then were already so fast, with the size of Earth, they would probably be able to circle around several times with just a single step, right? Wouldn't they be going in circles every day if they fought? Puzzled, he couldn't help but ask. Lu Yi said casually. What's there to be puzzled about? It's very simple. The Earth God planet in ancient times was not such a small place. The two divine stars were unbelievably large. Just look at the abyss today. It can be said to be boundless. The current Earth God planet is still silent. When it wakes up, Earth would definitely undergo a tremendous change. At that time, the energy will recover violently and the world will reform. Everything will return to the ancient times. As the first batch of living creatures when the Earth God planet recovers, you might also obtain a great opportunity. Of course, if the human race has not been destroyed by then. Listening to Lu Yi, Chu Feng was shocked. It turned out that the Earth was once so vast. What had happened back then? It caused such a powerful Earth God planet to disappear along with the ancient humans. However, before Chu Feng could continue asking, suddenly a loud bang came from the depths of the Kunlun Immortal Mountain. The ground shook. Even a place hundreds of miles away could feel the violent vibration. After entering the Kunlun Immortal Mountain, Chu Feng subconsciously contacted the Kunlun Ancestral Stone. In his body, the two divine-grade bloodlines fluctuated wildly. In a small area under his control, every detail was revealed. Even the people from the Kunlun sacred region who were left as guards could be seen. These disciples of the sacred lands did not seem to have been bewitched by Yarrow because they were weak. They did not know what had happened. But other than that, Chu Feng was still unable to discover the location of the deep pit. Lu Yi said calmly, continue west. It's not far now. I can vaguely sense that the poison in Yarrow's body is getting stronger. He might not be able to last long. At this moment, he should be doing something regardless of the price. Chu Feng did not say anything, he just nodded. The next moment, the two of them disappeared again. Not far away, in the middle of hundreds of thousands of mountains, there was a bottomless pit. The entrance was thousands of meters wide, the depth was even harder to calculate. 100-meter-tall boulder fell, but there was no echo. At this moment, a young man was standing in front of the huge pit. Behind him, there was a huge floating ship. The young man's expression was sinister, his eyes were filled with ferocity. He roared repeatedly, "Damn Chu Feng! Damn Lu Yi! You've ruined my plans." He could have done it without spending any effort. Now, he had to pay a huge price. 300 years of planning had gone up in flames. Later, I'll definitely make the two of you wish you were dead. You'll regret it. Chapter 355. There's no need for kindness between races. Yarrow looked at the huge pit in front of him. His eyes were filled with hatred. This place had imprisoned him for countless years. If not for the fact that the Grand Supreme Elder had betrayed humanity, perhaps he would be suppressed to death by this demon prison. In the end, he would be refined into a weapon. Yarrow knew very well. This deep pit was a purgatory created by ancient humans to suppress the demons, the humans and demons. had fought for countless years, and too many people had died. There was already a blood feud, a feud that even 3 rivers and 4 seas could not wash away. Therefore, humans were extremely cruel to captives and the corpses of demons. The bodies were directly thrown into the demon prison to refine the divine weapons, with the demonic body as the material. If that demon was still alive, then the demonic soul could be used as the artifact soul. The divine weapon refined would have more spirituality and stronger power. Never let the enemy die in peace. It was not cruel. Humans and demons were both doing this. It was never too much to be cruel to the enemy, but to Yarrow, this was his lifelong nightmare. He had almost died, if not for the fact that the humans had not had time to activate the demonic hellflame to refine them in the final battle. He would have died long ago, after being severely injured by the Heaven Ascension. Demon Master. The Netherworld King knew that he would die. He was even willing to use his divine body as a prison and set up a monstrous restriction to completely seal the demon prison. He did not want these executioners to have any hope of escaping. Even if the human race lost, he would drag these guys down with him. This was hatred. Back then, the place where Yarrow was suppressed was at the outermost area of the demon prison. That was why the Grand Supreme Elder, who was only in A rank back then, could use the power of his bloodline to weaken the seal and release him. Even so, he was already on the verge of death and only his soul was left. In the previous 300 years, Yarrow had spent most of his time recuperating. It was during this period of time, he felt that the great era was coming. Only then did he possess a human genius and begin to set up a trap, but he had not expected this. That bastard Chu Feng had deliberately forced him to give up on the portion of the ancestral stone that had been corroded. Otherwise, according to Yarrow's plan, since even the thin ancient human bloodline of the Grand Supreme Elder could weaken the seal, as long as he could completely control the Kunlun ancestral stone. With the help of the Kunlun ancestral stone in Ming's aura, he could completely remove the seal, penetrate the demon prison. Yarrow knew very well, there were too many powerful existences in the demon prison. Perhaps some of them were still alive. Countless years later, Ming's seal loosened, giving Yarrow an opportunity. As long as those existences were saved, the Earth God planet would be in the hands of the demon race. All the opportunities that had accompanied the recovery of the Earth God planet belonged to the demon race. Even if there were other powerful existences plotting on the Earth God planet, they were not afraid even if they joined forces. This was Yarrow's plan, in the beginning. Yarrow was even glad that they had been suppressed on the Earth God planet back then and had the upper hand. But now, almost all of his plans had been ruined by Chu Feng. Most importantly, even now, Yarrow could not tell if Chu Feng had done it on purpose or not. In short, little by little, he had been forced to this point. He had no choice but to forcefully break Ming's seal. Perhaps he could not completely destroy the seal, but it would not be a problem to save a few more ancient existences. The problem now was, even if the seal had loosened, it did not mean that a fellow like him who had yet to recover his divine power could break it. In that case, there was only one way left. Yarrow's eyes were filled with regret. He looked at the huge battleship behind him indignantly. He gritted his teeth. The only way is to detonate this Grade 1 Pioneer battleship. The great killing weapon back then had an extremely powerful system and even a large amount of reserve energy. If it were to self-destruct, it should be able to break a little hole. It's just that. Yarrow's heart was bleeding. The price was too high. Such a Grade 1 Pioneer battleship was a legacy of the Heavenly Star era. Losing one of them meant one fewer ships in total. The humans and demons did not have the technology to create it. In terms of value, it was at least tens of thousands of drops of star domain essence. To a divine-grade expert, this was an astronomical figure. That was a number that he might not be able to gather in his entire life. Now, it was going to explode like fireworks. Was it worth it? Perhaps even if he saved them, the opportunity he would obtain in the end might not be more precious than this battleship. Furthermore, this battleship was not his to begin with. It was just that third brother had lent it to him back then. This time, perhaps I can also save third brother. He probably won't say anything. I really have no choice. Moreover, if I don't have divine power to remove the poison from me, I will definitely die. Yarrow muttered to himself. While he was still hesitating, he suddenly heard a series of ear-piercing sounds behind him. It was Lin Yi and Chu Feng. Damn it. Yarrow gritted his teeth. He did not dare to delay anymore. He entered the battleship. In the blink of an eye, he entered the deep pit. Behind him, Lin Yi brought Chu Feng to the edge of the deep pit. Continue chasing. Chu Feng did not hesitate and said. After arriving here, Chu Feng felt as if he had sensed something. This deep pit gave him a strong sense of danger. It was as if it contained great horror. Lin Yi said in a deep voice, "This place. I think I know where it is." the purgatory of death. There are also people who called it the demon prison. It's where you ancient humans imprisoned the demons. Louis explained briefly. Then, she was worried that Chu Feng would find it difficult to accept, just as she was planning to enlighten Chu Feng on how cruel the battle between races was. Suddenly, Chu Feng sighed. TSK, what a pity. A demon expert who can cultivate to become a god is covered in treasures. If Huang and those guys didn't refine them so easily, they could have put in more effort, dismember them, divide them into categories, and refine their souls. Perhaps a demon can forge several divine weapons. What a waste. Louis' eyes widened, her scalp turned numb. This guy was so young, but why was his killing intent so strong? How ruthless. Chu Feng could not be bothered with what Louis was thinking. Anyone who had experienced the tragedy of his previous life would have a hardened heart. Chu Feng felt that if he were the master of the human race, he would probably do the same. He might even be more cruel than Huang and the others. Using the enemy's bodies could not only vent their hatred, but also increase the strength of the human experts. Why not? There was no need for kindness between races. Chapter 356, a true divine grade expert has revived. Then, the journey was silent. Chu Feng and Louis dived all the way. Only then did he realize that the pit was ridiculously deep. They were not slow. In less than 10 minutes, Louis had brought him across 8,000 miles. But now, more than 20 minutes had passed. Below, it was still endless darkness. Chu Feng frowned. According to the actual size of the earth, they would probably have reached the core by now. Chu Feng felt his surroundings becoming hotter and hotter. The high temperature here was even unbearable for Chu Feng. This was definitely not something that could be explained by the temperature of the Earth's core. From this, it could be seen that even though the Earth God planet was silent, there were still various mysterious places. He continued down. The surroundings seemed to have become a lava world. The rock wall was made of an unknown material. It was burned red, but it was still sturdy. There was not even a crack. After an unknown period of time, Chu Feng suddenly saw vaguely that not far ahead, there seemed to be an ancient god standing at the bottom of the deep pit. The pressure was vast and mighty and magnificent. The golden body would not decay, even after countless years. This giant god was still majestic. Chu Feng felt the two divine-grade bloodlines in his body suddenly throbbing wildly. It was as if they had encountered a familiar aura. Chu Feng came to a realization. Was the golden giant in front? Ming, however, before Chu Feng could think further, suddenly, a terrifying storm came from ahead. A loud boom shook the ground. Louis did not have time to think. In an instant, the heavenly water domain erupted and enveloped Chu Feng and herself. It resisted the sudden surging waves. What happened? Louis frowned. Just this wave alone had the full force of an ordinary heaven martial realm expert. If she had not reacted in time, Chu Feng might even turn into ashes right now. Chu Feng did not respond to Louis. He saw that in the darkness, the golden light on the giant seemed to have dimmed. There was a charred spot on the giant's shoulder. His golden body had actually been broken. Then, a sinister demonic wind swept over with monstrous demonic flames. In the depths of the earth's core, suddenly, a muffled snort could be heard. After billions of years, we have finally returned. Ming, so what if you're a master god? So what if you suppressed us for hundreds of millions of years? In the end, you still died, but we were reborn. In the depths of the Earth's core, one could vaguely see a few broken demonic bodies standing there, although their bodies were tattered. One could still sense how powerful these figures were. A vast power was wandering. Yarrow looked excitedly at the figures in front of him. Third brother, fifth brother, sixth brother. The leader in black armor said indifferently, ninth brother, well done. Third brother, I was incompetent. I exploded your battleship. I had no choice. The 10 blood shadow warriors have also appeared. That witch, Louis, was summoned by a human. I'm no match for her. Yarrow briefly described the situation. The man in black armor shook his head coldly. It's fine. It's worth it to exchange a battleship for an absolute advantage during the Great Tribulation. Hearing this, Yarrow was relieved. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something and hurriedly asked, Third brother, why are there only 3 of you? Where's seventh brother? Back then, Yarrow remembered clearly that 5 of the 9 divine guards had been suppressed here, and they were not far away. That was why he could break through a little and save him. As for whether there were any surviving demon experts in the demon prison, Yarrow had no idea. Seventh brother is dead. Even if no one controlled him, seventh brother could not withstand the endless flames of the demonic prison. This 9-section whip is him. The man in black armor raised the long whip in his hand. It seemed to contain endless resentment and magic. This was a divine weapon condensed from the essence of a divine great expert. I will avenge him. The human race should be destroyed. The man in black armor was extremely cold, although he did not speak much, he was extremely brutal. Let's go up and eliminate Louis's projection first. We'll seize her origin power and teach her a lesson. The 10 Blood Shadow Warriors. Humph. Sooner or later, we'll trample them under our feet. Sixth brother, you just have to detoxify ninth brother. The black-armored man instructed indifferently, no one had any objections, they all knew, the third divine guard under the Heaven Ascension Divine Master was unbelievably powerful, the strongest of the Heaven Ascension Demon Guards were the top 3. They had once fought with the Heaven Ascension Demon Master and made a name for himself. Perhaps Lin Yi was right, the others might really just be there to make up the numbers. These 3 people were unique existences, therefore, the man in battle armor known as Sixth Brother obediently began to remove the poison from Yarrow. If Chu Feng were here, he might be extremely shocked. Lin Yi had said that the poison in her projection could not be removed by anyone below the divine level. Seeing how relaxed Sixth Brother was, this meant that even the 6th Demon Guard had power comparable to that of a divine grade, not to mention the strongest man in black armor, in an instant. The demon race had at least 3 divine grade experts and 1 heavenly martial realm expert, the absolute difference in strength. On the other side, Lin Yi carefully sensed something. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically, she pulled Chu Feng up and began to flee frantically toward the surface. She had just sensed it, the poison she had left in Yarrow's body was being expelled. What did this mean? This meant that a true divine grade expert had appeared. Furthermore, Lin Yi could vaguely sense that it was as if an extremely terrifying existence had awakened. Even though she was still far away, it still made her tremble. It felt as if she was facing her 3rd and 4th brothers. It was difficult to match. Chapter 357, Shocking Battle. Incredible reinforcements. 2 and 1, Lin Yi's beautiful eyes were solemn. Although she did not see who had been born, the oppressive aura made her feel very uncomfortable. That was definitely a top-notch expert. Who is it? The 1st Demon Guard? Or the 2nd and 3rd Demon Guards? Lin Yi was sure it was one of the 3, otherwise, he wouldn't have given her such pressure. Coupled with the Grade 1 Pioneer battleship in Yarrow's hands, there was a high chance that he was the 3rd Demon Guard. Lin Yi frowned, she muttered to herself, this is troublesome. She dared to call anyone else among the Heaven Ascension 9 guards trash. Even the 4th and 5th Demon Guards were on par with her. However, Lin Yi had to admit that the top 3 Demon Guards were completely stronger than her. Even if they were not as good as 3rd Brother and 4th Brother, it was not far off. They were of the same level. She admitted that she was inferior. Furthermore, she was only a projection. Even with the power of the Realm Heart, she had not truly reached the level of a god. Even though the 3rd Demon Guard and the others had been suppressed for many years and were no longer as strong as before, Lin Yi was still not confident. Return to the surface first. Lin Yi instantly had a plan. The underground environment was too narrow and dark. It was not suitable for her domain to unleash. If she returned to the surface, she might be able to borrow the power of the human golden ranking lists. There might still be a chance. The journey was silent. The 2 of them hurried along. Chu Feng was able to tell a lot from Lin Yi's expression and actions. An existence that even you are no match for has appeared. This is troublesome. Chu Feng took a deep breath and his eyes became serious. For this war between races, he had prepared many trump cards. Along the way, he had crushed PK ranks and fought against Ultimate A ranks. He had never even cared about the betrayal of the S-rank Grand Supreme Elder at that time. Everything was still under his control. Even Yarrow, who had far surpassed the S-rank, appeared. Chu Feng also had a way to deal with it. Furthermore, reality proved that Chu Feng was able to avert danger every time. He had led humans step by step until now. But this time, he really had no trump card. He had already used up all the means he could, but plans could never keep up with changes. These guys who had lived since ancient times had too many tricks up their sleeves. They had planned for hundreds of thousands of years. How could Chu Feng disrupt them so easily? Chu Feng felt helpless, but at this point, no matter what the outcome was, he could only fight it out. He still had many things to do. The spiritual abode had yet to be established, and the Heavenly God Alliance set and Ghost King's Cloak set had yet to be completed. The 2 divine-grade bloodlines had only undergone their first metamorphosis. Even the saber technique that he had once valued the most had not improved in a long time. Top-notch 9 trials, the ancient realm of the Desolate God, the ancient secrets, the Starry Sky God dynasty, the points reward from golden ranking lists. And what had always puzzled Chu Feng was, what was the so-called Great Era and Great Tribulation? Why was everyone waiting? There were still too many things waiting for Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not know if he would still have a chance to continue. But he was unwilling to give up at this moment. He took a deep breath, flames suddenly burst forth from his eyes. He looked at Lin Yi and said in a deep voice, "Senior, when you return to the surface later, lie in ambush at the entrance of the cave. If anyone comes out, do your best. There's no need to defend. Just go all out. You have the poison on you. Perhaps you can kill one of them. At that time, I will control the Kunlun ancestral stone and should be able to block an attack for you. Furthermore, I will try my best to attract the attention of the golden ranking lists. Other than Yarrow, no one else might be able to conceal their aura. This is our chance. The enemy is strong and we're weak. There's no turning back. Let's fight to the death." Chu Feng was extremely decisive. In an instant, he decided to fight it out. There was no turning back from this battle. Soon, the two of them returned to the surface. At this moment, the peak experts of humanity had arrived. Even the half-dead Grand Supreme Elder and Xian Yi had been brought here. Chu Feng did not say anything. So be it. With more people, there might be some use. Anyway, if he lost this battle, no matter where these people ran, they would die. However, they might not even have the right to participate in this battle. The difference was too great. Even he needed to borrow the power of the Kunlun ancestral stone and the golden ranking lists. There was no time to communicate. In a daze, Lin Yi's sullen voice suddenly sounded, "They're coming up. So fast." The two of them had only just arrived. Chu Feng did not say anything. However, he was extremely vigilant. He instantly controlled a portion of the Kunlun ancestral stone. With the ancestral stone's golden light, he could let Lin Yi unleash her full strength without any defense. As for the upper limit of the ancestral stone's defense, Chu Feng did not know. He could only leave it to fate. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, several air-piercing sounds could be heard. A series of violent explosions could be heard. In the sky, suddenly, 4 figures soared into the sky. The man in black armor held the 9-section whip and took the lead. He looked at the distant blue sky and greedily breathed in the fresh air of the world. It had been too long since he felt this. The aura of freedom. "Aldous, it's you." Lin Yi's cold voice sounded. The third demon guard under the Heaven Ascension Demon Master, Aldous. He was like a god of death. As she spoke, Lin Yi did not delay at all. She also soared into the sky and transformed into a phantom as she charged towards the 4 figures. At that moment, Lin Yi chose to trust Chu Feng without reservation. There was no defense at all. She pushed her domain power to its limits. The spirits of the 18 domains became more and more condensed. If Chu Feng was unable to provide her with protection, or if his protection was not strong enough, her projection would definitely collapse, and that precious source of her domain would be snatched away. In the future, it might be a huge hidden danger. Actually, before this, Lin Yi could take the initiative to disperse the projection. Even if she allowed the origin power to dissipate into the world, it was still better than letting the enemy take it away and develop a method to target her. However, Lin Yi didn't do that. Even she could not explain the exact reason. She had a feeling that if she really gave up on Chu Feng, she would definitely regret it in the future. After all, he was chosen by the heavenly Tao stone like her master. Amidst such complicated emotions, Lin Yi made her move. She didn't attack the third demon guard. Lin Yi knew that even if she were to launch a sneak attack, she would definitely not be able to kill the other party. She would have wasted an opportunity. Yarrow was too weak. There was no need. The best targets for sneak attacks would be the other two, the 5th demon guard, Kuan Ju, the 6th demon guard, Kuan Mia. The two of them were twins and also two valiant generals. In ancient times, in terms of strength, they were similar to Lin Yi's main body. Kuan Mia was weaker, therefore, Lin Yi turned her gaze to him. In an instant, the world changed. The 18 domain spirits sealed the world. All kinds of poisonous energy surged out. It instantly enveloped Kuan Mia. As for Kuan Mia, he was still in a daze. He had been suppressed for too long. It was so long that even his combat instincts needed some time to reactivate. They had just escaped and did not expect anyone to dare to ambush them. Even though his demonic body was damaged, he still had divine-grade power. Even the weakest god was a god. When they came up, Yarrow had already told them about the current situation of the Earth God planet. How dare Lin Yi's projection ambush them? Wasn't she courting death? But who would have thought? These ant-like humans really did that. Lin Yi was actually so obedient, she would go crazy with these humans. He was caught off guard. He wanted to resist, however, he realized that he had underestimated Lin Yi's poison, corrosion of all things. In an instant, Kuan Mia's demonic body trembled and his armor shattered. This poison could even penetrate the spiritual abode. His divine power fluctuated violently. Fortunately, the fundamental difference was still there. He would not die anytime soon. Kuan Mia sneered, "Since you can't kill me, it's my turn to counterattack." Before he could finish his sentence, a black light suddenly appeared in Kuan Mia's hand. It instantly pierced towards Lui's body. The attack was at such a close distance and driven by his divine power. Lui's projection was not a god after all. It would definitely die, but at the next moment, when the black light approached Lui's delicate body, suddenly, a violent golden light erupted. It was dazzling. It was as if it possessed great divine power. When the golden light shone on his body, Kuan Mia felt an extreme pain. He felt as if his demonic body was about to melt. Lui was also surprised. Chu Feng had actually really managed to block the attack of a true divine grade expert, but she was mentally prepared. She instantly reacted. The next moment, he decisively detonated the 18 domain spirits. Go to hell! Lui was extremely cold. The next moment, a loud bang shook the sky. The entire sky seemed to be enveloped by a terrifying black poisonous fog. Even from afar, one could feel the terrifying toxicity. A miserable scream spread through the world. At this moment, the third demon guard, Aldous, and the others finally reacted. His expression was extremely ugly. He had a bad start. With him around, the enemy had actually succeeded in their sneak attack. It seemed that the endless years of suppression had affected him too deeply. Even the most basic vigilance had disappeared. Kuan Mia. Beside him, Kuan Ju suddenly roared. He rushed into the poisonous fog without hesitation. He scooped out Kuan Mia, who was almost completely corroded. He looked even worse than the previous Yarrow, but from the looks of it, he was still alive. Seeing this, Lui could not help but sigh. Defying the upper realm is indeed too difficult, let alone killing a god. Even if she was already at the limit of the heaven martial realm and had the true consciousness of a god, she still could not do it. I really don't know how Master and those geniuses did it back then. Lui muttered. Suddenly, Chu Feng, who was controlling the Kunlun ancestral stone on the ground, seemed to have sensed something. His expression suddenly changed. He bellowed, "Senior! Dodge!" He only had time to say that. Without any hesitation, Lui teleported away. The next moment, the third demon guard, Aldous, slowly appeared where Lui had been standing. In his hand was a 9-section whip with thorns. He looked at Chu Feng on the ground in surprise. Interesting. An ant can actually see through my attack. Not simple. Behind him, Yarrow hurriedly said, "Third brother, he's the Chu Feng I told you about. He's the one who repeatedly ruined our plans." Oh? Aldous smiled faintly. Then, he did not move. He actually appeared before Chu Feng instantly. Chu Feng was shocked. He immediately used the ancestral stone to defend himself. Unexpectedly, Aldous merely chuckled. The human race's ancestral stone and golden light is indeed good stuff. It's a pity that you're too weak and there's too little you can control. You can defend against the attacks of ordinary gods. You can't defend against me. I once heard from the demon master that favored children like you often have extremely heaven-defying luck. You can even survive in perilous lands. To deal with you, I must completely cut off all of your hope. No matter when or where, the moment I attack, I must give it my all. Otherwise, it will cause endless trouble. Therefore, there's no need to think about playing any tricks on me. You don't have to say anything to me either. I won't listen. I've just been suppressed for so many years and couldn't hold back. I'm just enjoying talking. Just to be safe, Aldous even used the 9-section whip in his right hand. Even the words he had spoken earlier had been transmitted to Chu Feng through voice transmission. It was only to save as much time as possible and reduce the number of accidents. It could be seen that he valued Chu Feng to the extreme. Even to him, the current Chu Feng was not much stronger than an ant. But the moment Aldous made his move, Lui, who was in the sky, also moved instantly. Even before Aldous, without any hesitation, she appeared before Chu Feng first. She tried her best to block the fatal blow for Chu Feng. At that moment, Aldous suddenly sighed, as expected. Accidents will always happen when dealing with a favored child of the world like you. However, this witch can't stop me. Since she wants to die before you, I'll fulfill her wish. Then, Aldous suddenly swung his 9-section whip. At that moment, the world seemed to have been torn apart. A huge gap appeared. This could be considered a destructive whip. He whipped Lui fiercely. Lui had lost the protection of the 18 domain spirits. At this moment, facing Aldous, who was going all out, she couldn't resist at all. With this whip, she would definitely die. But at this critical moment, suddenly, an imperceptible sigh could be heard again. Sigh. Looks like we have to take action in the end. Fortunately, boss asked us to come and take a look. Otherwise, something big might really happen. The next moment, another furious voice sounded, "How dare you bully our sister 9? Aldous, what are you pretending for? I think you're really tired of living." Chapter 358, Luxurious Reinforcements. His voice was like thunder, shaking the world. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Everyone could not help but reveal shocked expressions. Where did that voice come from? Waves of sound surged towards the four of them, like a heavy hammer. The four of them were extremely dizzy. The weakest, Yarrow, even had bloodshot eyes and a splitting headache. He hurriedly sealed his sixth senses. "It's a soul attack." Yarrow was terrified. Just now, a cold snort had actually injured him. This was too terrifying. Who is it? Aldous' eyes were also solemn. The strength of the person who had arrived was beyond imagination. Their soul technique was superb. Furthermore, he could sense that there was more than one person. With a wave of his hand, the 9-section whip swept through the air. He wanted to find them. At this moment, it was not just Aldous and the others who were shocked. Even Louis and Chu Feng were stunned. They looked at each other in bewilderment. That familiar voice, that familiar address, number 3, there was no doubt. But why was this guy here? Louis looked at Chu Feng. She seemed to be asking, "Is this guy also your backup plan?" Obviously, even Louis did not know what had happened. Chu Feng shook his head in confusion. If he could have summoned number 3 here, he would have killed Yarrow just now. There would not have been so much trouble after that. Furthermore, Chu Feng felt that it was not only number 3. There were too many familiar auras. What was going on? Just as the two of them were feeling puzzled, number 3's lazy voice sounded again with a trace of disdain. "Hey, Aldous, don't waste your effort. You're holding a small whip and whipping it around. You're having fun yourself. If we didn't want you to find out, you wouldn't have been able to find out even if you whipped all the air here. Right, fourth brother? Needless to say, your shadowless formation is really not bad. Not only was that trash Aldous unable to find out, even Ninth Sister hasn't found out about us." Louis suddenly raised an eyebrow. She seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly reopened the Skywater domain. She sensed something carefully. At this moment, the Heavenly Water domain was clearly extremely unstable because Louis had detonated 18 domain spirits. However, Louis did not care. She closed her beautiful eyes. She probed inch by inch. The next moment, she seemed to have sensed something. There was a snort. "Come out. You guys are actually following me?" At this moment, number 3's helpless voice sounded again. All right. We'll come out, but we didn't follow you. Boss asked us to do this." Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, illusory figures walked out from Louis's domain. It was as if they had walked out of different dimensions. They were hiding in the middle of nowhere. Louis's eyes widened as she looked at the person in front of her and could not help but exclaim, "You! Why are you all here?" Everyone looked over. In the sky, there were actually 7 majestic figures standing proudly in the sky. As their auras surged, the world trembled. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Chu Feng was also stunned. He could not help but swallow. Carrying the blood-drinking saber on his back, number 2 was cold and silent. There was handsome, carefree, and talkative number 3, number 4, who was calm, scheming, and did not like to speak, number 5, number 6 and number 7, whose muscles exploded. They were burly and did not look like a normal person. There was also the thin number 8 who did not have much presence. The 10 blood shadow warriors were all here in unison, of course, except for that foul-mouthed blondie, and the invincible number 1, Chu Feng gasped. "How did you guys do that?" He did not have the ability to summon these 7 gods. Any one of these 7 was stronger than Louis. Just summoning Louis alone had nearly sucked him dry. Let alone these 7. When number 3 heard this, he grinned. "Kid, we meet again. As for how we came here? It's very simple. We just have to attach ourselves to Sister 9's domain. Of course, we definitely can't do it alone. It's boss." After that, with 4th brother's array formation covering it, 9th sister could not discover it, so we followed her here. Oh, actually, boss had originally planned to let 2nd brother come alone, but after being aggrieved for so long, we finally had the chance to go out for a breather. Furthermore, it was a public business trip. We naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. Everyone who can come has come, of course, other than the blondie. After you left, that guy said something wrong again and angered boss. He was almost beaten to death on the spot, so he's still unconscious and can't come." As he spoke, number 3 suddenly winked at Chu Feng. "How about it? We'll help you together. Is this enough?" Chu Feng took a deep breath. It felt like a dream. It was as if he had gone from hell to heaven. With these guys around, Chu Feng dared to roam the abyss. How could he not have enough cards? Chu Feng was extremely excited. On the other hand, Liu Yi was still brooding over being followed. She raised an eyebrow and snorted. You still haven't told me why boss sent you guys. Do you think I'm too weak? Liu Yi felt wronged. She just didn't trust him. Number 3 smiled awkwardly. That's not necessarily the case. Boss must have his own considerations. It's mainly because you have a bad temper and are easily impulsive. It's not a problem for you to deal with the demon race, but boss is worried that you will spoil the plans of some old fellows and be hated for nothing. Boss said that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons on the Earth God planet. The time is not ripe yet. We can't be the ones to stand out. Since everyone is making their moves, let them fight among themselves. Actually, if you could handle the situation, we wouldn't have appeared. Who would have thought that this trash, Aldous, would come out to cause trouble? We naturally can't sit back and do nothing. Number 3's tone was casual, even when talking about the valiant general of the ancient demon race, Aldous, an existence at the same level as him. He still felt disdainful. He was just a defeated opponent. What was there to take seriously? After listening to Number 3's explanation, at the same time that Chu Feng came to a realization, he was shocked. All parties were making their moves on Earth. Did Number 1 know something? However, before Chu Feng could think further, the talkative Number 3 had already started a conversation with Aldous. Hey, Aldous, after the ancient war, I even looked for you to kill you. I didn't expect a piece of trash like you to be suppressed. You're really trash. On the other side, Aldous's expression was already extremely gloomy. His voice seemed to have been squeezed out from between his teeth. By Wushan. Long time no see. His gloomy eyes swept across the 7 figures in front of him. Every time his eyes passed by someone, his heart sank a bit. They were all experts, they were old friends. When he saw the silent man with the saber behind him, Aldous's heart almost jumped out. His voice trembled slightly. Ing Tian Dao? Why is it you? As soon as he finished speaking, Aldous could not help but look at Chu Feng, this extremely weak ant in his eyes. At this moment, he did not dare to look down on him anymore. Who was this guy, the illegitimate son of the Lord of the Blood Sea? Ying Tiandao by Wushan, Jin Tianji, Zhu Lingshan, the 10 famous blood shadow warriors were almost all gathered for him. Chapter 359. Who do you think you are? Hearing Aldous's trembling voice, Chu Feng glanced at Number 2 and the others in surprise. So these guys all had names. He thought that they only had code names. At that moment, Bai Wuxian spoke again. Hey, Aldous, since you recognize my second brother, shouldn't we be more straightforward? Do you still want to fight? Why don't you just kill yourself? Fighting is very tiring. Bai Wuxian said casually. As the third brother of the 10 blood shadow warriors, his strength and status were actually very high. However, this guy had always been carefree and talkative. Other than knowing who he could not afford to offend, there was no difference between him and the blondie. Listening to him could anger one to death. As a result, he was only slightly more popular than the blondie in the team. Of course, using it to discuss the enemy now was to make the best use of him. Didn't they see that Aldous and the other 3 were so angry that their faces had turned purple? They were all famous figures from ancient times. The few of them could not scold him back like Bai Wuxian. They were almost choked to death by Bai Wuxian's words. Fighting with us is tiring? You want us to commit suicide? How insulting. Aldous's face was cold. Bai Wuxian, don't be too arrogant. So what if all the blood shadow warriors are here? It's still the same question. After all, you guys are only projections. How much power can you bring? Aldous suddenly snorted. A cold smile appeared on his face. He had indeed been frightened by Ying Tiandao just now, but on second thought, what was he afraid of? This was the Earth God planet. It was not the Blood Sea space. These guys were not their main bodies, crossing 2 large spaces. Even if they were attached to Liu Yi's domain, there was a limit. If the burden was too great, Liu Yi's domain might collapse before they were summoned. After all, Liu Yi's projection was not divine grade. In other words, these guys were only at the heaven martial realm at most. Even if Ying Tiandao, Bai Wuxian, and Jin Tianji were at the limit of the heaven martial realm, what was the difference to him? Without becoming a god, they would still be mortals. There was a fundamental difference in strength, perhaps not even as good as Old 5 and Old 6. Then what was he worried about? He was almost tricked by them. Aldous was furious with himself. These guys were too famous in ancient times. When he saw them today, he subconsciously became inferior. After all, he was once a powerful god. Aldous instantly calmed down. he sneered. By Wushan, you don't have a domain, so you can't use the power of the realm heart. After all, a projection is only a projection. As for us, our true bodies are here. Even if they are damaged, they are still not something that mere projections could compare to. In the ancient battle, you were slightly better than me. Today, the heavens gave me a chance to avenge my humiliation. I must. But before Aldous could finish speaking, Bai Wuxian couldn't take it anymore. He shouted and interrupted. Pfft. Aldous, don't flatter yourself. So you think we were only slightly better in that ancient battle? Have you forgotten that if your master hadn't saved you, you would have been beaten to death on the spot? How can this be considered slightly better? Today, you're showing off in front of a projection. Why, defeating my projection is considered revenge. Do you have any backbone? You call yourself the 9 Divine Guards? You're trash. You're so trash. When Bai Wuxian was sarcastic, he was vicious. Aldous and the others staggered and almost lost their balance. Bai Wuxian. Grandpa is here. Bai Wuxian replied. This completely ignited Aldous's anger. Bai Wuxian. I will burn your bones and scatter your ashes. He was practically roaring. Aldous suddenly swung his 9-section whip. Boom, the world was torn apart. It instantly whipped at Bai Wuxian. Gasp. Why did you attack when you couldn't win an argument? Can't you bear with it? My soul power hasn't seeped through completely. Sigh, what a pity. Bai Wuxian pursed his lips. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He no longer looked casual. His eyes were like cold stars as his lips parted slightly. Explode. As soon as he finished speaking, crack, an almost imperceptible sound could be heard. In an instant, Aldous, who was furious, suddenly froze. His movement stopped abruptly. The next moment, he suddenly hugged his head and let out a miserable scream. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. He practically hissed through gritted teeth. Bai Wuxian, you're so sinister. On the other side, Bai Wuxian only smiled faintly. You're a demon, yet you're telling me that I'm sinister? Do you have the face to do that? It's just a pity. If you delay any longer, I'll blow you up in an instant when I fill your brain with my self-created soul bomb. Sigh. After some thought, Bai Wuxian added. I'm sorry, I spoke too harshly and harmed you. Just as Aldous was about to flare up, he was forcefully suppressed again. Who knew if this was another trick of Bai Wuxian? He used words to provoke him into losing his mind and letting his guard down. The soul was too mysterious. Aldous hurriedly checked his body inch by inch, afraid that he would be tricked by Bai Wuxian again. Seeing this situation, Bai Wuxian pursed his lips speechlessly. He suddenly muttered to Ying Tiandao beside him. Second brother, I have no choice. This guy is quite vigilant. Why don't we let fourth brother use the array formation to connect us? The 8 of us will combine our strength. Second brother. You will control it. We might not be afraid of him. Obviously, Bai Wuxian and the others also knew, as projections, just as Aldous had said, they were not strong enough. It might be enough to deal with an ordinary divine grade. However, if their opponent was an expert like Aldous, it would not work. The difference was still too great. Therefore, Bai Wuxian launched a sneak attack. After all, he did not care about his reputation. If they could get rid of the greatest threat, Aldous, without any bloodshed, why did they have to fight? Bai Wuxian continued to talk to number 2, beside him. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He really did not expect this. Number 3, who was sloppy and full of nonsense and could not even be bothered with him, had almost taken the life of an ancient expert while talking. He seemed rash, but he was also careful. As expected, none of these old monsters who had lived since ancient times were easy to deal with. At that moment, Aldous also recovered. He still had a splitting headache, but to him, it was not enough to take his life. He was glad that it was only a projection of number 3 in front of him. Otherwise, he would have been blasted into ashes. Killing intent erupted from his eyes, a group of mortal projections. So what if you form an array? Do you really think that Ying Tiandao is omnipotent? I can suppress you with one hand. Bai Wuxian was about to retort. Then, he suddenly discovered that number 2, who had been silent, slowly walked out. He carried a blood-colored saber on his back. Nothing happened, he said calmly. Even your big brother, the first demon guard, wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. As he spoke, number 2 suddenly raised his eyes and smiled. Who do you think you are? Chapter 360, Mortals Can Kill Gods. As number 2 slowly walked out, in the world, it was as if there were buzzing saber sounds. Behind him, the blood-colored saber trembled slightly. Even though it was only a phantom, it still wontedly displayed its might. The saber was the king of all weapons. Even the 9-section whip in Aldous's hand began to tremble. It was as if it was afraid. a suffocating aura. It forced Aldous to subconsciously retreat. It took him a moment to realize there was no need for him to be afraid of that guy. He mustered his courage and took a few more steps forward. However, in the eyes of outsiders, this attitude made him even less confident. Number 2 only chuckled, but he could not be bothered to say anything else. Instead, he turned around. He looked at Chu Feng, who had no presence in the crowd. He said calmly, "Chu Feng." After number 2 suddenly called, Chu Feng was also surprised. "Why are you calling me?" Ever since he summoned Louis, Chu Feng had practically become a spectator. In any case, he could not participate in a battle of this level. He was happy to be a nobody. With the enemy in front of him, why didn't number 2 prepare for battle? Why did he call him? Chu Feng was filled with doubt. The next moment, however, number 2's tone suddenly became solemn. "Chu Feng, I saw your battle just now. Ever since you left the Blood Sea space, your improvement has been rapid. I see that your domain, soul, array formation, physical body, speed have all improved. In a short period of time, you are already comparable to a profound connection realm expert with a mortal body. Such talent is rare in the world. Even compared to Master, you are not inferior at all." Hearing number 2 suddenly praise him for no reason, Chu Feng was a little puzzled. What was he doing? He frowned slightly. However, he still replied softly, "Senior number 2, you flatter me." Number 2 nodded. He suddenly looked straight at Chu Feng. His voice was like thunder as he said solemnly, "But your saber did not advance at all. You have improved greatly in the Blood Sea. Saber techniques are the most important. Before you left, your saber was filled with vigor and zest. In just a few months, you had comprehended the power of the saber. Even when facing me and boss, you dared to draw your saber and fight. In the end, you even defeated me and boss with a standard cleaved-edge saber. At that moment, you stood with your saber in hand. How high-spirited. But now, I see that your saber has already been stored in your storage space. You no longer carried it with you or comprehended it. Your saber technique did not improve at all. The more you learn and the more tricks you have, the better. But I hope you never forget the saber in your hand. Saber is always the number 1 offensive weapon. We who carry sabers on our backs never leave them back. We are constantly reminding ourselves that we are sabermen. If you carry your saber, you won't let it down. With a sincere heart, you and the saber will have spiritual contact. Only then will your saber be able to be used as if it was your arm and your mind connected. Trust me, the improvement of saber techniques is much simpler than any domain or soul. You need to find resources, fuse treasures, and devour souls to do that. Saber techniques only required one's concentration. It's straightforward. You're slacking now." Chu Feng quietly listened to number 2. The more he listened, the heavier his heart became. What number 2 said made sense and hit the nail on the head. The last sentence completely shattered Chu Feng's psychological defense. "I slacked off." Chu Feng had an extremely complicated expression. There was frustration and shame. He had indeed slacked on the path of saber techniques. He recalled the previous battles. He would clearly use his saber techniques every time, but in order to be as fast as possible and kill as many opponents as possible, he did not have the mood to comprehend the various feelings when he used his saber. It was just for the sake of killing. He never calmed down to think again. Chu Feng waved his hand. The demon-slaying saber appeared in his hand. He sighed softly. That's right, at some point in time, he no longer had the habit of carrying a saber on his back. It seemed like when he changed to the demon-slaying saber, the cleaved-edge saber from before was sharp, which meant that it was light and weighed only a few dozen kilograms, so he could just carry it around. However, the demon-slaying saber was heavy. It was 500 kilograms, although it was still nothing to him, but to save trouble, he kept them in his storage space. His heart had slowly changed. The saber was no longer his friend, but a tool to kill. In that case, this tool, whether it was a sword, spear, or axe, there seemed to be no difference. But he clearly liked sabers. When comprehending the saber in the Blood Sea, Chu Feng could clearly feel the joy in his heart. It felt like they were one and the same. It seemed that he had really not been as happy as when he comprehended the saber in a long time. His strength was clearly improving, but the saber had fallen behind. This shouldn't have happened. Chu Feng subconsciously closed his eyes. He fell into deep thought. Those words woke him up. Number 2's words were like a morning bell and evening drum to Chu Feng. He suddenly came to a realization. My saber can't continue like this. My path has just begun. The saber is my chosen friend and companion who will accompany me on the path of martial arts. At that moment, Chu Feng was extremely determined. His Dao heart, or saber heart, was slowly condensing. This change might not affect his strength much. However, Chu Feng knew that he was different. He suddenly opened my eyes. Lightning flashed in his eyes, as if a saber soul was awakening. The dragon soul and the demon-slaying saber also appeared excitedly. It circled the sun and the sky. Seeing this, number 2 smiled in relief. He smiled happily. His originally calm face inadvertently had a few wrinkles. I'm very happy that you've come to your senses. Your talent in the saber is even higher than mine. I'm really worried that you'll take the wrong path. There was a pause. Number 2 suddenly said, I remember that you cultivate the art of the 9-wave saber. During this period of time, I specially found and cultivated it. It can be considered a major accomplishment. Since you're still trapped in the 6th stage, I'll give you a hand and demonstrate the 7th, 8th, and 9th stages of the art of the 9-wave saber. Coincidentally, there are a few good sparring partners in front of you. As he spoke, Number 2 suddenly smiled and looked at Aldous and the others. Aldous, didn't you want to suppress me with one hand? In that case, I'll give you this chance. However, I advise the 4 of you to come together. Don't show off, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to last until I finish demonstrating my saber techniques. If Chu Feng cannot learn it, it would be your fault. Since I want to be a teacher, I can't do as I please like before. Listening to Number 2's casual voice, Aldous and the others felt extremely furious. How arrogant, 1 against 4, if your main body was here, you would naturally have the capital to say that. But you have to know that the current you is just a projection, you just have mortal power. Where did you get the courage? Aren't you being too arrogant? It was as if he had seen through their thoughts. Number 2 just smiled gently. He turned around and looked at Chu Feng. Kid, watch carefully. Actually, as long as your saber technique is strong enough, mortals can also kill deities. Chapter 361, Heart like a saber, man like a saber. Number 2's tone was casual, his pace was relaxed. It was as if he was narrating an extremely ordinary matter. Even Number 3 and the others were shocked by Number 2's arrogant words. They knew the difficulties better, mortals and gods. It seemed to be just a step away. In reality, it was like a huge gap. It was no exaggeration to say that even the most ordinary god could sweep through a group of heavenly martial realm experts. Only these blood shadow warriors, who were born geniuses, dared to fight against the gods with their mortal bodies. But this fellow, Aldous, had already surpassed the realm of gods, the monarch of the gods. He was once a divine lord expert. Even with Number 3's arrogance, he did not dare to say that. His projection was Aldous's match, not to mention 1 against 4. It was obvious. Hearing Number 2's words, he was shocked. Second brother, you. Bai Wuxian still wanted to persuade him. However, Ying Tiandao merely glanced at him. Bai Wuxian was so frightened that he fell silent. He suddenly had a feeling that facing his second brother was like facing his boss. Fear came from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that second brother is also about to reach boss's realm? Bai Wuxian was extremely shocked. Regardless, on the path of martial arts, second brother had already left them far behind. Ying Tiandao ignored everyone. Instead, he turned to look at Chu Feng. He smiled warmly. Kid, are you ready? Chu Feng nodded subconsciously. Then look carefully. The art of the 9-wave saber is a foundational saber technique. It's not very profound in itself. Of course, it's enough for you to use below the divine rank. Ying Tiandao said indifferently. Chu Feng was speechless. It was not very profound, but it could be used until the divine grade. Big brother, how high are your standards? It was as if he had seen through Chu Feng's thoughts. Ying Tiandao smiled. We sabersmen can't aim too high, but we don't have to belittle ourselves. To a saber user, divine grade is actually just the beginning. Only by truly walking the path of the saber would one have the qualifications to enter the advanced level. The supernatural power, the 9 sabers, which once terrified the entire ancient world, is the best saber technique in the world. The Great Tao Saber. The 9 sabers' divine emperor once used this to be invincible in the world. Only by laying a good foundation at this moment will you be qualified to cultivate the 9 sabers in the future, understand? Obviously, Ying Tiandao seemed to be able to see through the golden ranking lists. He knew that the 9 sabers' supernatural power was on the human race's golden ranking lists. He acquired a lot of information. One could also tell how powerful Ying Tiandao was. The next moment, Ying Tiandao no longer explained anything to Chu Feng. No matter how many theories there were, without practice to test them, they were just empty talk. He took a light step forward. He drew his long saber from behind his back. Swoosh, a blood-red rose flashed past, on the long saber. There was a faint purple divine dragon that looked like a flood dragon roaring, blood-drinking saber. The soul of the purple divine dragon, even if they were just projections, the saber and soul were still extremely arrogant. Killing intent filled the air. He pointed the saber forward. It was like a king of sabers who looked down on everything. Ying Tiandao looked at Aldous and the others. His eyes were lowered like an ancient well. I hope you guys can hold on. These words instantly ignited Aldous's anger. He roared, Ying Tiandao, You're going too far. As he spoke, Aldous could not hold back and took the initiative to attack. Killing intent erupted from his eyes. You will pay for your arrogance. Die. No hesitation, he charged out instantly. The 9-section whip was like a winding poisonous snake as it hissed and bit at Ng Tian Dao. The world instantly shattered, and the ground shook. It was as if it could not withstand Aldous's attack. Be careful. Chu Feng subconsciously shouted. Even though they were far away, Aldous's whip still caused Chu Feng's hair to stand on end. If he were to resist it, he would definitely die. Even with the ancestral stone's golden light, he would not survive. It was that terrifying. It was a furious attack from an ancient peak expert. The power was terrifying. However, Ng Tian Dao acted as if he did not hear Chu Feng's shout. He was still calm. The next moment, the blood-drinking saber suddenly turned into a blood-colored afterimage. In a daze, a long purple dragon soared into the sky. Ng Tian Dao leaped lightly. He stood proudly on the dragon's head. He seemed to have transformed into a blood-colored saber. It was completely integrated into this slash. An incomparably sharp aura emanated from his body. At this moment, Ng Tian Dao seemed to have really become a divine saber. Immediately after, the indifferent voice of Ng Tian Dao seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens, shaking the void. The heart is like a blade, seeing through all illusions. The man is like a blade, killing all enemies in the world. The 7th stage of the art of the 9-wave saber. Saber transformation. Turn into a long saber and use your body to hold the saber. Sacrifice yourself for an attack, regardless of success or failure. This is the only slash. It's a true desperate move. I also like to call it a 1-slash attack. This is the essence of the 7th slash. As Ng Tian Dao's voice slowly fell, the world seemed to have become the world of sabers. Countless blood-colored long sabers spanned across the world, but if one looked carefully, one would also discover that these blood-colored long sabers were like Ng Tian Dao's. His charm was there. The next moment, these countless Ng Tian Dao's suddenly became one. In the end, they fused into a Ng Tian Dao, who raised the bloody saber high. His eyes were like lightning. There was a sudden burst of laughter. Die. He slashed down. The world seemed to have fallen silent. There was no dazzling explosion. There was no deafening boom. There was nothing. It was as if even his voice had been swallowed. There was only a saber shadow that tore through the sky. On the other side, the 4 of them suddenly widened their eyes in shock. Unbelievable. No. Impossible. He's only a projection. He only has mortal power. How can he unleash such great power? Run. Run. Yarrow was the first to feel the danger of death, fear. He turned around and wanted to escape. The other 2, Koen Ju and the severely injured Koen Niet, were also shocked. They could not block it. Only Aldous, who was shocked, suddenly roared crazily. A violent purple light erupted from the 9-section whip. An illusory demonic shadow instantly appeared. There seemed to still be a trace of awareness in his eyes, but before he could take another look at this world, Aldous's eyes suddenly turned ruthless as he roared, 7th brother, I can only let you suffer again. Explode. In an instant, the demonic shadow exploded. A powerful force swept through the world. It directly offset most of the saber shadows. The 7th demon guard, Ilu, after his demonic body was refined into a divine weapon, even his remnant soul had been used by Aldous as a means to resisting Tian Dao and completely dissipated from the world. From Aldous's resolute methods, Koen Mia and the others behind him could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. They suddenly felt that perhaps Ilu was not refined into a divine weapon because he could not hold on anymore. Perhaps Aldous seemed to be lacking a suitable divine weapon. It was terrifying to think about it. Koen Ju and Koen Mia remained silent, because Aldous's actions had also saved their lives. Otherwise, as long as they were brushed by that saber shadow, they would definitely die. But the 2 of them were temporarily safe. Behind him, an extremely miserable roar suddenly erupted. No. 3rd brother. 5th brother. 6th brother. Save me. I don't want to die yet. Everyone turned around. Yarrow's figure was suddenly shattered by the saber beam. He only had time to cry for help. Under endless regretful gazes, he completely dissipated from the world. 1 slash and Yarrow died. Even though this slash had been greatly weakened by Aldous, Yarrow, who was at the peak of the heaven martial realm, still died without any resistance. The power of 1 slash was terrifying. But there were still 2 more slashes. Chapter 362, Man and Saber as One. Master God Realm. This slash shocked everyone. Just the power that dissipated easily destroyed an ancient demon guard. Even if Yarrow had yet to recover to the divine grade, even a true divine grade expert would require some effort to kill him. As for Ng Tian Dao, He had casually destroyed the guy through a saber technique that he thought was just a foundation. It was hard to imagine how high was the current realm of Ying Tian Dao. On the other side, Aldous' expression was extremely cold. Unexpectedly, even though he had already detonated the soul of the 9-section whip, he was still unable to completely offset that slash. Is it comparable to the full-strength attack of a true divine-grade expert? Aldous was still shocked. After all, Ying Tian Dao was only a projection with mortal power. However, he could slash out a threatening divine-grade slash. It was already heaven-defying. Aldous admitted that he could not do it. Of course, Aldous was not too flustered. Even if Ying Tian Dao's saber had slashed directly at him, Aldous was confident that he could take it. However, at that moment, it was simpler to detonate his seventh brother's remnant soul. It could also eliminate some hidden dangers. The seventh brother wouldn't let him off even if he died. As if he had sensed that he had left the demon prison, he was already not cooperating with him. How can that do? He had spent a lot of effort and made use of the special environment of the demon prison to refine such a divine weapon. How could he not cooperate? It did not matter if a divine weapon lacked spirituality, but most importantly, it had to be obedient. That was why the scene just now happened. As for Yero's death, he was just trash. If he died, so be it. He did not care. Being able to release him was already the guy's greatest value. At the thought of this, Aldous smiled faintly. Ying Tian Dao, you're indeed worthy of being praised by the Heaven Ascension Demon Master back then. You can be considered to have truly reached a higher level in the path of the saber. Unfortunately, your saber technique is very high, but there's still that problem. The power of this projection is not enough. The saber technique is only a basic saber technique. It's not a threat to me. As he spoke, Aldous suddenly roared like a madman. Ying Tian Dao, are you using such a trashy saber technique just to humiliate me? Show me your famous technique. Weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to fight 4 people alone? Come on. Come and kill me, come on. Change your saber technique, otherwise, you should know very well that ordinary saber techniques like the art of the 9-wave saber can't kill me. Aldous became a little crazy. He felt humiliated, the humiliation of being ignored. He was once one of the famous 9 divine guards, a true divine lord expert, but now, Ying Tian Dao was treating him as a sparring partner. This was worse than killing him. It was a great humiliation. On the other side, Ying Tian Dao remained silent. No matter how Aldous roared, he turned around indifferently and looked at Chu Feng. His voice was hoarse. Did you see clearly just now? Chu Feng was startled, however, he still hurriedly nodded. I saw it clearly. Actually. It's a little blurry. It's just that Senior's saber was too fast just now. I can't keep up. Chu Feng spoke the truth. That slash that was comparable to a divine-grade expert was too fast for him. No matter how carefully he observed, he could only see after images. Fortunately, Chu Feng remembered the vast saber aura when Ying Tian Dao attacked. Following that feeling, it was as if he had a direction to move forward. He would not take a detour anymore. He would probably be able to comprehend something soon. When Ying Tian Dao heard this, he nodded expressionlessly. He apologized. I was careless. I'll be as slow as possible for the next slash. Watch carefully. Before Chu Feng could answer, he ignored Aldous' crazy expression. Ying Tian Dao struck again. Just as he had said, he was only here to teach. Aldous could only be considered a good test subject. Also, who told you that basic saber techniques could not kill gods? Ridiculous. Ying Tian Dao smiled. The blood-drinking saber slashed out again. However, this time, the bloodthirsty saber was directly placed in front of Ying Tian Dao. It emitted a scarlet color. At the same time, Ying Tian Dao spoke again. He was still teaching. Chu Feng, the 7th stage of the art of the 9-wave saber emphasizes on transforming blades. Turn your heart and body into sabers. The 8th stage is one step further. You must truly reach the state of fusing with the saber, with the heart saber as the guide and the human saber as the foundation. Heaven and man became one. At this point, your saber techniques gradually becomes mysterious. This also means that you have begun to embark on the path of the great Tao. Watch carefully. At the end, Ying Tian Dao suddenly changed his indifferent appearance. He widened his eyes in anger and roared with lightning. He seemed to have fused with the long saber in front of him. He was no longer a saber. The saber was still the saber, and he was still him, but it felt different. Man and saber reached a harmonious resonance. All of a sudden, the world began to tremble violently. The sound of the great Tao seemed to have sounded in the world. Listening carefully, it sounded like a blade buzzing. Buzz. Buzz. The weak humans on Earth could not help but cover their ears and seal their 6 senses. Their eyes were filled with fear. Fortunately, this slash was aimed at the enemy, otherwise, no one on Earth would be able to survive. Terrifying. It was as if only this person and Saber were left in the entire world. Everyone was trembling, even Chu Feng was no exception, he was already stunned. This was the first time he knew that sabers could be so strong. The scene before him surpassed everything he knew. In the direction of the blade, Aldous was breathing heavily, his expression suddenly filled with fear. There was no longer any arrogance. The scene before him had completely exceeded the limits of his mental endurance. No. Impossible. It's clearly just mortal power and a mortal saber technique, but why? Aldous could not understand. Suddenly, a few words flashed across his mind. Could it be Master God? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Aldous was shocked. He was even frightened by his own thoughts. He subconsciously blurted out, Ing Tiandao, have you already? When Ing Tiandao heard this, he knew what he wanted to ask. He smiled and shook his head, not yet. Master God. King of gods. I'm still a little short, however, sabers are the first path of offense, so my attacks are only slightly stronger. With that, even Bai Wuxian and the others could not help but exclaim, Oh my god, second brother, you call this slightly stronger? From the sound of it, he was not far from the Master God realm. Bai Wuxian, Louis, and the others looked at each other, but before anyone could say anything, in the sky, the blood-colored saber of Ing Tiandao had already slashed down. Boom, the world exploded. At that moment, Aldous defended frantically. There were no more thoughts in his mind. He couldn't care less about his two companions. He was already shocked to the extreme. He just wanted to block this slash. Then, he would flee, escape far away. When Ing Tiandao's projection dissipated, he would appear again. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really die. Beside him, Kuan Ju and Kuan Mia only had time to look at each other and see the fear in each other's eyes. The next moment, the saber beam instantly enveloped the two of them. Chapter 363, Killing the Three Gods with One Saber Move. As if to take care of Chu Feng, this slash was very slow. It was so slow that even a mortal could easily see it. But even so, Kuan Ju and Kuan Mia were still horrified to discover that they could not dodge at all. They could only watch helplessly as they were enveloped by the endless saber beams. It was as if this saber was the only thing in the world. It hurts. Ing Tiandao. Spare us. Spare us. Third brother, help. Amidst the saber shadows, Kuan Ju and Kuan Mia screamed non-stop. It was as if they were being sliced into pieces. They begged for mercy. However, Ing Tiandao merely faced them indifferently. Which one of these guys didn't have a reason to die? All the experts who had lived since ancient times had their hands stained with blood. None of them were innocent. Even himself, Ing Tiandao saw through everything. If one day, he was inferior and was killed, then so be it. It was good that he was no longer disturbed by the secular world. But clearly, Kuan Ju and his brother did not have this realization. They continued to struggle frantically, wanting to seek help from Aldous. However, at this moment, Aldous could not even protect himself. How could he have the time to care about them? The 9-section whip danced like after images, surging with divine power. Countless whip shadows tried to offset the power of the saber shadows. However, Aldous had still underestimated the saber. Even if his strength was stronger, even if he had endless divine power to support him, the 9-section whip was still retreating. In an instant, it had already approached Aldous's face. There was no way to retreat. If he retreated again, the saber shadow would slash at his main body. A trace of madness flashed across Aldous's eyes. Damn it! Then explode. 9-section whip, explode. There was not another chance. Aldous could only endure the pain and drop this divine weapon that he had just refined. Originally, he had planned to unleash his might after escaping from the demon prison. Unexpectedly, he had a bad start. As soon as he came back, he was forced to detonate his divine weapon. His heart was bleeding. Boom, an extremely dazzling light suddenly erupted from the 9-section whip. After all, it was a divine weapon condensed from the essence of a god. After the self-destruction, it instantly shattered the saber shadows in front of him. He had temporarily escaped danger. Beside him, Kuan Ju and Kuan Mia were still begging Aldous to save them, but Aldous ignored them. With a sinister gaze, he slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This was a huge loss. As for saving them, what could he use to save them? Was there another divine weapon for him to detonate? He took a deep breath. He sent a cold voice transmission, Kuan Ju, Kuan Mia, I can't save you. For the sake of the demon race, self-destruct and cover my retreat. When the Divine Master returns, I will report your contributions to him and treat your tribes as well as possible. This is the last thing I can do for the two of you. Kuan Ju and Kuan Mia were stunned. Then, their expression turned extremely ugly as their roar pierced through the saber's shadow. "Third brother, you're so ruthless." The two of them understood, at this moment, when Aldous mentioned their tribe, it was not out of kindness, but a blatant threat. If they dared to disobey, even the tribe behind the two of you would suffer. The demon race was not united. There were also various demon tribes. When there were no outsiders to plunder, internal conflicts were often more cruel. The weak demon tribes might be exterminated at any moment. "Seventh brother, you died miserably." "It's our turn now, he. Koenju sneered. He was indignant, but what could he do? If he could not escape, he would sooner or later be killed by the omnipresent saber shadows. He would die for nothing. In that case, before he died, he should not cause trouble for his tribe. He just hoped that after Aldous escaped, he would keep his promise. Pathetic, but it was extremely realistic. Amidst the endless hatred, the two of them exploded. A dazzling light shone in all directions. The world shook. This was the death of two gods. This was no small matter. The surging divine power instantly pierced through the saber shadow and dissipated. It swept towards the surrounding earthlings. Facing this terrifying aura, Ho Wudi and the others were like ants, as if they would be devoured in the next moment. Even Chu Feng was only a slightly larger ant in front of such power. If he was affected, he would definitely die. Everything happened suddenly. He did not even have time to use the ancestral stone's golden light. The Kuan brothers had clearly expected everything and planned to bury everyone around them. This was the only way. Only then could they force Tian Dao to defend. It was to create an opportunity for Aldous to escape. It had to be said that these divine-grade experts had too much battle experience. There was no discussion beforehand, but they reached an agreement. The moment the two of them self-destructed, Aldous moved. Without any hesitation, he instantly turned into a stream of light and was about to escape. By time, drag it out until the projections dissipated. At that time, the Earth God planet would still be his world. Aldous was confident. With his strength, he was confident that he could escape Tiandao's pursuit just by hiding. As long as he escaped, there would be hope. Aldous secretly cheered. After all, even Tiandao admitted that his attack was only slightly stronger. In terms of true means, he was far from being as comprehensive as a master god. That was a completely different level. Even in ancient times, he was known as an overlord. Only a race with a master god could be called a powerful race. Of course, for humans and demons, the number of master gods in their race could be counted on two hands. They were the true peak races. At that moment, Chu Feng instantly saw through the situation. Although he was weak, his observation skills were extremely sharp. He wanted to warn Tiandao immediately, but on second thought, the current situation was almost unsolvable. If Tiandao were to chase after Aldous, the self-destruction of the Kuan brothers would instantly annihilate all the Earth's experts. In fact, it was hard to say how many of the projections such as Bai Wuxian would survive. They were not as abnormal as Tiandao. A projection could at most contend against ordinary gods. Faced with the self-destruction of the two gods, they could only shrug. The new strength and backbone of Earth would be completely wiped out. This price was too great. Chu Feng absolutely could not accept this. That kind of human would never have a future. But he just watched as Aldous escaped. It was also an extremely huge crisis, after the projection of Tiandao dissipated. If Aldous made a comeback, how could humans resist him? Could he summon it again? But where could he find a vessel? Chu Feng frowned. Things had developed to this point. He seemed to have fallen into another dilemma. Everyone could not help but look at Tiandao. "Second brother, what do you plan to do? Kill or save?" Bai Wuxian pursed his lips. "It seems like Earthlings are going to be in trouble no matter how they choose." Tiandao looked into the distance. Over there, Aldous was fleeing frantically. Beside him, the surging self-destruction divine power had already arrived. Seeing this, Tiandao suddenly grinned. He smiled brightly. "I want both." Chapter 364, Great Dao Saber. Saber Divine Domain. Tiandao grinned. A row of white teeth were revealed. Suddenly, he unexpectedly turned around and looked at Chu Feng. "Kid, do you know what the 9th stage of the art of the nine-wave saber is?" Chu Feng was startled. He was speechless. "Big brother, what time is it? You still have time to chat, be it saving people or killing people. At least choose one. After a while, the guy will escape and everybody will be dead. Can't you ask me later?" However, now that the people on Earth were all counting on him, Chu Feng did not dare to offend him. He could only quickly say, "I don't know. I haven't exchanged for the last 3 saber techniques." Chu Feng was speaking the truth. Although the price of the art of the 9-wave saber was nothing to him, because he had slacked off on his saber techniques, he was not in a hurry to exchange for it. When Tiandao heard this, he did not care. He spoke softly. "The last stage of this art of the 9-wave saber is called the Saber Divine Domain. It is very unique. Ying Tiandao seemed to have fallen into some kind of memory, his eyes were a little blurry. When I first came into contact with it, I was shocked. I regretted not being able to borrow the technique from the Nine Sabers God Emperor back then. I had wasted countless years. It was also because of this saber technique that my saber technique, which had been stuck for a long time, could finally take another step forward. I took that most crucial step and found the direction that belonged to me to a higher level. These words piqued everyone's interest. Bai Wuxian and the others were enlightened. No wonder the second brother he was familiar with was not so strong, so he had made another breakthrough recently, the most crucial epiphany. He embarked on the path to becoming a master god. This way, everything made sense, but Bai Wuxian and the others were still very surprised. Logically speaking, the art of the nine-wave saber was only suitable for warriors below the divine rank. How could it possibly enlighten Ying Tiandao? This did not make sense. As for whether to kill or save, Ying Tiandao remained where he was. Was he choosing to save them? Anyway, he was here. The energy from the explosions could not threaten everyone. As for letting Aldous escape, there was nothing he could do. Of course, this was only everyone's guess. The next moment, Ying Tiandao sighed and explained, the art of the nine-wave saber is definitely not a simple mortal saber technique. Just as I said before, every stage is a foundation. Everything is paving the way for the ninth level, the ninth slash. Saber Divine Domain is actually the prelude to the first slash of the top-notch saber technique, the Nine Sabers, as a part of the Supreme Saber Manual. Naturally, it is extremely mysterious. It has truly begun to come into contact with the level of Tao. In reality, it has used an extremely unique method to reorganize the power of the great Tao. Rearrange it. Let the power resonate. Opening up a divine domain that belongs solely to the saber, this was a move unique to the Nine Sabers God Emperor. This method of organization inspired me. The symbol of a top-notch god is the divine realm. Within the range of the divine realm, gods are the heavens, and this saber divine domain has a similar effect. The long saber splits the sky, creation of heaven and earth. With a slash of my saber, the divine realm appears and I am the master. The world is in my hands. As he spoke, Ying Tiandao suddenly closed his eyes. The bloodthirsty saber floated in front of him. The next moment, the entire world seemed to have suddenly dimmed. Everything in sight dimmed. No, it's not dark. Instead, it turned crimson, deep red. It was the color of blood. Chu Feng subconsciously said, the color of the world is very similar to the blood-drinking saber. Just as he finished speaking, a violent wind suddenly surged in the world, sweeping up endless saber intent. It enveloped the entire world. By a rough estimate, it was tens of thousands of miles long. What's? Bai Wuxian couldn't help but mutter. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Divine Realm? Or rather, the Saber Divine Domain. The Divine Realm can only be achieved by top-notch deities. Even Bai Wuxian did not have it. Of course, it was also because his Tao was special that he had not delved into the Divine Realm. The Tao of the soul was not inferior to the Divine Realm. The moment the Saber Divine Domain was formed, at this moment, Ying Tiandao seemed to have become the ruler of the world. With a light wave of his hand, energy surged between heaven and earth. It instantly transformed into scarlet long sabers that tore through the air and slashed at Aldous. It was so fast, it was almost like teleportation, even though Aldous had already fled thousands of miles away. As long as he was still in the Saber God's domain, there was nowhere to hide. Aldous, who was fleeing, heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that Ying Tiandao was not chasing after him, but at the next moment, his hair stood on end. A fatal sense of death surged in his heart. He was instantly dejected and terrified. What's going on? I've already flown thousands of miles away. Why do I still have this feeling? Could it be that Ying Tiandao is chasing after me, but his speed might not be faster than mine? How can he catch up to me? At that moment, Aldous thought about many things. Suddenly, a scarlet saber domain that pierced through the world enveloped the surroundings. Aldous's eyes widened. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. It was difficult to move. Aldous's eyes widened as he came to a realization and exclaimed, This is the Divine Realm? Aldous was in disbelief. Even he had not been able to comprehend the Divine Realm. Ying Tiandao was only a projection. How could he unleash the Divine Realm? But there was no time for Aldous to think. Behind him, countless scarlet long sabers were already approaching. The voice of Ying Tiandao drifted over from thousands of miles away. His tone was indifferent. It was as if there was no color at all and a die. It was like a decree from a god. It was like a blow to the head. Aldous felt a splitting headache. Countless scarlet saber shadows slashed out instantly. Oh no! Aldous's terrified roar resounded throughout the world. Chapter 365, Defying the Upper Realm. A mortal slaying a god. Instantly, Aldous felt that he was extremely close to death. He wanted to resist, but to his despair, the surrounding space seemed to be targeting him. He could not break the law with force, he could only be passively beaten. However, how could the power of the divine realm be something that his current body could resist? The next moment, countless scarlet long sabers pierced through Aldous's demonic body. Pft. Buffed. Blood flowed wildly. The demonic body was filled with hideous bloody holes. And blood was flowing out. Aldous's face turned pale. He looked at Ying Tiandao, who was still thousands of miles away but extremely indifferent. Ying Tiandao, you're really a genius. There aren't many geniuses from our era who can catch up to you. Aldous said weakly. The next moment, he suddenly shouted, but I won't give up just like that. My lord is protecting me. I won't die. As he spoke, Aldous suddenly fell to his knees. His hands were facing up. He prostrated himself deeply. He was like a devout believer. His eyes were filled with crazy faith. Master, your servant, Aldous, has kowtowed. I am willing to use this broken body to receive a trace of your strength. I beg you to descend with divine might and save your most pious servant. It was Aldous's voice. It seemed to pierce through the world with a special fluctuation. It went straight into the depths of the universe. The next moment, there seemed to be a response. A pitch-black pillar of light pierced through countless spaces and descended from the sky. Aldous's face lit up. He could feel a certain power awakening in his body. Behind him, a blurry figure was condensing. He watched as the power in his body grew stronger. Aldous hurriedly stood up. He was extremely excited and roared, "My lord, eternal life! Ying Tiandao, my lord has arrived. Your end is nigh." But before Aldous could finish speaking, suddenly, at some point in time, a red saber shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. Blood-drinking saber. However, this time, it was no longer an illusion. Instead, it was extremely solid. Ying Tiandao slashed out and actually broke through space. The blood-drinking saber crossed thousands of miles of space and arrived in an instant. Noisy. Die. A thunderous roar of anger could be heard. Ying Tiandao seemed to be furious. He was just killing a damaged god. He had not been able to take it down, especially in front of his student. This made Ying Tiandao feel even more embarrassed. He immediately unleashed his full strength. He killed it with lightning speed. There were endless explosions. Aldous, who had been showing off earlier, suddenly froze. He subconsciously looked down. He realized that his body had been sliced into two at some point in time. An extremely sharp saber aura was wantonly ravaging his entire body, even his soul. He was completely erased from this world. Even behind him, the majestic phantom that had just condensed was also destroyed in an instant. So what if it was the phantom of the Heaven Ascension Demon Master? He would still be killed in one slash. Behind him, Bai Wuxian grinned. TSK, a mere phantom condensed from Tao essence is inferior to projections like us. Even if the Heaven Ascension Demon Master is extremely powerful, he's looking down on my second brother too much. A quasi-lord, he is not a random person. You want to act fierce without a true projection? Bai Wuxian mocked mercilessly. On the other side, Aldous's face was ashen. Even the power of the Divine Master's Tao accumulation was instantly destroyed. How strong was this guy? Why did I have to encounter him? I can't accept this. After being suppressed for countless years, I have just broken out of the seal today. Why? Aldous's body was in intense pain. He trembled like a leaf. The monarch of a generation of gods was just as humiliating as other people when he was dying. On his last breath, Aldous grinned weakly. Ying Tiandao. 10 blood shadow warriors. Just you wait. Master has already reached an unbelievable realm. When Master descends, you will also come and accompany me. Ha ha ha. The only response he received was a cold slash from Ying Tiandao. In an instant, his demonic body was reduced to dust, his soul was destroyed. Behind him, Bai Wuxian pursed his lips. You're about to die, yet you're still talking so much nonsense. Who are you scaring? Do you think I don't have a backer? These guys really did not take Aldous's threat seriously, because behind them stood an unbelievable existence. The number one person in ancient times, the Lord of the Blood Sea Space. Even the Heaven Ascension Demon Master was inferior back then. It was also at this moment in the depths of the universe, in a mysterious place infinitely far away, that endless chaotic airflow rolled. Its power was vast and mighty. It was as if any one of the auras was enough to easily destroy a god. Among them, there was a top-notch existence that seemed to have transcended the universe. Sitting cross-legged, he ignored the chaotic airflow. His huge star-like eyes looked into the depths of the starry sky. His voice was like thunder in the sound. of the great Tao, is Aldous dead too? With the arrival of a trace of my power, he was still killed. Who did it? The power of the Tao of Saber, and the great Tao has been organized. Is this the Nine Sabers God Emperor? But it seems that the aura of that little fellow, Ying Tian Dao, has appeared again. Things are getting more and more interesting. His majestic body quietly looked into the depths of the universe. That place seemed to be the edge of the universe. It also seemed to be the core of the great Tao. Layers of space overlapped like a vast maze. He did not care and only muttered softly, "If that little fellow, Ying Tian Dao, killed him, did it mean that you couldn't hold back and started to prepare to do something? Or rather, this was originally your means. And those guys from the Starlight God Dynasty are also starting to feel lonely." Things seem to be getting more and more interesting now. The majestic existence seemed to be talking to some existence through the air. However, there was no response. The tall figure did not care. He merely smiled. As for the death of Aldous, if a servant died, so be it. In this person's eyes, those who could not become master gods were just ants. The next moment, peace returned to this place. It was as if nothing had happened. Similarly, the majestic figure could not be found again. Chapter 366, The Tide of Times. The one with great luck. The moment Aldous died, the world returned to calm. Ying Tian Dao remained expressionless. It was as if the person who had just killed an ancient expert was not him. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the terrifying saber divine domain. He threw the bloodthirsty saber into the sheath on his back. Even if it was just a projection, Ying Tian Dao had never changed his habits. Beside him, there was silence. As the four ancient experts died, everyone's voices seemed to have been deprived at the same time. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ying Tian Dao. Even Chu Feng was shocked. Those were four genuine ancient demons. They were all in their original forms. Among them, there were even 3 divine grade experts. However, he was killed by Ying Tian Dao with just the power of a projection and 3 slashes against the upper realm. It was still extremely easy. He could truly fight against the gods with the power of mortals, and it was as if he still had strength left. This was the most terrifying thing. Gods, that was already a completely different domain. Logically speaking, it was impossible for mortals to fight against gods. A god had opened the spiritual abode, focused his body, and gathered his soul. Every aspect was an insurmountable gap for ordinary experts. The difference was like heaven and earth. How difficult was it to make up for it? But Ying Tian Dao had done it. Bai Wuxian couldn't help but say, "I really don't know how boss and second brother cultivate. These two fellows are about to step into that supreme realm one after another. I'm really envious. I finally know why boss only planned to let second brother come in the beginning. This guy is simply inhuman. I suspect that if the 7 of us attack together now, it will only take 1 slash from second brother to finish us off." Even number 4, who usually did not like to speak, smiled lightly. "Work hard. Just because you were unable to break through previously doesn't mean that you won't be able to in the future. Every great tribulation is also an opportunity." Second brother had just wasted countless years, but he had suddenly broken through recently. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Chu Feng that second brother. Jin Tianji saw everything clearly. If Chu Feng had not cultivated the art of the 9-wave saber, how could second brother take the trouble to cultivate a mortal saber technique? That way, nothing would have happened after that. Jin Tianji sighed. Luck was a miraculous thing. Even top-notch experts could not figure it out. But no one dared to deny it. Luck really existed. Those with great luck could turn the tables and escape even in a desperate situation. However, those who did not have enough luck, even if it was an ordinary adventure, they could still encounter experts passing by and get killed. It was mysterious and unpredictable, but often, there were traces to follow. For example, getting closer to those with great luck. In the mortal world, there were capable officials and generals who assisted a wise ruler to ascend to the throne in chaotic times. When they succeeded, they would be rewarded and conferred titles. This meritorious service would naturally allow them to soar. This was borrowing luck. Actually, it was also a mutually beneficial thing. In ancient times, although they came from the hands of the Blood Sea Spacemaster, they also borrowed the luck of the Blood Sea Spacemaster. Even if the ancient battle was extremely tragic, none of them had died. This was the strength of luck. And now, Jin Tianji couldn't help but look at Chu Feng, who had a harmless smile on his face as if he had become a fan of Ying Tian Dao. He suddenly became extremely certain, this guy is the king of this era, the one with great luck. Third brother, you and number 10 are both thick-skinned. Actually, you can interact more with Chu Feng. Even if you have to pay a price and suffer a loss, it's worth it. Help us, who are not good with words and have some dignity. get closer to him. Since you've already made your choice, don't hesitate. I think boss is right to ask us to help together this time. It's easy to add icing on the cake, but it's difficult to send charcoal in snowy weather. This time, we saved Chu Feng and even saved all the humans on the Earth God planet. This is what Chu Feng owes us. In the future, he has to pay us back, whether he is willing or not. He has already been related to the Grand Pure One Realm's Great Scarlet Sky. Jin Tianji slowly explained. Bai Wuxian couldn't help but nod. Got it. Their conversation couldn't be heard by Chu Feng. Of course, even if he heard it, he probably wouldn't take it to heart. He already understood what Jin Tianji was saying. There was never anything good in this world for no reason. The Blood Sea had taken a fancy to Chu Feng's future. As for Chu Feng, while he was weak, he continued to borrow the might of the Blood Sea. At the end of the day, everything in the world was essentially about benefits. Of course, at this stage, there was no harm to either side. It was just mutual benefit, unless, in the future, Chu Feng suffered a crushing defeat. The people or forces who chose to bet on Chu Feng would be in trouble. However, if Chu Feng were to succeed one day, they would all be rewarded. To Chu Feng, at the very least, the people from the Blood Sea had never threatened or bribed anyone. Even if they had any ulterior motives, they would do it openly. This was to his liking. Therefore, in the future, he might be involved in some shocking vortexes. So be it. Chu Feng had always seen all of this very clearly. Therefore, he had never rejected the help from the Blood Sea, nor did he feel guilty about living under someone else's roof. I'll pay you back in the future, and it will definitely be more than what you did for me. This was what Chu Feng was thinking. The people from the Blood Sea were actually very different from those ancient forces who kept scheming and fighting for the Great Era with their lives. These guys did not want to take the initiative to fight for anything. Instead, they preferred nurturing. Perhaps it was because they were too deeply influenced by the Lord of the Blood Sea space. That person was very lazy. He preferred to govern without doing anything. He could also reach the peak. Everyone in the Blood Sea knew very well that their era had passed. Every great era would have a new emperor. If they spent so much effort to fight with a group of old fellows, not only would they lose their life for nothing, they might not even be able to obtain it. They might as well find someone who looked like the new emperor. They would persuade him emotionally and used benefits to slowly nurture him. In the end, he would lead everyone through the Great Tribulation. This was the right way. Suddenly, everyone's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Ying Tiandao. Ying Tiandao arrived before Chu Feng and said solemnly, "Train your saber well. This is a saber technique that leads straight to the peak. One day, when you comprehend this saber divine domain, you can experience the various mysteries of the divine realm in advance. It will be extremely beneficial for you to break through to the divine rank in the future and even control the divine realm." Chu Feng nodded. Seeing that the person in front of him was about to leave after the fight without hesitation, he hurriedly stopped him. Senior number 2, please wait. What is it? Number 2 turned around and frowned. Please don't leave until I'm done with the last thing. Chu Feng was not polite at all. He searched around. Suddenly, in a flash, Xin Yi and the Grand Supreme Elder, who were already on the verge of death, were lifted up. Senior, you guys can leave after I kill them. Chu Feng explained, I'm really scared by those old guys' projections. Anyway, it seems that anyone can summon these old things. I wonder if all of them have nothing better to do every day. The moment someone summons them, they come. Let's not talk about the Grand Supreme Elder. I'm worried that Xin Yi still has that Demon Emperor's trump card. If he does, Senior, kill him. After Chu Feng finished saying those words, Jin Tianji couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this kid cursing us too? He did it on purpose, right? That seemed to be the case. How bold. At that moment, even Ying Tiandao's face twitched, but he could not be bothered to say anything. He merely nodded lightly, indicating for Chu Feng to do as he pleased. He had never seen the current Demon Emperor. Chapter 367, Execution. Would the Demon Emperor appear? No one knew. But after seeing so many ancient experts descend, it wouldn't be a big deal even if he came. There was no difference. In the middle of the crowd, Xin Yi and the Grand Supreme Elder were like little chicks in Chu Feng's hands. The two of them were in a miserable state. They were already on their last breath. The two of them had been wounded by Ho Wudi's spear earlier, and most of their bodies had been destroyed. At this moment, they were only struggling at death's door. The vitality of extreme A and S rank experts was not bad. At the very least, they were still alive. Chu Feng knew very well that one had to eliminate all evil completely. These two people, one was the leader of the Abyssal Invasion Army, and the other was a traitor of the human race who had released an ancient demon like Yarrow. They were both people he had to kill. there was no need for imprisoning and enslaving them. Chu Feng felt disgusted. Only death could comfort the souls of the soldiers who had died in battle. Chu Feng wanted to hang their heads high in the sky for all humans to see. This was the outcome of an invader. This was the outcome of a traitor. He looked at the two people who were still unconscious. Chu Feng sneered. He did not hesitate to throw out more than 10 drops of life essence to treat their injuries. He wanted to execute the two of them while they were awake. As for the tens of thousands of points wasted, it was nothing. The next moment, with the nourishment of the life essence, Lin Yi and the Grand Supreme Elder began to gradually regain consciousness. Of course, that was all. It was not a life spirit. Life essence was no longer of much use to extreme A and S rank experts. Ahem. With a painful groan, the Grand Supreme Elder was the first to wake up. After all, he was stronger. He was still in a daze. After seeing Feng's face clearly, he roared in fear, "Senior Yarrow, save me." Chu Feng sneered, "Senior Grand Supreme, you're really addicted to being a dog. Stop looking. When you die later, you might be able to chase after him. That guy probably hasn't gone far." Hearing this, the Grand Supreme Elder trembled. He continued to look around, but all around, all the human experts were fine. Furthermore, there were also some illusory figures that made the Grand Supreme Elder tremble. What was even more terrifying was that any one of these figures gave him more pressure than Yarrow. Just a glance was enough to make one unable to breathe. Only Yarrow was missing. As for Aldous and the others who appeared later, he had no idea at all. This Chu Feng, the Grand Supreme Elder was speechless. He had roughly guessed the outcome. He broke out in cold sweat. He frantically thought of ways to save his life. However, Chu Feng could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. At this moment, Lin Yi woke up. He was much calmer than the Grand Supreme Elder. After waking up, he merely looked coldly at Chu Feng. Seeing this, Chu Feng only smiled faintly. "You can say your last words now. When I destroy the abyss in the future, I can tell your father." Lin Yi's eyes were filled with anger. However, he remained silent. "Yo, you have quite a backbone." Chu Feng sneered, "In that case, stop talking. I'll send you on your way." As he spoke, Chu Feng raised the Demon Slayer. He could not be bothered to interrogate Lin Yi anymore. Although this guy's status was not low, his strength was still a little weak. He probably wouldn't know the secrets of the demon race. There was no need to waste any more effort. He raised the Demon Slayer in his hand. He slashed at the Grand Supreme Elder first. Seeing this, the Grand Supreme Elder's eyes were filled with fear and tears flowed out. "Chu Feng, spare my life. I really know my mistake this time. In the future, I will definitely do my best to contribute to our human race. I am the first S-rank warrior of humanity. Humans still need me. I am willing to be your slave. Spare me." Before the Grand Supreme Elder could finish speaking, Chu Feng's Demon Slayer descended without hesitation. His expression was extremely cold. "The human race is ours. You are not worthy of being a human." A huge head fell to the ground. Blood splattered all over Lin Yi's face. The warm blood made Lin Yi's body tremble. Clearly, Lin Yi was not as unyielding as he appeared. Chu Feng merely sneered, "Your Highness, don't be anxious. It's your turn next." Lin Yi was used to living like a prince. He had always been the one to decide the fate of others. When had he ever been judged by others? The lesson was right in front of him. Lin Yi was really flustered. He roared fiercely, "Chu Feng! You dare to kill me? My emperor will definitely not let you off. In this first expedition, we demons were careless and fell into your trap. That was why we lost slightly, but when the next time the Great Sealing Formation loosens, your current victory will be a flash in the pan. At that time, there will be hundreds of S-rank demon venerables and thousands of A-ranked demon kings, forming a true demon king army. There will even be the king-ranked experts of our demon race coming personally. With the demon venerables as generals and the demon kings as soldiers, we will flatten the Earth God planet. You will never know how terrifying the power that our demon race has accumulated over countless years is. For this battle, our demon race has been preparing for tens of thousands of years. How can you ants of all sizes resist the true army of our demon race? One day, my emperor will lead the demon race and unite the Earth God and Earth Abyss. Our emperor will win. The demon race will win. Ha ha ha." In the world, Lin Yi's wild laughter echoed. He was certain that Chu Feng would not let him off. He might as well say whatever he wanted. After saying that, he felt that his thoughts were extremely clear. "If I die, so be it. But you weak humans, sooner or later, all of you will have to accompany me." Lin Yi raised his head and puffed out his chest. Looking fearless, he looked rather heroic. This appearance made Chu Feng want to laugh. "Are you done?" Aren't you happy? Do you still think you're very heroic? Chu Feng burst into laughter. How laughable! Remember, Earth is our home. You guys are just a bunch of despicable invaders. How can you be so righteous? I asked you to say your last words just now, but you didn't. When I'm about to kill you, you start talking nonsense. How despicable! Are you afraid of death? As for your so-called carelessness, you guys were not careless. To deal with an Earth with only a handful of A ranks, you had sent nearly 50 A ranks. Hundreds of millions of demon armies, there were even true extreme A ranks. Half-spirit demon venerables. Top-notch domain protection, there were countless means, if not for the fact that the sealed passageway can only accommodate a limited number of experts, perhaps you would have dispatched the entire demon race here this time. Is this considered careless? Don't flatter yourself. Trash is trash, even though you were well prepared, you were still wiped out by us humans, trash. In the end, Your Highness Lin Yi, please widen your eyes and see clearly. You didn't lose just a little, you were crushed, you lost so badly that you lost your pants. You, the leader of the expeditionary army, the honorable prince, are also a prisoner of us humans. You are helplessly waiting for our judgment. Are you sad? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 368, Slaying a Heavenly Talent. The Demon Emperor appears. As Chu Feng spoke, he could not help but laugh, because he saw that Xianya's expression had turned extremely ugly again. It was as if Chu Feng had struck a sore spot, but he was unable to refute it. His eyes were filled with despair. Chu Feng smiled in satisfaction. Killing alone was boring. It was more interesting to kill someone after mentally crushing them. Now, it was time to send Xianyi on his way. Chu Feng raised his blade and slashed down. Amidst the roar of the demon slayer, Xianyi's head was severed, blood splattered all over the ground. Until he died, Xianyi could not close his eyes. He was originally a rare peerless genius of the demon race and had an endless beautiful future. Back then, he had even taken over as the leader of the expeditionary army in high spirits. He imagined himself expanding the territory of the demon race and achieving eternal dominance. But why was he killed here? His siblings would probably be very happy. For some reason, at the last moment before his consciousness dissipated, a strange thought flashed across Xianya's mind. Peace returned to the world. Ying Tiandao and the others did not feel anything, they had seen too many dead people. However, Ho Wudi and the others seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes could not help but tear up. The culprit who had wreaked havoc on Earth had finally been eliminated. It could be considered revenge for their compatriots who had died in this war. Their sacrifice had not been in vain. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly faced Ying Tiandao and the others and said, "Seniors, if any changes happen to this fellow's corpse later, ignore everything else and beat him up. No matter who it is, if they were to reincarnate in this guy's body, just kill them." Ying Tiandao nodded. He was not in a hurry to return. In any case, the power of this projection had not been consumed much. For killing Aldous and the others, he had only made 3 slashes. He could still last for a long time. As for the others, they were not exhausted at all. Everyone was waiting. They didn't say anything. A full hour passed, but nothing happened. Even Bai Wuxian felt that Chu Feng was being too cautious. It was one thing to watch over corpses, but who would wait for hours? Furthermore, even he could not sense any other experts hiding on Xianya's corpse. He pursed his lips. "Kid, are you still waiting?" Chu Feng said without hesitation, "Wait. Wait until the projections of all the seniors dissipate on your own. If that demon emperor still doesn't come out by then, I'll admit it. However, I reckon that he won't be able to outlast you guys. After all, Xianyi is already dead. If he's just a carrier, he won't be able to last long." Bai Wuxian wanted to say something else. The next moment, his lazy eyes suddenly narrowed. He stared fixedly at Xianya's dead body. Amidst his shock, he immediately roared, "Who is it? Come out!" The next moment, including Ying Tiandao, without any communication, the 8 blood shadow warriors attacked together without hesitation, like 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their abilities. The sky was filled with gorgeous colors. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. There was really an expert hiding. Everyone was shocked. Had Chu Feng really guessed correctly? At that moment, all of a sudden, a soft sigh could be heard. It was a thick middle-aged male voice. He was full of energy. "Sigh, why bother? I'm just an incarnation that I casually condensed. I'm not your match. Is there a need for the 8 of you to attack together?" His voice was still echoing in the sky. However, everyone realized that an illusory figure instantly leaped out from Xianya's corpse. Then, he tapped his feet lightly, as if it contained a great mystery, like searching for flowers in the fog. He calmly dodged the attacks of the 8 experts. Ying Tiandao's eyes narrowed, a hint of seriousness flashed across his eyes. Instantly, his saber technique changed again, a vast power surged at the tip of the blade. It was far beyond the previous art of the 9-wave saber, clearly. Ying Tiandao was serious. This time, no matter how impressive the Phantom's movement technique was, he was still unable to dodge calmly. His aura also began to fluctuate. Seeing this, the Phantom sighed again. Senior should be one of the 3 ancient divine sabermen, Ying Tiandao. I've heard a lot about you. This incarnation of mine shouldn't be your match. I hope you can show mercy. As he spoke, the Phantom retreated instantly. He actually managed to move out of the attack range of Ying Tiandao and the others. This method was terrifying. A tall figure wearing a purple gold crown and a demonic dragon robe stood quietly between heaven and earth. There was a calm smile on his face. Even though he was surrounded by 8 experts, his demeanor did not decrease. The current emperor of the demon race, Asmodeus. A legend of the demon race, the man chuckled. Everyone. There's no need to be like this. With everyone here, I can't do anything. It's just that I have some things to ask little friend Chu Feng. I'm very curious. As he spoke, the tall figure did not care if Ying Tiandao and the others agreed. He turned around and looked at Chu Feng. He smiled faintly. Little fellow, I'm very curious. Why are you so sure that Year has my incarnation? Even Year himself didn't know about this. I think I hit it perfectly. Even Ying Tiandao and the others could not see through it, let alone you. Then what made you so determined to watch over the corpse? This supreme leader of the demon race was like an ordinary elder next door. They chatted casually. He asked Chu Feng. There was no demonic aura on his body. It was even difficult to tell if he was a demon. This was the greatest leader of the demon race since ancient times. His existence directly determined the absolute dominance of the demon race in the entire abyss. Even if there was a resistance force like the revolutionary army of the 10,000 races, it was actually deliberately left behind by him. It was to find something for the little devils to do. At this moment, this legendary demon emperor was really curious. Originally, he had planned to wait for the projection of Ying Tiandao and the others to dissipate before doing something. With his strength, no one could stop him. But who would have thought that this little fellow in front of him would actually wait for more than an hour without any basis? And from the looks of it, he was planning to continue defending. He was not anxious at all. If he still did not come out, his incarnation would really dissipate. After all, the power contained in the vessel was limited. He had no choice but to reveal himself. Therefore, he was extremely curious. Could it be that this human little fellow called Chu Feng could predict the future? Once Lin Yi died, his incarnation was activated at the same time. Therefore, the demon emperor roughly understood what had happened. Only then did he realize that his expeditionary army seemed to have been defeated by this little fellow in front of him. This made the demon emperor even more interested. He waited for Chu Feng's answer with great interest. Little fellow, don't worry. Although I'm your enemy, I think I'm quite upright. Today, I said that I wouldn't do anything else, so I'll naturally keep my promise. So, why? Worried that Chu Feng would not answer, the demon emperor even explained. He was really interested. Chu Feng looked at the majestic figure before him and felt a trace of fear in his heart. At that moment, a trace of Ying Tiandao's power seeped in. Only then did Chu Feng return to normal. He calmed himself down and said indifferently, because I'm afraid of death. What? This time, even the demon emperor was stunned. That's all. Chapter 369, ending. 1-year agreement, ultimate battle, afraid of death? After Chu Feng said that, everyone was stunned. Even Bai Wuxian and the others could not help but raise their eyebrows. Was this the reason you're waiting here? Why? Seeing everyone's puzzled gazes, Chu Feng explained indifferently, it's because I'm afraid of death. I'm worried that after the seniors leave, if another ancient expert appears, the earth will still be in danger and I will die. Then wouldn't everything I did previously be in vain? It's just waiting a little longer. At most, I'll just stay here for a day. So what? Compared to the consequences, so what if I have to wait another 10 days? This question is very simple. Alright? This time around, it was Chu Feng who was confused. Do you all think that I have divine foresight and can predict the future? What nonsense was this? If even an expert like Ying Tiandao could not see through it, how could I, Chu Feng, discover it? Fools naturally had their own ways. Sometimes, the simplest method was also the most effective. Bai Wuxian took a deep breath and was speechless. So you had no evidence at all? Then were you so sure that we should just wait here? Chu Feng nodded matter-of-factly. Why not? This time, I didn't ask you to risk your life. It's just standing on the street. At most, it will be a waste of time, but then again, is that really a waste of your time? How could one doing something for their family be a waste of time? It would be a waste not to use the help. Seeing Chu Feng's righteous expression, Bai Wuxian felt speechless. Damn, this kid is so bad. However, the demon emperor came back to his senses and chuckled. In that case, why did you say that the carrier of my incarnation can't outlast them? If you didn't know in advance, how could you be so sure? Chu Feng rolled his eyes. I already said that I didn't know. To think that you're the emperor of the demon race. Is there a problem with your comprehension? I was just bluffing you. Who knows if you're hiding anything? Anyway, it's not like I'll lose anything by saying a few words. I didn't expect you to really believe me. Chu Feng mocked him mercilessly. Since he was a mortal enemy, there was nothing to be afraid of. It would be better if he was infuriated to death. Chu Feng discovered that this group of old fellows did not like to use their brains. Their methods were all rigid. He still did what he had done 10,000 years ago. After living for so long, some habits had become fixed. He was mocked by Chu Feng. The demon emperor merely chuckled. I see. We were careless. Young people are just more creative. We're all old. Chu Feng could not be bothered to say anything. What's the point of putting on an act? The demon emperor in front of him was an incarnation. Otherwise, no matter the price, Chu Feng would have to join forces with Ying Tiandao and the others to capture this fellow. The humans and demons were old enemies. Old enemies. The kind of hatred that could not be resolved. Furthermore, the performance of this demon emperor also made Chu Feng's heart heavy. He was too calm, even though he was being insulted by Chu Feng, who was merely an ant in his eyes. He merely smiled as if he did not care. He was too shrewd. It was impossible to see through him. This was the most terrifying thing. Such an enemy was far more difficult to deal with than those who were strong but simple-minded. Chu Feng knew very well, he and all the humans on Earth would have to face this demon emperor sooner or later. At that time, who would win? Would depend on their own means. As for dragging the people from the Blood Sea into this, Chu Feng had thought about it. However, the people from the Blood Sea were not humans after all. They had their own considerations. They could not go to war with the demon race for the sake of the human race. Chu Feng understood that. The people of the Blood Sea had never taken a fancy to the entire human race, but only to Chu Feng. To put it bluntly, if Chu Feng were to die one day, at that time, who would care about the lives of the humans on Earth? It had nothing to do with them. They did not have that obligation. They were only helping Chu Feng. As he pondered, the demon emperor suddenly spoke. He glanced at everyone and smiled faintly. All right, the doubts in my heart have been resolved. It's time for me to leave. It's my honor to be able to see all the seniors today. If you don't mind, you can come to the Heaven Ascension Divine Palace as a guest. The door of the demon race will forever be open to all the seniors. As he spoke, the demon emperor actually took the initiative to bow. He smiled and greeted everyone. It was as if they were not mortal enemies. Instead, they were like old friends saying goodbye. He even tried to sow discord between Chu Feng and the people from the Blood Sea, no matter what Ying Tiandao and the others were thinking. Perhaps it was useless, but what if? It was as Chu Feng had said. It was not like he would lose out by saying anything. He was just learning how to use it. The next moment, the demon emperor's incarnation slowly turned illusory. He was really going to dissipate on his own accord. It was not easy to come to the Earth God planet. With the strength of his incarnation, if he really wanted to do something and paid a price, he might really be able to break through the obstruction of Ying Tiandao. Everyone had seen the battle just now. Using his full strength, Ying Tiandao was only on par with the demon emperor. One was a projection, and the other was an incarnation. There was no fundamental difference. With this in mind, the demon emperor's main body must be unbelievably powerful, but he was actually willing to take the initiative to disperse his incarnation. This boldness was not something an ordinary person could possess. The next moment, just as the demon emperor's projection was about to completely dissipate, he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly spoke. His voice rumbled and instantly pierced through the world. By the way, little fellow, I might as well tell you. There's still about a year before the next weakening period of the Great Sealing Formation. Cherish this period of time. A year later, I will mobilize the power of the entire Abyss at all costs to flatten all obstacles and unite the Earth God planet and the Abyss. Also, I have already memorized your aura. Unless you stay on the Earth God planet forever, as long as you head to the abyss and are discovered by me, I will use the entire demon race to hunt you down. I know how difficult it is to deal with you geniuses, so I won't underestimate you at all. Little friend, good luck. His voice gradually faded, the demon emperor's phantom also completely dissipated from the world. The crisis was resolved, however, everyone was still silent. Chu Feng frowned, the demon emperor looked very confident. This was not a good sign. Furthermore, Chu Feng discovered that because of the butterfly effect of his rebirth, the development of the situation in this life had far deviated from his previous life. It was not difficult to tell from the demon emperor's tone, there would not be a second or third abyssal demonic tide. The next time might be the final battle. Humans would be facing countless top-notch experts, demon kings, and demon venerables. Would the demon emperor even come personally? No one knew. Chu Feng only knew it would be a catastrophe, a world-destroying battle between the human and demon races. Chapter 370, War Reward, Epic Grade Heaven-defying Reward. At that moment, all the Earthlings could not help but fall into deep thought. A year later, the demon army would arrive. The weakest would probably be an A-rank demon king, with a large number of S-rank and even SS-rank experts. With only a few weak humans, how could they resist? Just Chu Feng alone. This was a battle between races. No matter how strong Chu Feng was, his strength alone was limited. Unless Chu Feng became a god a year later, at that time, the sealed passageway would probably not be able to accommodate a divine-grade expert to pass. In this way, Chu Feng could turn the tables by himself. But was that possible? Even in the ancient times when there were many geniuses and abundant resources, it was impossible for one to become a god in a year. Going further back, in the Star Era, there was still none. Even the powerful master of the Blood Sea space, the Heaven Ascension Demon Master, and the Desolate God had to go through a long period of time before they finally ascended to the deity position. Therefore, he could give up on this path. Chu Feng himself had never thought about it. The only way to survive was to improve the entire human race. If everyone was like a dragon and there were many geniuses, a large number of A-ranks and even S-rank experts would appear. There might still be hope for humans a year later. Chu Feng's eyes flickered. Perhaps he could only rely on it, the ancient realm of the Desolate God, the place where humans had risen in his previous life. One must know that the human experts in his previous life had not been led by Chu Feng. Until the end of the first abyssal demonic tide, there were only about 20 human grade A experts combined. However, after discovering the ancient realm of the Desolate God, the number of human experts rapidly increased. It was a place with endless opportunities, a world of pure data and online games, with the best cultivation land, a large number of precious resources, and a true master leading the way. The ancient realm of the Desolate God seemed to be a place of inheritance, specially left behind by the ancient humans. In his previous life, Chu Feng had risen from there. A year was not long, but to those geniuses, it was enough. In such a chaotic era, a true prodigy would grow at an astonishing speed. This was the power of the times, this was the trend. Thinking about it, he felt a little more at ease. There was hope. As Chu Feng pondered, Ying Tiandao suddenly spoke. Chu Feng, do you think we can leave now? After what had just happened, Ying Tiandao felt that it was necessary to ask Chu Feng first, no matter what this guy's reason was. In short, his vigilance towards danger even surpassed theirs. This might also be a talent. Hearing the voice of Ying Tiandao, Chu Feng suddenly returned to his senses. He was confused. You guys, why are you still here? The fight is over. Why aren't you leaving? Are you going to stay here and wait for me to take care of your meals? Ying Tiandao looked up at the sky. He did not want to say anything else. This kid was really a bastard. Burning the bridge after crossing it, beating up the monks after they did the service, yelling at the cook after the meal. They didn't say anything. The projections dissipated. Behind him, Bai Wuxian winked at Chu Feng as if he was praising him. How dare he speak to second brother like that? Brave. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Senior Bai Wuxian, is your face paralyzed? Bai Wuxian's expression froze. After a long while, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. All right, kid, just you wait. Don't fall into my hands the next time you cultivate. Then he disappeared and left. Enough is enough. After that, the others also greeted Chu Feng and left. They did not dare to say anything. They were afraid that Chu Feng would mock them and make them angry for the entire day. It was not worth it. When it was Louis's turn, she was still cold. With a flick of her finger, she returned the realm heart to Chu Feng. However, she said something else. Outside the realm wall, I've left behind the method to control it, as well as some of my experience when I was cultivating my domain. I've also left behind the method to let the domain fuse with the special characteristics of ultimate treasures. If you have the chance, you can try it. It should be able to help you during the lightning tribulation. Your lightning tribulation must be extraordinary. You must wait until you have accumulated enough before trying. Don't die. Then, she dissipated. Chu Feng curled his lip. She was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Can't you just say that you care about me? In the end, only number 4 was left. He was not good with words. He smiled and nodded at Chu Feng. I'm very satisfied with your performance. There's nothing much to say. You just need to understand more about battle formations. Follow your path. Let's go. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly became extremely serious. He cupped his fists respectfully in the air. His eyes were sincere as he shouted, "Thank you all for your help from such a long distance away. Chu Feng will not forget your kindness." Behind him, Ho Wudi and the other Earthlings also spontaneously straightened their backs, hammered their chests with their right fists, and roared in unison, "Humans will never forget this kindness." Their voice shook the universe. The birds flew together. In the space, Ying Tiandao and the others, who were traveling, didn't say anything, but a smile appeared on their faces. Interesting kid, interesting humans. So, I wish you victory a year later. The demon race is very strong, but why do I always feel that the final victor will be you guys? A strange feeling. On the other side, after sending off these outsiders, Chu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. They were gone, they were finally gone. The current Earth was undoubtedly the world of humans. Perhaps there were still some suppressed demons in the deep pit, but there were no traitors like the Grand Supreme Elder. Let them stay inside for now. One day, when he was strong enough, he would fish them out bit by bit and kill them. Chu Feng suddenly felt extremely relaxed. It was a relaxation from the depths of his soul. He knew that time was tight, and a year later, the demon race would sweep over again. But at this moment, Chu Feng wanted to do nothing and lie down as much as he wanted. The others were similar to Chu Feng. Everyone was lying haphazardly on large rocks. The Kunlun Mountains did not lack stones. There was no difference in size or rank. They basked in the sunlight comfortably. They breathed heavily. Not long after, someone actually started snoring. At that moment, the pillars of humanity had completely let down their guard and were enjoying this moment of peace without restraint. Everyone knew when they woke up this time, perhaps they would never have the time to squander again. That would be another bitter battle. Chu Feng felt as if he was about to fall asleep. In a daze, he seemed to have heard countless notifications coming from the golden ranking lists. It rang non-stop. His brain seemed to be about to explode. However, Chu Feng forcefully blocked the sound. Who cared? He would sleep first. But before he fell asleep, Chu Feng seemed to have heard a voice. Ding. Due to the fact that the human, Chu Feng, had performed perfectly in the first abyssal demonic tide, killed the son of the demon emperor and the traitor of the human race, and repeatedly defeated powerful enemies, after calculation, the special reward for you is 4.385 billion points. We hope you can continue working hard. Chapter 371, Purchase. Desolate God Ancient Painting. The notification from the golden ranking lists was very loud. Unfortunately, Chu Feng had blocked it. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Otherwise, if Chu Feng heard the contents of the reward, he probably could not sleep well. He slept for an entire day and night. When he woke up, it was already late at night. Chu Feng stretched lazily. He looked around. He realized that the others had long woken up and left. He was the only one left at the top of the Kunlun Mountains. No one came to disturb him. The reason for that was because everyone knew how much effort Chu Feng had expended in this battle. In the sky, a bright moon emitted a hazy light. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng felt relaxed. He smiled faintly. I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. Before I went to sleep, there seemed to be a lot of news from the golden ranking lists? Puzzled, Chu Feng opened his personal information panel. Suddenly, a series of bullet-like notifications filled the entire screen. Chu Feng's eyes widened. What? What is this? He casually flipped through a few. Ding. Human, Chu Feng, has cooperated with someone to kill an ordinary A-rank demon king, Kuo. Reward, 500,000 points. Additional 50% bonus points for killing demons, a total of 250,000 points. Successful cross-rank killing of someone 3 ranks higher. Additional reward 10,000%. Total reward, 75 million points. Ding. Human, Chu Feng, has cooperated with someone to kill a high-grade A-rank demon king Iron Pagoda. Reward, 1 million points. Additional 50% bonus points for killing demons, a total of 500,000 points. Successfully killed someone 3 levels above you. Additional points rewarded 10,000%. A total of 150 million points rewarded. There was a lot of such information, so much that Chu Feng's heart trembled, and they were all cooperative kills. In the end, Chu Feng saw 2 familiar names. Ding. Human, Chu Feng, has killed an ordinary A-rank demon king, Lin Yi. Reward, 5 million points. Additional 50% bonus points for killing demons. A total of 2.5 million points. Successful killing of someone 3 ranks higher. Additional reward 10,000%. Total reward, 750 million points. Ding. Human, Chu Feng, has killed a great S-human traitor, Grand Supreme Elder. Honor reward, 1.5 billion points. Then, he scrolled to the end, he saw the jaw-dropping number. Chu Feng was instantly stunned, the exclamations even broke through the clouds. 4.3 billion? Damn! So much? I've never seen so many points in my previous life and in this life. Not to mention possessing it, he had really never seen it before. Chu Feng stared at the screen without moving, he even forgot to breathe, he felt as if the sky was scattering coins. So many points. After resting for a long time, Chu Feng reluctantly accepted this fact. He sized it up carefully. To his surprise, he realized that he had never accomplished those so-called cooperative kills. They were all unfamiliar names. Furthermore, their strength was very ordinary. At most, they were high-level A-rank demon kings. His opponents in battle were either peak A or ultimate A. When had he ever killed an ordinary A? Cooperative killing. Chu Feng seemed to have understood something. Could it be that because I led the humans to defeat the demons in the end, the golden ranking lists think that I contributed to everyone's killing of the enemy? Thinking about it carefully, that was indeed the case. Without Chu Feng, no one else had the chance to kill the demon kings. They would have been killed by Lin Yi. These points contributed the most. There were more than 2 billion points. The rest was Lin Yi's contribution of 750 million. Chu Feng felt disdain. The son of the demon emperor was difficult to kill, but in the end, he was only gave so few points? However, Chu Feng knew very well that the golden ranking lists did not care about the identity of the enemy. It only depended on their rank and strength. 5 million points was already quite a lot for an ultimate a fair price. In the end, he killed the Grand Supreme Elder. The golden ranking list said honor killing, which was more interesting. Firstly, there was definitely no point reward for killing humans. Naturally, the crossgrade rule was not applicable, otherwise, Chu Feng would have killed an enemy 4 ranks above him, and the reward would be 1,000 times. Secondly, even if there were crossgrade rules, could killing a great S-demon venerable be worth tens of billions of points? Chu Feng wondered if the golden ranking lists were that bold. Furthermore, the resources on the golden ranking lists were definitely limited. In his previous life, the purchasing power was insufficient, so it was impossible to reach the purchasing limit. However, in this life, as Chu Feng came into contact with more and more secrets and experts, he figured it out. The treasures on the golden ranking list should have been left behind by the 10 great master gods of the human race. It was definitely not infinite. If Chu Feng really killed an S-rank demon venerable in the golden ranking list would reward him with 10 billion points, then no matter how many treasures there were, they would all be emptied by Chu Feng, just one powerful person? This was not in line with the arrangements of the master gods, therefore, perhaps there was a limit. Chu Feng had no idea, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Anyway, he was at most comparable to an ordinary grade S expert. Killing them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Seeing the long string of numbers on the screen before him, Chu Feng's heart trembled. The points on the golden ranking lists were very valuable. Although it was not as good as the Starry Sky golden ranking list, Chu Feng was still very weak, not even a rank. He actually could not use many of the treasures on the Starry Sky golden ranking list. The human golden ranking lists were the most suitable for the current Chu Feng. The next moment, Chu Feng instantly disappeared. He dived directly into the deep sea. This place was quiet. Since he had money, it was not Chu Feng's character to not use it. The first thing that Chu Feng wanted the most was the Desolate God ancient painting. You had said that if he obtained this thing, he would have a chance to control the entire ancient realm of the Desolate God. Chu Feng knew very well how precious the ancient realm of the Desolate God was. In his previous life, after the first abyssal demonic tide, humans had accidentally discovered the ancient realm of the Desolate God while training in the abyss. Only then could it be opened. But in reality, the location of the ancient realm of the Desolate God was not fixed. Its whereabouts were erratic. that was why it had been hidden for so many years without being discovered by the demon race. According to the development in his previous life, if he waited slowly, perhaps it would be discovered by humans one day. However, Chu Feng could not wait. He was worried that because of the butterfly effect, what if humans could not discover the ancient realm of the Desolate God? He could only obtain the Desolate God ancient painting as soon as possible. According to the map, he could find the ancient realm of the Desolate God and bring it back to the first level of the abyss, or simply place it on Earth, to strengthen the entire human race. This was the right way. Thus, Chu Feng simply opened the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. At the top, the Desolate God ancient painting, which was priced at 10 billion, was ranked first. Chu Feng took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had a 50% discount. In addition, the wartime exchange system was another 50% discount. He only needed to pay a quarter of the price to get it, that was 2.5 billion points. Although it was still an astronomical price, Chu Feng could afford it. Without hesitation, he clicked on the purchase button. The notification for the golden ranking list sounded, ding. Do you wish to purchase the special item, Desolate God Ancient Painting? Original price is 10 billion. War exchange discount is 5 billion. Ding. Confirmed that human, Chu Feng, possesses 50% discount purchase privilege on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. Final price, 2.5 billion. Confirm. Without even thinking, Chu Feng pressed accept. Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining a special item. Desolate God Ancient Painting. Item Introduction. Chapter 372, Crazy Purchases. Pet Beast Super Combination Evolution. After the notification from the golden ranking lists, points balance, 1.885 billion points, Chu Feng saw his points balance shrink by more than half. His heart seemed to be bleeding. This might be the largest order on the golden ranking lists in history. The next moment, a golden light enveloped him. A miniature scroll with golden patterns slowly landed in Chu Feng's hand. The golden pattern scroll slowly unfolded. It was 1 meter long and less than half a meter wide, compared to its price. It felt too petite. However, Chu Feng did not care about that. He looked at the various things in the painting. An indescribable excitement suddenly erupted from his eyes. It's this one. This painting is the condensed version of the ancient realm of the Desolate God. Chu Feng had been to the ancient realm of the Desolate God countless times in his previous life. He naturally knew all of the arrangements like the back of his hand: Central Hall, Combat Logistics Depot, Mercenary Camp, Cultivation Center. Chu Feng knew them like the back of his hand. When he saw the center of the painting, where a towering gray tower seemed to be about to pierce through the painting, Chu Feng could not help but take a deep breath. And this ancient desolate pagoda. It could be said to be the core of the ancient realm of the Desolate God. It had all kinds of heaven-defying effects. Chu Feng was shocked. His eyes lit up. Quick. Acknowledge me as your master. It would be disrespectful for him to delay claiming such a treasure a second late. Chu Feng threw out a drop of blood. It landed on the painting. The blood was slowly devoured. A moment later, Chu Feng felt a faint close connection with the painting. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. He found it unbelievable. Hiss. Is this considered a success? I become the master of the ancient realm of the Desolate God? Is it that simple? Chu Feng felt that it was unrealistic. How could it be so simple? As he pondered, Chu Feng subconsciously sent his spiritual energy into the painting. He wanted to see if he could trigger any changes. However, no matter what Chu Feng did, the painting seemed to have fallen silent. There was no reaction at all. Chu Feng was stunned. Don't tell me this thing is fake? Then, he continued to try. He used all kinds of methods. After a long time, Chu Feng realized that it was useless for him to mess around. There was no physical counterpart at all. Even if he tore through the painting, he did not know what would happen in the ancient realm of the Desolate God. There was nothing to be tested. He sighed helplessly. Chu Feng muttered to himself, forget it, let's find the ancient realm of the Desolate God first. After all, it's a product of the golden ranking list, and it's so expensive. It's impossible for it to be fake. There's a high chance that I haven't found the right method. Chu Feng gave up. He planned to find the ancient realm of the Desolate God first. After so many attempts just now, he had already discovered that he could locate the ancient realm of the Desolate God through the painting. Chu Feng sensed that the ancient realm of the Desolate God seemed to be very far away, with only a faint light spot, perhaps in the depths of the abyss. Chu Feng sighed. Although he already knew, there was still some pressure. After all, the Demon Emperor had already said that as long as Chu Feng dared to go to the abyss, he would use the entire clan to hunt him down. But could he not go? Impossible. If he did not go to the abyss, where would he get resources and opportunities? If he did not go to the abyss and cultivated bitterly on earth for a year, Chu Feng estimated that he would not even be able to transcend the A-rank lightning tribulation, not to mention fighting the demon army a year later. Right now, he could only try his best to hide his identity and improve himself. He had to make good use of the remaining huge number of points. He put away the desolate god ancient painting. Chu Feng began to think about how to use the remaining points to maximize the effect. The first thing he thought of was the art of the nine-wave saber. After seeing Ying Tiandao's art of the nine-wave saber, Chu Feng no longer looked down on the technique. This was an extremely profound saber technique, especially the last 3 stages. They were simply too powerful. Therefore, he had to buy the complete art of the nine-wave saber, of course. This was very easy for the current Chu Feng. He casually opened the Supernatural Power Golden ranking list and found the art of the nine-wave saber as a sub-legendary grade supernatural power. The complete price was 10 million, wartime exchange price 5 million. As it was not on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list, Chu Feng could not use his 50% discount privilege. Of course, it was just 5 million, so he paid it casually. Chu Feng began to ponder again. Before the war exchange system ended, Chu Feng planned to buy everything he could. He had to reap the maximum benefits. Except for recreational activities like opening mystery boxes, which were not included in the wartime exchange system, everything else was half price. This could save a large number of points. What else should I buy? Chu Feng pondered. Now, his strength had almost reached its limit. Unless he survived the lightning tribulation, it would be very difficult for him to increase his strength by improving a small realm. For example, breaking through to the B rank and A rank would not be of much use. In that case, he could only start from his side. Chu Feng thought of his pet beasts as pet beasts that had been following him everywhere. The increase in their strength was actually equivalent to the increase in Chu Feng's strength. If the pet beasts could break through to the S rank, their help to Chu Feng would undoubtedly soar. Their strength might even surpass Chu Feng's. For example, the ancient ancestral dragon, that guy had always been fighting across realms. At this moment, it had just entered the A rank, and its true combat power was comparable to a peak A rank. With a little training, it would be comparable to an ultimate A rank. If Chu Feng were to allow it to break through to the S rank at all costs, its strength, even Chu Feng himself did not dare to imagine. With a plan in mind, he began to move without hesitation. There was a benefit on the Pet Beast Golden ranking list. It was to calculate the most suitable evolution plan for each pet beast. Chu Feng liked to call it the super evolution combination. By combining different precious resources, one could achieve the most efficient evolution. However, the price was very high compared to the pet beast's own breakthrough. The resources required for the super evolution combination might be several times, or even dozens of times, more. The more it increased, the higher the consumption. Back then, even if he could have allowed the ancestral dragon to break through to the A rank earlier, Chu Feng would not have been willing to do so. The ancestral dragon had broken through on its own in the Blood Sea, but now, Chu Feng had so much money that he had nowhere to spend it. Naturally, he turned his attention to this super evolution combination. It could also be considered as adding more protection for his upcoming trip to the abyss. He opened the ancestral dragon's pet beast interface and selected the conditions. The next moment, a bunch of combination conditions suddenly appeared before Chu Feng. This was supposed to be a good thing. This meant that he had a wider range of choices. However, after Chu Feng saw the required points for each combination, his heart turned cold. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over Chu Feng's head. What a scam! Chapter 373, a sense of security made from money. For S-rank pet beasts, it was no wonder that Chu Feng was so excited. What was the difference between this and robbery? Just now, Chu Feng had screened the methods to allow the ancient ancestral dragon to break through to the S rank. There were many results, however, each of them made Chu Feng's heart ache. Combination 1 increased the efficiency of evolution by 50 times. Reach low-grade S rank within 15 days. Resources required: Taiyi Longevity Grass 1, Heavenly Green Void Dragon Pill 2, 9-turn Ice Heart Flower 1. Total points required: 500 million. Combination 2, increase the efficiency of evolution by 100 times and reach the low-grade S rank within 7 days. Resources required: Taiji Life Devouring Pill 5, Primordial Chaos Dragon Heartbone 2, 9-turn Ice Heart Flower 5. Total points required: 1 billion. Combination 3, increase the efficiency of evolution by 500 times and reach low-grade S rank within 3 days. Resources required: Dragon Tiger Immortal Pill 1, Purple Golden Dragon Marrow 1. 9-turn Ice Heart Flower 20. Total points required: 2 billion. Chu Feng understood, the shorter the time needed to advance, the more terrifying the price, and it was growing exponentially. There was a difference of 1 billion between reaching S rank in 3 days and 7 days. This was too expensive. One had to know that this was only an advancement to the S rank. Chu Feng knew that forcibly increasing their rank without damaging their foundation would definitely consume a lot of resources, but he did not expect that it's actually so terrifying. If he hadn't obtained the astronomical reward of points this time, with just a glance, Chu Feng felt that he would faint. Fortunately, it was still wartime, and with his 50% discount privilege, he only needed 1/4 of the price to get it. In this way, advancing in 7 days only required 250 million. He only needed 500 million to advance in 3 days. It was still acceptable. However, Chu Feng's heart was still bleeding. If it were any other time, Chu Feng would not have wasted it like this. Let the ancestral dragon slowly advance. However, at this critical moment, Chu Feng could only be generous. He gritted his teeth. He chose the combination of 3 days to advance. Chu Feng estimated that he would only be able to stay on Earth for a day or two before going to the abyss. The faster the pet beast advanced, the better. In an instant, Chu Feng looked at his balance. He had lost another 500 million. He was barely able to control his emotions. Before he realized it, his spending units had gone from 10,000 to 1 million, 10 million, and now, it had even transformed into 100 million. Perhaps the total consumption of humans on Earth was not even a fraction of his. Chu Feng was speechless. He shook his head. He continued to look at the other pet beasts. Chu Feng was not someone who favored one over the other. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the remaining pet beasts. Nightmare-ingesting Beast King, Skeleton King, and Corpse Dragon King. Even the half-spirit demon Venerable was among them. Of course, Chu Feng had no intention of improving it. This fellow should still have a main body. If he were to devour his other main body, he should be able to break through to the S rank, so he would not waste money now. Then, he opened the Nightmare-ingesting Beast King's interface. The Nightmare-ingesting Beast King had followed him the longest. Chu Feng did not want it to be left behind. A few combination choices also appeared. However, the Nightmare-ingesting Beast King required much less points than the Ancestral Dragon. After all, the ancient Ancestral Dragon was a true divine beast, the Emperor of Dragons. As for the Nightmare-ingesting Beast King, even if it had undergone a qualitative transformation and its level had increased greatly, it was still inferior to the Ancestral Dragon. The first combination required 100 million points to break through to the S rank in 15 days. Combination 2 required 300 million points to break through in 7 days. Combination 3 was breaking through in 3 days and required 800 million points. This time, Chu Feng was mentally prepared. He did not waste his breath. He chose combination 3, 200 million was deducted again. When it was the Skeleton King's turn, Chu Feng discovered that its intelligence seemed to have improved. He seemed to understand that there were going to be benefits. The dark flames in the skull throbbed even more violently. Generally speaking, the intelligence of the undead was very low. Even if they had reached the A rank, most of them could only follow their instincts. Chu Feng was very gratified by the Skeleton King's performance. Could this guy be quite special? He looked at the Corpse Dragon King beside him, which was still a fool. In comparison, the difference was obvious. Chu Feng thought to himself, if he continued to nurture it, would this special Skeleton King eventually become a true Skeleton Emperor? That was an existence comparable to a master god. It just so happened that it was in charge of the hundreds of millions of undead army for him. In this beautiful longing, Chu Feng also chose the super revolution for the Skeleton King and Corpse Dragon King within 3 days. The price for the Skeleton King was higher. After the discount, he spent 100 million. The Corpse Dragon King was much cheaper. After the discount, he only spent 50 million. By this time, Chu Feng finished making arrangements for all his pet beasts. 3 days later, he would have 4 true S-rank creatures under his command. After that, walking in the abyss would be much safer. After all, this was a sense of security that came from spending money. However, Chu Feng looked at his balance and wanted to cry. There were originally more than 4 billion, but now there was only 1 billion left. It shrunk by more than half. He only hoped that these guys would not disappoint him. Chapter 374, another quasi-divine artifact treasure, Guardian Shield. He had 1 billion points left. Chu Feng pondered for a moment. He did not know what else he could do. He did not want to waste it casually. After all, he did not know when he would be able to obtain such a huge number of points again. But if he just kept it like this, he would feel indignant. If points could not be converted into strength, actually, it was useless. He and the humans did not have much time left. A year later, if they could not defeat the abyssal demon race, it would be useless no matter how many points they accumulated. Suddenly, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. How could I have forgotten about it? Open the mystery treasure chests. Not only could he draw a large number of cultivation resources to help the entire human race cultivate, but he could also obtain a hidden reward. Why not? Last time, Chu Feng had opened 300 dark gold treasure chests and obtained a fragment of a special subdivine grade item, the magical battle armor. It was a component of the Heavenly God Alliance, the only divine grade set. The effect was heaven-defying. It could ignore ranks and weaken all damage, reduces the enemy's attack by 50%. It was because of this effect that Chu Feng was able to create miracles time and time again, fighting for opportunities for humans to defy the heavens and change their fate. Since even a dark gold treasure chest could pop such a treasure, what about the higher sub-legendary treasure chests? Chu Feng's heart burned again. Last time, opening 300 dark gold treasure chests required 30 million points. A 50% discount was 15 million points. As for sub-legendary treasure chests, they were 10 times more expensive. The original price was 300 million, and a 50% discount was 150 million. It was not much. The more Chu Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. He opened the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. The sub-legendary treasure chest was shining brightly. It was already a high-grade treasure chest. Each opening cost 1 million points. Even in his previous life, very few tycoons would open this thing, not to mention opening it 300 times in a row. Chu Feng was the first. He was looking forward to what treasures would appear. Immediately after, he began the process of opening the treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 10,000-year-old Lin Yi 3. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Rejuvenation Yan Returning Grass 1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Turtle Snake Jade Bone 1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a rank armor, Gold Thread Robe 1. Accompanied by crisp sounds, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, because he suddenly realized that the items in the sub-legendary treasure chest were actually not bad. The worst was already an A rank item. Even for an A rank, it was a rare treasure. As such, this time, opening the treasure chests might not be a loss at all. Chu Feng became even more excited. He clicked on the treasure chest tirelessly. Finally, it was the 299th time. A crisp notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Human, Chu Feng, has fulfilled the hidden condition and activated the special reward. The 300th sub-legendary treasure chest will produce a fragment of a special subdivine grade item. It's here. Chu Feng's eyes shone. This was it. As expected, his guess was right. It was still a fragment of a subdivine grade special item. However, he did not know if it was still a component of the Heavenly God Alliance. Anyway, it would be an ultimate treasure. There was no doubt about that. The next moment, Chu Feng directly opened the 300th sub-legendary treasure chest. Swoosh, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Before Chu Feng could see what it was, the notification of the golden ranking lists rang out in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining a component of the Heavenly God Alliance. Guardian Shield requires charging. Guardian Shield needs to be charged, ignores rank and reflects damage. It can reflect all attacks from the enemy, including but not limited to physical attacks, soul attacks, willpower attacks, curse power, and so on. The reflection effect depends on the user's energy level, strength, control angle, and so on. Just as it finished speaking, Chu Feng felt his hands suddenly sink. It was as if something had fallen directly into his hands. He could not hold it properly for a moment. The heavy object fell directly into the depths of the sea. It was extremely fast. It could be seen that its weight and density were beyond imagination. Chu Feng hurriedly chased after it. Soon, he caught up. After all, no one was controlling this thing. If it were to sink purely by relying on its weight, it would not be able to outrun Chu Feng. The next moment, Chu Feng extended his hand and grabbed the heavy object. Only then did he see its full appearance. It was a huge shield. It was as tall as two Chu Fengs. It was completely golden. It was as if it was made of pure gold. It emitted a dazzling golden light. From time to time, a terrifying aura would emit. It showed how different it was. Guardian Shield, defensive supreme treasure. After all, it was a component of the Heavenly God Alliance, known as the top divine artifact. In terms of defense, it was probably not inferior to ordinary divine artifacts. Furthermore, it had a special effect of reflecting all damage. If used well, it would be another great killing weapon, although Chu Feng might not be able to reflect much damage with his current strength. This thing was not fixed. When Chu Feng's strength increased, the reflection ratio would also increase. Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised. He was overjoyed. A top-grade treasure. In this way, his defense would definitely rise to another level. What was the most important thing when one was outside? Strength. Connections? opportunity, no, survival skills were the most important. If he lost his life, everything else would be for naught. As long as there was life, there was hope. Unfortunately, this was another energy consumer, plus the magical armor. Every battle cost tens of millions. Chu Feng felt a headache just thinking about it. So much money would be wasted for the fight. Perhaps he would have to buy an energy storage device to store a few 100 million energy first, otherwise, when he went to the abyss, he would not be able to communicate with the golden ranking lists to replenish his energy. Chapter 375, Everything is Ready. Upgrade the Master Ball. As he pondered over this, Chu Feng opened the Miscellaneous Items Golden Ranking list. There were actually quite a few energy storage devices. The key was that the capacity had to be large enough, and he had to minimize the spillage of energy. Actually, so far, Chu Feng did not know which energy was needed for the magical armor and the Guardian's shield. It could only be exchanged through the golden ranking lists. This energy seemed to be different from what he usually saw. If he had to put it into words, Chu Feng felt that this energy was of the same grade as divine power. However, it was not as invasive as divine power. It could only be used to activate some weapons. Chu Feng knew very well, after a martial artist established a spiritual abode, the energy in their body would be converted into divine power naturally. This was the greatest difference between a spiritual abode warrior and an ordinary warrior. This was also why the strength of a perfected spirit realm expert after establishing a spiritual abode would soar. They could easily cross ranks to kill a profound connection realm expert. They could even wrestle with an ordinary heavenly martial realm expert. This was because the energy used by the two was fundamentally different. It was enough to make up for the difference in ranks. Chu Feng guessed that unless he established his spiritual abode and possessed divine power, he might not need external energy to activate the two quasi-divine weapons. In other words, a divine artifact required divine power to control. After figuring this out, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. In that case, perhaps soon, he could use his own strength to control the divine artifact and no longer need to buy energy. To Chu Feng, the plan to open up the spiritual abode had already been put on the agenda. He would start preparing immediately after breaking through to the A rank. Perhaps it would not take long. In other words, there was no need for him to buy a good energy storage device. It was fine as long as it could be used. That being said, in the end, Chu Feng still spent over 10 million to buy an energy storage device. It was a small jade bottle that contained a small space. Actually, it was considered a good treasure on the golden ranking list. In the future, if he encountered some natural treasures, he could also use it to preserve them. They would not lose any spiritual energy. After all, he had spent tens of millions of points. Of course, to the current Chu Feng, these points were only passable. Then, he spent 400 million to exchange for a large amount of reserve energy. Considering 20 million points per charge for the magical armor and the guardian shield, this energy was enough for Chu Feng to go all out and exhaust himself 10 times. Of course, in ordinary battles, it did not consume much energy. If he used it sparingly, it was enough for a long time. Then, he spent hundreds of millions to buy a large number of resources, including life spirits that could instantly recover the A ranks, some treasures to nurture the soul, and even some battle formations to comprehend. He couldn't be too prepared for this trip to the abyss. Saber techniques, soul, battle formation, physical body, domain, speed. Chu Feng did not plan to fall behind. Full-scale development was the right way. The consecutive battles made Chu Feng understand. Sometimes, battles were not just about rank and strength. If one had enough means and was comprehensive enough, even in a battle of the same rank, one could catch the opponent off guard. This was the chance to win. In the depths of the sea, Chu Feng looked at the mountain of treasures before him. He could not help but click his tongue. At the very least, it was enough for an A rank. Most of these were from opening mystery boxes. As for what he needed, Chu Feng felt that he had almost finished buying. He glanced at the points balance. There were less than 200 million left. It was a big spender. Chu Feng did not plan to touch the remaining points. There was nothing he needed for the time being. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and flipped his hand. 2 crystal clear gems appeared in his right hand. Chu Feng muttered to himself, "How could I have forgotten about this thing? The soul gems I exchanged for on the Starry Sky Golden ranking list cost 50 points each." As he spoke, he flipped his left hand and 2 black balls slowly appeared. Chu Feng pondered. These were 2 master balls that he had never used before. However, such an ordinary master ball could at most enslave an A-rank pet beast. To the current Chu Feng, it was a little useless. According to Jia Shoushou, using the soul gem to upgrade the ordinary master ball, one could obtain a high-grade master ball. In that case, he would definitely be able to enslave S ranks. Chu Feng was even more tempted. He hurriedly began to try. Chu Feng did not know the exact method. However, when Chu Feng approached the Master Ball with the Soul Gem, the two of them were like magnets that were instantly embedded together, as if they were one. At the same time, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted. Chu Feng could not help but close his eyes. A minute later, the white light gradually dissipated. Chu Feng opened his eyes again, however, he realized that the Soul Gem had long disappeared. In its place was a purplish-black ball. Chu Feng's eyes shone. He hurriedly took out the high-grade Master Ball that he had asked Zhao Xiuxiu to buy on his behalf. He compared them. They were identical, even their auras were the same. It worked. Chu Feng was extremely excited. Another high-grade Master Ball. Then, he hurriedly looked at the last Soul Gem and Master Ball. Just as he was about to continue improving, suddenly, Chu Feng hesitated. He looked at the Soul Gem in his hand. He looked at the high-grade Master Ball that had just been upgraded. If I let this high-grade Master Ball continue fusing with the Soul Gem, what will happen? Chu Feng's eyes shone brightly. Could it continue to improve? The reason for that was because Chu Feng had felt the desire from the high-grade Master Ball earlier. It was as if it yearned for the Soul Gem. Still not satisfied, perhaps he could still continue to upgrade. Of course, it was also possible that he would waste a Soul Gem for nothing. Chu Feng wanted to give it a try, but in the end, he glanced at the Master Ball that had yet to be upgraded inside. Forget it, forget it. Let's talk about it next time. Let's upgrade the Master Balls first. Otherwise, ordinary Master Balls will really be useless. Chu Feng shook his head. I've only exchanged for 2 Soul Gems this time. I can't waste them. Next time I go to the Stargate, perhaps I can exchange for a few more to try. Chu Feng muttered to himself. However, he did not hesitate. In an instant, another high-grade Master Ball was produced. At this point, Chu Feng had a total of 3 weapons that could instantly enslave S ranks in his hands. Furthermore, the high-grade Master Ball did not care if one was a low-grade S rank or a peak S rank. It treated everyone equally. Being sucked into the ball meant that they were Chu Feng's captives. They would never betray. Chu Feng pondered. He could not use such a powerful weapon casually. It was fine if he did not make a move. He had to reap a huge harvest once he used them. Perhaps he could enslave a few peerless geniuses from the abyss. He would target those who were strong and had great potential. While weakening the abyss, he might be able to personally nurture a divine-grade expert in the future. Chapter 376. I have the opportunity to help your breakthrough. After everything was settled, with a wave of his hand, Chu Feng put away all the treasures before him. He was almost ready to go into the abyss. After 2 more days, when the 4 pet beasts had more or less evolved, Chu Feng planned to set off. Of course, during this period of time, Chu Feng did not plan to stay idle. He still had some things to arrange. No one knew how long the trip to the abyss would take this time. There were some things that had to be arranged in advance. It was not easy for Earth to have the opportunity to develop peacefully. He could not waste it. Chu Feng planned to help the humans on Earth. Then, Chu Feng suddenly exerted strength. Like an arrow, he broke through the surface of the sea. After getting his bearings, he flew straight for Huaxia. With his current speed, it would not take long for him to circle the Earth. Soon, Huaxia University of Warriors was right in front of him. With a flash, he entered. At the headquarters of the Human War Alliance, when Chu Feng found Huodi, he was commanding the army to move the corpses of the dead A-rank demon kings and a large number of low-grade demonic creatures into the freezer warehouse. Beside him, Sister Hong and Yi Xingtian were helping. To humans, these were all good things. There was no need to mention the corpse of an A-rank demon king. All their body parts were treasures. Any bone could be used as an A-rank blade. Humans naturally had to make good use of it. As for the vast number of low-grade demonic creatures, because they had always lived in the abyss where energy was extremely rich, their flesh also contained rich energy. Ordinary humans might become warriors after eating a few pieces. It was much simpler than searching for spiritual fruits everywhere. Such a vast number of low-grade demonic creatures was enough for the entire human race to cultivate martial arts. If there was insufficient spiritual energy, then flesh and blood would do. As the number of warriors increased, the probability of producing geniuses also increased. A year was enough for another batch of geniuses to appear. If they could all break through to the A rank, then humans would still have a chance in the future battle. In this turbulent era, a year was enough to change many things. For example, Lu Xiener, Xian Chengzi, and the others had become A ranks after a few months. Although they had Chu Feng's help, it was undeniable that at the beginning of the Great Era, there were too many opportunities. It also became much easier to advance. Of course, Chu Feng was not interested in the corpses of the demons. Ho Wudi also saw Chu Feng. He pursed his lips. Actually, he did not want to bother with this guy. He had no choice. With this guy around, he, the first counselor of the Alliance, was like a decoration. This was not the most important thing. Actually, Ho Wudi didn't really care. But the problem was that Aries and those bastards always liked to laugh at him about this. They compared him to Chu Feng. Of course, how could they be compared? How could he compare to that freak? If he's willing to be the first counselor, I can't wait to give up my position. Do you know how uncomfortable I feel? However, the problem was that Chu Feng refused to do so. He was the boss every day. Someone had to do the dirty work. Do you want to do the job? If he did not do well, he would be laughed at. Ho Wudi felt bitter. Thus, it was understandable that he did not have a good expression when he saw Chu Feng. On the other hand, Yi Qingtian was extremely attentive. Seeing Chu Feng, a smile blossomed on his face. He hurriedly welcomed Chu Feng in. Seeing this, Chu Feng was unable to contain his laughter. He took the initiative to bow. Senior Ho, Sister Hong, Senior Yi. Kid, you don't visit unless you need something. Tell me, what is it this time? Ho Wudi couldn't help but ask. He sighed in his heart. Fine, he was born to work hard. Chu Feng smiled faintly. Senior Ho understands me best. I'm going into the abyss in the next few days. Before I leave, I want to gather all the top experts of humanity for a meeting and explain some things. They got down to business. Ho Wudi's expression became much more solemn. He could not help but say, You want to go into the abyss? Didn't the demon emperor say that day? Chu Feng's expression remained the same. He can say whatever he wants, and I'll do whatever I want. He's just the emperor of the demon race, not the emperor of us humans. Why should I care? I can't give up on the abyss just because of a few threats from him. After all, I still need to cultivate. Senior, don't worry. I'm naturally confident in doing this. Hearing what Chu Feng said, although Ho Wudi was still a little worried, he did not say anything else. All right, I'll gather everyone for a meeting now. Fortunately, you came early. If it had been a day or two later, I reckon these guys would have run out. Especially those little guys. All of them have obtained a lot of benefits from this battle. Their strength has erupted again, and they are clamoring to flatten the abyss. As Ho Wudi spoke, he could not help but laugh. Chu Feng also smiled. That's why I'm here. I have some opportunities to give them. Whether they can grasp them will depend on themselves. When Ho Wudi heard this, his eyes lit up, but he did not say anything and asked Yi Qingtian to rally them. The pitiful Yi Qingtian had wanted to get closer to Chu Feng and see if he could obtain some benefits. At this moment, he could only call the others under Ho Wudi's threatening gaze. The few of them arrived at the meeting hall and waited. Not long after, the group filed in. They chatted with each other. It was noisy and lively. However, when they entered the conference hall and saw Chu Feng, all of them subconsciously quietened down. They sat down obediently and waited. Even the older generation of heavenly masters were the same. After the previous battle, Chu Feng's authority had already penetrated deep into everyone's hearts. Chu Feng was not only the faith of ordinary humans, but also theirs, at that moment. Everyone firmly believed that as long as they were led by Chu Feng, humanity would definitely defeat the demon race and obtain the final victory. It was an inexplicable trust after he won 100 battles. Seeing the scene before him, Chu Feng merely smiled lightly. He had never cared about these things. He looked at the crowd. Lu Xiener, Xian Chengzi, Nia Qinglan, Li Pang, Li Xinghua, Jiao Xiaoshu, Bai Ziyuan, Baquan, Chu Saru. The tops of the golden ranking lists were basically all present. However, at this moment, no one knew why they had been called over. Not long after, Aries, Yu Qingzi, and the other senior heavenly masters arrived on time. When they saw that almost everyone had arrived, Chu Feng coughed lightly. Everyone fell silent. Chu Feng did not waste his breath and said, Everyone, I have some opportunities that I want to give to you. If you can grasp them, in a year's time, you can all become S-rank experts. Chu Feng's voice was like a loud bell, shocking everyone present. Just as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone broke through to the S rank. Chapter 377, A New Journey. The storm begins again. How is it possible, even for calm heavenly masters like Ho Wudi? At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock. There were nearly 50 A ranks, young and old. Everyone would have a chance to break through to the S rank in a year. How great of an opportunity was this? Everyone immediately discussed. Ho Wudi pondered. Could it be that Chu Feng had given away his opportunity? Otherwise, how could he be so confident? At the thought of this, Ho Wudi suddenly frowned. He stood up. He simply bellowed, Chu Feng, are you planning to give your opportunity to us? If your cultivation progress is delayed because of us, the gains won't make up for the losses. Do you understand? It's not worth it. Ho Wudi seemed to have misunderstood something. he said excitedly, "you are the hope of the entire human race. Everyone saw the battle yesterday. That demon emperor is definitely at least a divine grade expert. A year later, if that demon emperor can really pass through the sealed passageway, what's the use of having more S-rank warriors in front of such an expert? Therefore, you have to understand that what we need the most now is a top-notch expert who can stabilize the world, and the only one who has hope of resisting the demon emperor is you. If there's an opportunity, keep it for yourself. Improve yourself. Don't consider us. It's not that we don't have hands and feet. We can fight for ourselves. Humans are not your own responsibility. There's no need to shoulder all the responsibility." After Houwudi finished speaking, he stared at Chu Feng with a burning gaze. Everyone around him fell silent. Chu Feng was startled, then, he suddenly grinned. He understood that Boss Ho had misunderstood. He hurriedly explained, "Senior Ho, don't worry. I understand this logic. This time, there is indeed an opportunity for everyone, but it's not my opportunity. Or rather, those opportunities are no longer of any use to me." Chu Feng smiled lightly. He just wanted to announce some of the places of opportunity he had known in his previous life. It included what kind of treasures there were, where the treasures were, how effective they were, and even a detailed tutorial on clearing the levels, everything. Originally, Chu Feng had indeed saved it for himself, but too many things had changed unexpectedly. His strength had increased too quickly. He no longer had any need for these opportunities, but to these A ranks. It was a truly great opportunity. These were all figured out by the human experts in his previous life, places most suitable for humans. With the detailed guide, how could they not pass? They'd be simply picking up money with their eyes closed. That was why Chu Feng said that if they grasped it, these people might be able to break through to the S rank in a year. Of course, Chu Feng did not mention some high-end opportunities. Great opportunities often contained great dangers. For a group of martial artists who were only A ranks, they would die if they rashly went there. That would not be an opportunity, but a dead end. Without giving Houwudi a chance to retort, Chu Feng said directly, "When I went to the Abyss previously, I obtained some information about the precious land of the Abyss. Some of it is very suitable for everyone now. What I want to give you is this. It doesn't affect me at all. So, don't worry." Then, Chu Feng took out booklets that he had already sorted out. Everyone had a copy. He distributed them. Hearing what Chu Feng said, the crowd did not say anything else. One by one, they began to read the booklet in their hands. They wanted to see what kind of opportunity could allow such a large group of people to break through together. Originally, some people were skeptical, but when they saw the contents of the booklet, everyone fell silent. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. They were even terrified. Someone could not help but exclaim, gasp. "This is too detailed. This is a freaking cultivation Bible, right? There's actually a special treasure ground for killing monsters? Cross-rank killing without any losses? Hundreds of opportunities and treasures? And all of them come with guides? No wonder everyone was so shocked. It was too comprehensive. How to kill monsters. How to deal with the big boss. What was the weakness? How to grasp the opportunity? What was the route? Everything. For example, in the Flame Valley, where danger lurked everywhere, even S-rank existences could die. There were even people who had entered the field before. But they only walked around the periphery and did not dare to go deep. In the end, they did not get anything and could only escape dejectedly. However, in this booklet, there was a completely safe clearing route. It was simply unobstructed. Even the 3 golden flame sacred flowers in the Flame Valley were marked. The location, harvesting methods, and how to preserve them were all clear. Oh my god. I'm convinced. With this thing, I can break through even with my eyes closed. The group of people felt as if they had obtained a treasure. They were so excited that they trembled. When they looked at Chu Feng again, their gaze was filled with gratitude. Chu Feng smiled indifferently. These were all things he had no use for. He had to go through the trouble to get them. If he had the time, he might as well cultivate more saber techniques. He had made the best use of it. Just as everyone was reciting the booklet hungrily, Chu Feng suddenly waved his hand again. A large pile of golden and dazzling treasures suddenly appeared on the table. As the energy surged, it actually caused the surrounding air to stop. They were the large number of treasures that Chu Feng had obtained from opening the mystery treasure chests. The worst was an A-rank treasure. This time, everyone fell silent again, looking at the booklet in their hand and then at the treasures piled on the table. They suddenly felt that the booklet was not tempting anymore. What was in front of them were all ready-made treasures. Chu Feng, what are you? Ho Wudi was a little stunned and could not help but ask. Chu Feng said casually, Senior Ho, the Alliance Council will be in charge of distributing these treasures. It's time for humans to establish a reward and punishment system. Those who make contributions will be rewarded. Those who make mistakes will be punished. This way, we can stimulate the passion for cultivation of all humans. This is the way to last. That's all I have to say. Dismissed. As he spoke, before Ho Wudi could refuse, he pulled Lu Xiener and Chu Sairu along. Xiener, sis Sairu, come home with me and meet Dad and Mom. I should go. Chu Sairu only nodded. However, Lu Xiener's face immediately turned red. Was this meeting his parents? Why was it so sudden? She was not mentally prepared at all. Was she going empty-handed? Chu Feng did not think too much about it. He just wanted to spend more time with his closest people before taking the risk. However, he had hit the jackpot. That night, Chu Feng's family enjoyed the quality time. After dinner, Chu Feng handed over the large number of treasures he had left behind to them. They were all the best of the best. There were even some star domain essence. With these, his family would not have to worry about their rank cultivation. Even his parents, uncle, and the others could reach grade A. Actually, Chu Feng did not wish for them to be too strong. It was enough for him to shoulder the responsibility of their family. Therefore, he rarely gave them cultivation resources because he was afraid that he would die if they stepped onto the battlefield. After all, Chu Feng was also an ordinary person. He had his own selfish motives. However, Earth might become more and more dangerous in the future. It was good to have some ability to protect themselves. Chu Feng could not be bothered with the others, even for Li Pang and the others. You want it? Fight for it yourself. After arranging everything, early the next morning, Chu Feng left quietly without alerting anyone. There was no need to say goodbye. It would only increase his sadness. One man and one saber, to embark on the journey, the abyss. I, Chu Feng, am here again. I'll turn this place upside down on the journey, Demon Emperor. Just you wait. Chapter 378, Perfect completion of the top-notch 9 trials, the abyss. On the second level, the sky was dark and yellow sand filled the sky. Chu Feng had still come. Ignoring the threat of the Demon Emperor, he entered the abyss again. Of course, with Chu Feng's personality, if he was not confident, he would rather stay on Earth than rashly enter the abyss. The 4S-rank pet beasts, the magical armor, the guardian shield, the high-grade master balls were only a part of his plan. This was his personality. To put it nicely, he was cautious. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of death. Chu Feng did not care what others thought of him. He was not living for others. His life was his. After he had gotten his bearings right, Chu Feng looked in the direction of the Blood Sea. Without any hesitation, he sped away. There was also his opportunity there. Chu Feng had never forgotten that he still had the top-notch 9 tests of the Heavenly Tao. It had been so long since the first test, it had long been completed. The assessment requirement was to kill an A rank with a C rank body. Back then, when Chu Feng walked out of the Blood Sea space, he had casually killed 2 demon race A ranks. That was actually considered clearing the level. However, Chu Feng had always wanted to clear the level perfectly. At the very least, he could not be inferior to the Heaven Ascension Demon Master and the Master of the Blood Sea space. Actually, he just wanted to get more rewards, so he delayed it. To this day, he had even killed an Ultimate A rank. He had even killed an S rank. If he could not clear it perfectly, no one would be able to. This was an assessment from the Heavenly Tao. The rewards would definitely be very rich. With this reward, Chu Feng would be able to do even more. As he thought, he concealed his aura and sped forward. In less than half a day, the cursed island was right in front of him. Chu Feng flew over. In the cave in the Blood Sea, before he arrived, Chu Feng shouted, Seniors of the Blood Sea, you didn't expect this, did you? I, Chu Feng, am here again. Did you miss me? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he charged into the vast sea of blood. He began to absorb the essence of the Blood Sea as if no one was around. At that moment, the bloody sea surged and a large amount of blood essence was swallowed by Chu Feng. It had been a long time since he was so happy. The energy on Earth was barren. How could there be so much energy for Chu Feng to squander? On the shore, the white-robed elder Luo sighed helplessly. If anyone else had dared to barge in like this, he would have beaten them to death. However, Chu Feng could not be beaten up. Who asked him to invest in him? It was just that this guy was getting more and more annoying. Beside him, Ying Tiandao and the others slowly appeared. They also looked helpless. They had just met once and truly didn't want to see him again. Of course, there was one exception, a thin young man with a head full of yellow hair and non-mainstream clothes, suddenly rushed toward Chu Feng enthusiastically. "Ah, Chu Feng. Little brat, I missed you so much." This time, it was Chu Feng's turn to be speechless. He tapped his feet frantically and hurriedly escaped. "Don't. Senior Blondie, I don't really want to be friendly with you. Yo, kid, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've improved a lot. This speed is thousands of times the speed of sound." The Blondie said casually, but he still caught up instantly. He grabbed Chu Feng's head. "Kid, you don't know that while you were away, there was no one to share the burden of being beaten up. Do you know how hard my life was? Promise me that you'll stay here for a few more days this time?" Chu Feng glanced at the Blondie angrily. "If I stay a few more days, you'll fight the Demon Emperor for me?" The Blondie rejected him directly. "Demon Emperor? Forget it. I heard from second brother that guy might be ridiculously strong now. I'm probably not his match." Chu Feng grinned. It was just a casual remark. It was normal to be rejected. However, the Blondie changed his attitude and said calmly, "However, if you don't need to risk your life, or if your life is guaranteed, I'm still willing to stand on your side. Third brother should be able to help too." Seeing Chu Feng's surprised expression, the Blondie explained, "Don't look at me like that. They all say that third brother and I are thick-skinned and want us to get along with you more. You're in high demand in those guys' eyes now. I thought about it for a long time and felt that this was the only time I could help you. When you're really strong in the future, perhaps you won't need us anymore. How can icing on the cake be compared to giving you timely help right now? These guys want to reap the benefits but are unwilling to work. It's fine if they order me and third brother around, but they have to accuse us of being thick-skinned. How infuriating. If it weren't for the fact that I really can't win, I would have beaten them up long ago." As he spoke, the Blondie suddenly ducked, his entire body tensed. He felt a trace of killing intent. Damn. This is bad. How could he have forgotten that these guys were also listening? He quickly said, "Well, that's the gist of it. Let's get straight to the point. As long as you understand." Hearing those words, Chu Feng was unable to contain his grin. This guy was really a wonderful person. "They asked you to pull more strings with me, but you just said it out loud. Aren't you afraid that I'll use you guys to my advantage?" Sigh. It seemed like he was really not that kind of person. What a pity. Chu Feng shook his head. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on such a stubborn fellow. He had to accept their kind intentions. He had no choice. He would probably have to stay in the abyss for a long time. He might encounter danger one day. At that time, someone would come to save him. The abyss was not Earth. These guys could all go out with their main bodies. However, there seemed to be restrictions. These ancient existences were unwilling to appear at this time. However, looking at the Blondie, Chu Feng felt that he did not care. Good news. However, Chu Feng ignored the Blondie. He bowed respectfully to Elder Luo and the others on the shore, but did not say anything. He walked straight towards the heavenly Tao stone in the middle of the Blood Sea. Everyone on the shore fell silent. They had already guessed what Chu Feng was going to do. Was it time to submit the mission? Everyone watched quietly. Chu Feng walked on the waves and arrived before the heavenly Tao stone. He gently touched the heavenly Tao stone with his right hand. He closed his eyes. Before he could speak, the heavenly Tao stone seemed to know what he wanted. A colorful light descended. With the voice of heaven and earth, it sounded like the rumbling of the great Tao in Chu Feng's ears. Human, Chu Feng, in the first test of the top-notch 9 tests, cross-rank killed enemies. Requirements: kill in A rank alone with a C rank body. The final assessment completion rate will be judged by the completion time, enemy strength, environment complexity, and other comprehensive data. After saying that, the voice paused for a moment before continuing. Through the heavenly Tao's review, the completion time is perfect, the comprehensive data is perfect. In summary, mission completion rate, 100%. Please confirm. Do you want to submit the mission? Chu Feng's eyes shone. Confirm. The first of the top-notch 9 tests has ended. Rewards are being issued. The second of the top-notch 9 tests begins. Test requirement. Chapter 379, Strange Second Test. Damn, it was like a series of cannons. It simply did not give Chu Feng any time to catch his breath. Chu Feng could only hear the deafening sounds resounding in his ears. Mission reward: 200 drops of star domain essence. Due to the assessment member's mission completion rate being 100% and his performance being perfect, the mission reward has doubled. Total: 400 drops of star domain essence, heavenly Tao affinity, 5%, the second of the top-notch 9 tests has officially begun. Mission objective: survive. Mission requirement: successfully transcend the tribulation of the mortals and become a spiritual body. The final assessment completion rate is based on the time taken to complete the assessment. The perfection level of the spiritual body, the performance of the tribulation transcendence, and other comprehensive data. Then, the loud voice dissipated. Chu Feng was stunned. He was not surprised that he had passed the first round perfectly, nor did he feel that the reward was too little. On the contrary, the final reward for the first test was already 400 drops of star domain essence. This was already far beyond Chu Feng's expectations, including the 180 drops on him. He had nearly 600 drops of star domain essence. This was a huge fortune. Not many people, even those from the Blood Sea, could take it out at once. One could remember how difficult it was for Chu Feng to win more than 10 drops of star domain essence from no 1. The simplicity of what Chu Feng had obtained did not mean that the essence of the star domain was not precious enough. On the contrary, the essence of the star domain had always been a hard currency that had existed for many eras. From mortals to master gods, they could all use it. It was truly equal to all people. Chu Feng was originally worried about the large amount of star domain essence required to open up the spiritual abode. Now, he had accumulated more than half of it. Chu Feng did not know what the heavenly Tao affinity was, but these were not the key. What Chu Feng really cared about was the second test given by the heavenly Tao. It actually only wanted Chu Feng to transcend the tribulation. What was even more terrifying was that the mission goal was just to survive. What did this mean? This meant that Chu Feng's rank spiritual tribulation must be extremely terrifying. Even the heavenly Tao felt that he might not be able to cross it. Chu Feng's mood instantly fell to rock bottom. Even the world was denying him. Beside him, a series of whistling sounds could be heard. Everyone from the Blood Sea came to his side. They had also heard the voice of the heavenly Tao just now. The blondie's eyes widened in disbelief. Is the heavenly Tao stupid? How strong can a mere tribulation of mortals be? How can it be that even Chu Feng can't survive it? Beside him, Bai Wuxian was also feeling indignant for Chu Feng. Isn't this a little too much? I remember that Master didn't encounter such a mission back then. Ying Tiandao pondered for a moment before saying slowly, it's indeed unbelievable. Back then, Master had countless opportunities, but I've never heard that a genius like him could not even survive the tribulation of mortals. Everyone discussed. Chu Feng merely listened quietly from the side. Just then, suddenly, a burly figure slowly walked over from the depths of the Blood Sea. Number 1, he actually came too. Without any nonsense, he said, Chu Feng, this arrangement for the second assessment is your crisis. Similarly, it is also your opportunity. A super heaven-defying opportunity. Even Master and the Heaven Ascension Demon Master did not obtain this opportunity back then. Number 1's voice attracted everyone's attention. Chu Feng also looked up. An indifferent figure stood above the sea of blood. There was no aura emanating from his body. It made one feel that he was invincible in the world. Number 1 continued calmly, since the heavenly Tao says so, it means that your mortal lightning tribulation might produce the legendary primordial violet gold divine lightning that can forge a perfect divine body. Soul, physical body, energy. Everything about you will be created to perfection. A truly perfect foundation. The universe and the world will build a foundation for you. This is a divine lightning that only exists in legends. It's extremely mysterious. Even in the entire ancient era, it has never appeared once. I heard that in the distant Starlight era, someone had once transcended this divine lightning, the Starlight God Emperor. He was undoubtedly the number 1 person in that era, the great existence who established the Starry Sky God dynasty. Even in this era, his legend is still circulating in the universe. Just the Stargate space used to select geniuses is a treasure ground for countless experts. Speaking of that existence, even though countless eras had passed, number 1's tone was still respectful. It was respect for the strong, that existence might be able to destroy him with a flip of his hand. A master god-level overlord might be no different from an ant in his eyes. Chu Feng was stunned. In that case, perhaps this second test is a test from the heavens? Or is it a reward? Number 1 nodded. You can put it that way. I'm guessing that perhaps your performance in the first assessment was too outstanding. Even the reward for a perfect pass is not enough to make up for it. However, the highest completion rate for each assessment is only 100%. The heavenly Tao can't violate this rule. It can only make up for it in other ways. To fight against an S rank with a C rank body. To be honest, even Master could not do it back then. In that case, although he was belittling his master, number 1 had no choice but to tell the truth. Moreover, with Master's lazy personality, he probably wouldn't care. Hearing those words, Chu Feng nodded. Perhaps that was the case. Number 1's explanation was acceptable. However, Chu Feng still wanted to cry. Any reward was fine. Why did you create something that could kill people? This might not even be a reward. Chu Feng took a deep breath. Forget it. He had no right to object. He could only accept it. However, from the looks of it, the preparations he had made for the tribulation might not be enough. He had to continue increasing, continue to prepare. He didn't believe it. How could he be trapped to death in the mortal stage? If you force me, at most, I'll open my spiritual abode at the mortal stage. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well give it a shot. However, it seemed that no one in history had ever opened a spiritual abode at the mortal stage. No one knew what would happen, but wasn't he being forced into a corner? Of course, that was only the worst-case scenario. If the situation allowed, Chu Feng planned to take things one step at a time. Gritting his teeth and making up his mind, Chu Feng could not be bothered to dwell on it. Where there's a will, there's a way. Just wait and see. Seeing Chu Feng's expression change from green to white, the blondie touched Chu Feng's forehead with concern and subconsciously said, "Is this guy scared silly?" Chu Feng slapped the blondie's palm away. He looked at number 1 in front of him. He cupped his hands. He spoke softly, "Senior number 1, no matter what will appear in this mortal lightning tribulation, I'll accept it. This time, other than handing in the mission, I have another request." At that moment, number 1 sized Chu Feng up with interest. This kid's mental state was really extraordinary. In the face of such a huge crisis, he actually put it down so easily. He even made another request. He smiled faintly. "What do you want from me?" "Tell me." Chu Feng did not hesitate and said, "I seek treasures." Chapter 380, Fearless Grade Battleship. Chu Feng spoke frankly, seeking treasures. Even number 1 could not help but freeze. This was truly a straightforward kid. "What do you intend to do?" Chu Feng said directly, "Senioring Tiandao might have already told you that the Demon Emperor once threatened me that once I appeared in the abyss, he would use the entire clan to hunt me down. I made some preparations myself, but I feel that it's not enough. I want to ask Senior if there's any way for me to avoid the Demon Emperor's pursuit. Or rather, to prevent the Demon Emperor from discovering me." Chu Feng stated his request. He did not understand experts at the Demon Emperor's level at all. If he made wild guesses, it might backfire. Coincidentally, number 1 was a master god. He knew the means of high-level gods too well. Getting him to help think of a solution was much more reliable than him. As for whether number 1 was willing to help, at most, he would just be a little thick-skinned. What was the big deal? Chu Feng had never cared about face. Number 1 was helpless. Originally, he did not want to show himself when this guy came, but he could not stop this kid from causing trouble. The second test was an unprecedented mission. He had to offer tips. Now, this guy was simply clinging to him. He could not ignore it. Sigh. "There are naturally ways, and quite a few of them." Number 1 said, "The first method is speed, or rather, escapability. As long as you're fast enough, even if you're discovered. As long as his main body can't rush over immediately, you can escape calmly. Moreover, there's another benefit to being fast. You don't have to worry about being blocked by the Demon Emperor's subordinates. The world is vast. There's nowhere you can't go." Chu Feng revealed a difficult expression. Of course he knew this. However, it was unrealistic to increase his speed in a short period of time. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by number 1. "The second method is to hide your aura so that no one knows it's you. Naturally, the Demon Emperor won't be able to catch you. However, the prerequisite for this method is that you can't expose yourself. Once exposed, the enemy doesn't have to be very strong. If some S ranks come to stop you, you won't be able to escape. That will be troublesome. You can only wait for death. I have quite a few supernatural powers to conceal my aura. Although it's difficult to get started." Before number 1 could finish speaking, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. "Right, this was it. No buts, I'm willing to learn." Number 1 glanced at Chu Feng. "But with your ability to cause trouble, how can you not expose yourself? I dare to say that after you walk out of this space, that Demon Emperor will definitely bring people to capture you from all over the world in less than 3 days. Chu Feng sweated and refuted, "Am I that good at causing trouble?" Number 1's lips twitched. Do you really not know? Have you ever not caused a commotion? Number 1 side. I know you geniuses too well. It's not that it's fine as long as you don't cause trouble yourself. The key is that trouble might come knocking on your door. Once exposed, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Therefore, the first method suits you. It's above board. Even if you know where I am, you won't be able to catch me. By the time you arrive, I will have already escaped. This is the right way. Actually, number 1 felt that the best way was to hide himself and settle this once and for all. However, Chu Feng was simply too capable of causing trouble. Of course, number 1 knew very well that Chu Feng had no choice. If he did not cause trouble, how could he fight against the demon race a year later? He had no choice. Actually, thinking about it carefully, the rise of any true peerless overlord seemed to be similar. With nowhere to retreat, they could only rise. Number 1 stopped thinking about it. She continued, I have a level 3 fearless battleship from the Starlight God dynasty. A battleship of this grade is considered a strategic resource. Even in ancient times, it can't be built. It was dug out from the Starlight ancient ruins and is extremely expensive. Ordinary gods can't afford it in their entire lives. The maximum speed of this battleship is something that even a heavenly martial realm expert can't catch up to. Even a divine grade warrior who isn't good at speed can't. Furthermore, it has its own defensive attribute. It's just that it's huge and not agile enough. It can't be used in battle, but it's a strategic resource for pursuit, escape, and transportation. I won't take advantage of you. Give me 400 drops of star domain essence. With it, even if you overturn the abyss, as long as you're not unlucky enough to encounter the Demon Emperor, no one below the divine rank can stop you. As for the Demon Emperor, he won't make a move easily. Although he's young, he's still not a warrior of this era. There are also some restrictions. Just as number 1 finished speaking, Chu Feng curled his lip. Did this guy say that because he had taken a fancy to the star domain essence that Chu Feng had just obtained? Number 1 seemed to know what Chu Feng was thinking. There was a snorchit kid, don't think so badly of me. This price is already a discount. In ancient times, the transaction price of a third-grade battleship was generally close to 1,000 drops of star domain essence. Chu Feng felt slightly embarrassed. This reminded him of the one in Yarrow's hands. However, that seemed to be a grade 1 pioneer battleship that Yarrow had used to blow up the seal, so this thing was so expensive. A mere third-grade battleship was worth nearly 1,000 drops of star domain essence. Wouldn't a first-grade battleship be worth at least tens of thousands of drops of star domain essence? Damn it, that bastard Yarrow, you blew up all my loot. Chu Feng felt extremely pained. Immediately after, just when Chu Feng was still hesitating about whether he should spend 400 drops of star domain essence to buy such a battleship, number 1 suddenly gave him another choice. Chapter 381, Bizarre Demons, one of the 9 great royal clans of the Abyss. 400 drops of star domain essence was not a small number. This was enough to make a group of gods fight each other. Chu Feng was also somewhat reluctant. He still needed a large amount of star domain essence to open the spiritual abode. If he were to give away these 400 drops, he really did not know when he would be able to gather them all. It was quite worth it, after all, it was buying his life, but the problem was in the abyss. Ordinary treasure lands would not have resources like the star domain essence. Then where could he get so much star domain essence, unless he returned to the Stargate? However, his strength had not improved much. Even if he returned, he would not be able to clear the starry corridor or defeat those astral souls. Awful. At that moment, Chu Feng was in a dilemma, and at that moment, number 1 suddenly said, I know you're in a difficult position. How about this? I'll give you another choice. If you agree, I'll give you this battleship. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. What choice? A trace of embarrassment suddenly appeared on number 1's cold face. After reaching the divine rank, do me a favor. It's very dangerous. Your life might even be in danger. At that time, the price you have to pay might far exceed these 400 drops of star domain essence. Of course, I'll make it up to you when the time comes. If I'm still alive. Number 1's voice sounded heavy. He seemed to have thought of something, but he was very determined. Worried that Chu Feng would not agree, number 1 wanted to say something else. However, Chu Feng said directly, all right, I agree. There was finally a ripple on number 1's expressionless face. Are you not going to reconsider? It's really dangerous. To you, it might be a slim chance of survival. Chu Feng had an indifferent expression. Was it dangerous? Of course, it was definitely dangerous. How could I not know that there was danger? Even Master God Realm number 1 was in danger of dying, not to mention him. However, Chu Feng still agreed without the slightest hesitation. The reason had little to do with this battleship. Even without this battleship, at that time, once number 1 spoke, Chu Feng would probably pick up his saber and follow him. There was not another chance. He owed him this. He had to pay. That Chu Feng would not be ungrateful. Therefore, in number 1's opinion, this was a very difficult choice. However, to Chu Feng, "What are you doing? Thank you so much for giving me a fearless grade." There was no need to dwell on this. Number 1 was speechless at Chu Feng's straightforwardness. Originally, he had planned to give up some treasures if there was really no other way. Fortunately, Chu Feng did not know what number 1 was thinking. Otherwise, he would feel like he had suffered a huge loss. Fortunately, Chu Feng did not know. With a happy wave of his hand, he kept the glowing fearless grade battleship into his storage space. Alright, he could do whatever he wanted now. Demon Emperor, come and catch me if you can. Chu Feng was extremely proud. On the other hand, number 1 felt that something was amiss. Although he had already explained the pros and cons to Chu Feng, why did he feel like he was taking advantage of him? He was probably used to being upright. He was probably not used to taking advantage of others. Number 1 couldn't help but think, if only he was as thick-skinned as Xiaobai and the Blondie, he probably wouldn't be conflicted. Chu Feng could not be bothered with what the others were thinking. Anyway, he had achieved his goals. It was time to leave. He couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. After casually saying a few pleasantries, Chu Feng planned to leave. Suddenly, Elder Luo, who had been silent the entire time, called out to Chu Feng, "Little fellow." Elder Luo, what's the matter? Chu Feng turned around. Elder Luo smiled kindly. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, run this way. Don't worry about bringing us trouble. This blood sea space still has some strength. These guys are too embarrassed to say because of their pride. In that case, let me say it. In just a short sentence, Chu Feng was stunned. A simple promise. Chu Feng knew that there were too many implications. This meant that someone was willing to cover him after he caused trouble, no matter how big the trouble was, whether it was the demon race or other ancient experts. This promise was too heavy. A warm current flowed through his heart. Let's go. Chu Feng took a deep breath and did not answer. Instead, he replied with a huge smile. He soared into the sky. Soon, he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone in the Blood Sea was silent for a long time. It was as if the entire space had stopped at this moment. Finally, number 1 slowly spoke with a trace of confusion. Do you think investing in this little fellow is right or wrong? Is it a blessing or a curse? Elder Luo said casually, since you've made your choice, don't be half-hearted. To think that you're a master god. Your mental state can't even compare to little 4. I don't know what this little fellow's future is like, but from the way he agreed to your condition without hesitation, he's worth it. After a pause, Elder Luo suddenly said faintly, in addition, I'm very good at reading people. Chu Feng did not know what had happened in the Blood Sea after he left. He only knew that he would have a backer in the future. For some reason, he felt much more relaxed. He hummed a tune. He continued flying deeper into the abyss. According to the rough location of the ancient realm of the desolate god, it seemed to be in the 9th level of the abyss. This was his destination. The abyss was almost vast and boundless, divided into 18 levels, except for the first level. The other levels were dominated by the demons. Moreover, the deeper one went, the more energy and resources one would have. Therefore, the deeper the abyss, the more noble the demons were. The 9th level was almost considered the hinterland of the demon race. The geographical location was very important. The demons who ruled this land was one of the 9 great royal clans, the bizarre demon race. They were on par with the heavenly demon race, earth demon race, and other super races. They were famous for its strangeness and versatility. There were not many clansmen compared to the other royal families, but countless geniuses were born. In terms of tribe strength, they were even stronger than the earth demon tribe. After all, the earth demon tribe was only the king of the surface of the abyss. But the demonic tribe monopolized the 9th level. Of course, there were also countless tribes under the ranks of the demonic tribe. There were enslaved races such as elves, dwarves, goblins. There were also weaker demon tribes like the half-spirit demon race. Countless creatures lived together on this land. Coincidentally, Chu Feng had once asked Yen Tua, who had been enslaved by him. The other half of his clone was on the 9th level. Furthermore, Chu Feng also learned that even though that clone only had half of the body he had already cultivated to the high-grade S rank, he was much stronger than his clone. If he were to fuse with him, Venerable Yen Tua would also have a chance of reaching the high-grade S rank. Chu Feng became interested upon hearing those words. He immediately decided to rush to the 9th level. He ate the invisible fruit he had exchanged from the golden ranking lists. Although he could not hide it from the experts, some ranks could not see through it. Just like that, Chu Feng traveled level by level without causing any ripples, until the scene in front of him changed. He had reached the 9th level of the Abyss, Chapter 382, meeting an old friend in the Abyss, Revolutionary Army Team. In the 9th level of the Abyss, the sky was dark with clouds. There was nothing but silence. From time to time, sand would fly past and make crackling sounds when it hit people. Chu Feng waved his hand and released Venerable Yin Tuo. Can you sense the location of the other half of the spiritual body? Venerable Yin Tuo was extremely respectful. Master, I can sense him. However, my relationship with him is not good. The two of us block each other, so I can only sense a rough location. Hearing those words, Chu Feng suddenly became interested. Eh? You're not that close? Aren't you one with him? Venerable Yin Tuo hurriedly said, Master, our race is special. Any separate spiritual body is basically equivalent to an independent life form. We have our own thoughts and can cultivate independently. Our emotions can also be completely different when it's a life and death crisis. We can forcefully fuse. We call it unification. The process of unification is very cruel because only one of the two independent thoughts could survive. It is equivalent to completely annihilating the other person, but after we become one, our strength will be catalyzed. It won't be as simple as 1 + 1. Our strength will also improve by leaps and bounds to deal with powerful enemies, but because of this cruel rule, the two clones of the same spirit body in our half-spirit demon race don't have a good relationship. Or rather, it's very bad. After all, they're both afraid that the other party will suddenly devour and fuse with them. Although there are restrictions in the clan, there are still clansmen who take the risk. After he said that, Venerable Yin Tuo was clearly helpless. They were from the same roots, so why were they so cruel to each other? Is that so? Chu Feng rubbed his chin. Suddenly, he was shocked and hurriedly asked, Then do you mean that your other half of the spiritual body can also sense your location? Venerable Yin Tuo nodded. Sure, but I've already blocked him. Even if he senses me, he can only get a rough location. It was as if he knew what Chu Feng was worried about. Venerable Yin Tuo continued, Master, you don't have to be too worried. Because I was worried that I'll be devoured by him, I left the half-spirit demon race for a long time. That fellow doesn't know that I've been to the Earth God planet at all. And those who know that I've been subdued by Master have all died. Even the Demon Emperor doesn't know. Only then did Chu Feng remember. The so-called Demon Expeditionary Army had long been wiped out. None of them were alive, therefore, no one knew about his relationship with Yin Tuo. This was good news. Otherwise, Chu Feng was worried that the Demon Emperor would track him down. He felt slightly relieved. Only then did Chu Feng have Venerable Yin Tuo point in a direction and speed away. He flew at high speed for more than 4 hours. The scene in front of him had turned into a desert. Endless yellow sand rolled. It was extremely hot. Chu Feng released Venerable Yin Tuo and asked, Is this the place? Yes, Master. This endless desert is the territory of the half-spirit demon tribe. Venerable Yin Hua is one of the elders of the tribe. He must be in the tribe, and generally speaking, if there's nothing, we won't spy on each other. Therefore, he probably doesn't know that I'm back yet. Chu Feng nodded. Just to be safe, you should enter the Master Ball. Don't alert the enemy. Let's use telepathy. Master and servant could communicate telepathically. Chu Feng waved his hand and kept Venerable Yin Tuo into the Master Ball. He continued on his way, but this time, not long after he left. He heard the sounds of intense fighting beneath his feet. Miserable screams could be heard. It was as if someone was being pursued. Chu Feng lowered his head with interest. In the rolling yellow sand, there were 2 groups of people chasing and running. There were about a dozen chasers. It looked like a demon group. Chu Feng could not tell the specifics. It should not be a large clan, however. The strength of this group of demons was not bad. They were not ranks, but they were all spirit transformation warriors. They were very fast. They were about to catch up to the 4 or 5 figures in front. As for the few people fleeing ahead, they were all dressed in black cloaks and could not be identified. However, Chu Feng was still able to sense them through their auras. There were 4 elves, and the one at the back looked like a goblin and was relatively short. The strongest of them was only at the spirit transformation realm, and there were even a few A-rank warriors. How could they be a match for the pursuers behind them? It looked like they were at the end of their rope and in imminent danger, as if they would be caught and killed in the next moment. Chu Feng merely took a casual glance, but he did not intend to meddle. He had serious matters to attend to. Although he hated the demon race, he did not have to kill them all, as long as he killed all the top-notch experts of the demon race. The demon race would naturally be destroyed. What was the point of killing some small fries? Chu Feng suddenly muttered to himself, "Look, I'm not as good at causing trouble as number one said. I won't get involved in such trouble." As he spoke, Chu Feng planned to leave quietly. He suddenly heard a loud shout, "Brooke! Quick, you go first. You must bring the news back. A ruin of at least S rank has actually appeared in the endless desert. This information is too important. Our revolutionary army needs this ruin." Chapter 383, Inferno Demon Race, the Revolutionary Army of the Myriad Races? Brooke? Chu Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. He muttered to himself, "This name. Why does it sound so familiar? Oh right. It's that goblin who used to tell stories in the demonic city." Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He remembered, the first time he came to the Abyss, in order to find traces of the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, he had encountered an extremely well-informed goblin in the demonic city. It was from him that Chu Feng had obtained information about the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. After that, the two of them were captured by Mara's search team. Later on, they also encountered Anderson, Tuade, and Tuugu. The group fought side by side against Mara. Alright, at that time, there seemed to be a saint called Mei Weia. She was incompetent and was killed by him. Memories of the past surged. Chu Feng quickly recalled everything. This time, he could not help but sigh. After all, they had fought side by side before. Since he had encountered them, he had to save them. Back then, if not for the help of Anderson and the others, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Mara, let alone Mo Qianfan's incarnation. Chu Feng was speechless. He had just boasted that he would not cause trouble, but now, he had no choice but to cause trouble. Then, Chu Feng comforted himself. As expected, outstanding people can't keep a low profile no matter where they go. Chu Feng, you should resign yourself to fate. After shamelessly admiring himself, seeing that the elves were about to die, Chu Feng still appeared. With just a light tap of his feet, he easily stood between the two groups of people. A casual stimulation of the aura had frightened the dozen or so demons. Where did this guy come from? A humanoid creature. From which race? Chu Feng touched his face. He had forgotten that he had purchased a top-grade disguise mask in order to conceal his identity as much as possible. He had fabricated it by hand and molded himself into a complete mess, not to mention that these demons could not tell his race. Even Chu Feng himself did not know what he had created. In short, the disguise effect looked good. Who are you? The Inferno demon race is handling matters. Unrelated people, if you don't want to die, scram. The leader of the demons was clearly afraid of Chu Feng, who had suddenly appeared. Otherwise, they would not have wasted their breath and killed him together. In the Abyss, there was no race that the Inferno demons did not dare to kill. Beside him, the elves also looked over anxiously. The leader of the elves who had spoken earlier hurriedly said, "Friend, we are members of the 7th Scout Team of the Revolutionary Army's 8th Unit. My name is Kuto. These Inferno demons are very strong. Seeing that you only have a mortal aura, don't come and die. Later, I'll risk my life to stop these demons for a while. I only hope that you can escape with my other comrades. Kuto will be eternally grateful." Chu Feng glanced at the elf called Kuto but did not say anything. This guy's strength was not bad. He was already at the 7th stage spirit transformation. However, the Inferno demons on the other side were stronger. The strongest was at the 9th stage spirit transformation. It was not easy for these guys to last until now. Of course, to Chu Feng, there was no difference. At that moment, the voice of Venerable Yin Tua sounded in Chu Feng's mind. "Master, the Inferno demon race is a large tribe, similar to the half-spirit demon race. They are also one of the overlords of the 9th level. In terms of strength, they're only slightly weaker than the demon race, but they have a lot of clansmen, far more than the bizarre demons and the half-spirit demon race. They are basically the most numerous demons in the entire 9th level." Chu Feng did not say anything. Who cared about the demon race? There were no demons that he, Chu Feng, dare not kill. Even the prince of the royal family was killed by him. These small fries were nothing. Beside him, Kuto had an anxious expression on his face. He wanted to persuade Chu Feng again, because he discovered that Chu Feng had no intention of moving at all. He felt helpless. He could clearly sense the mortal aura on Chu Feng's body. This meant that Chu Feng had definitely not transcended the spirit tribulation, therefore, he was at most a spirit transformation warrior and not an A rank. It was impossible for him to be a match for the dozen or so spirit transformation demons. If he followed his instruction, even if they did not all escape, at the very least, some would be able to escape, but this guy who suddenly appeared seemed to be too arrogant. However, he could not say anything about Chu Feng. After all, he was here to help. He could only panic. Chu Feng could not be bothered with what the elves and demons were thinking. The difference in strength was too great. It was a complete crush. He could not be bothered to waste his breath. There was a clang. Chu Feng drew the demon slayer from his back. Ever since he had been taught a lesson by Ying Tiandao, his saber could no longer leave his side. Even if it was just killing a few small fries, he was still willing to use a saber. Only by constantly using the saber to fight could one have a higher chance of comprehending the 7th stage of the art of the 9-wave saber. The next moment, swoosh, Chu Feng instantly attacked. An extremely dazzling saber beam tore through the sky in a beautiful and elegant arc. At that moment, the world seemed to have fallen silent. After a short silence, a deafening roar suddenly echoed in all directions. An extremely sharp storm of blades swept through the world. It instantly enveloped the dozen or so demons opposite him, like a tornado. In an instant, all the demons present were slashed into pieces. Even the leader, a 9th stage spirit transformation inferno demon, only widened his eyes in fear. He did not even have time to say anything. He instantly turned to dust. As for Chu Feng, he seemed to have done something insignificant as he casually clapped his hands. He inserted the demon slayer back into the sheath on his back. Then, he looked at the petrified elves and said casually, "All right, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly." Chapter 384, Barbaric Pagoda. Kudo, the captain of the scouting team, was speechless. His eyes were filled with shock. Powerful, too powerful. Even the A ranks in their revolutionary army could not kill more than 10 spirit transformation demons so easily. It was no exaggeration to say that slash just now was the strongest attack he had ever seen in his life, and in his perception, the person in front of him was clearly just a mortal warrior like him. How did he do it? Kudo was shocked and confused. At that moment, he heard Chu Feng talking to him. Kudo was stunned for a moment before he stammered, "No. Nothing. Sir. Thank you for saving my life." In an instant, he even changed the way he addressed him. Chu Feng did not care about that. If he hadn't seen Brooke, he wouldn't have cared about their lives. They weren't close. At this moment, he looked directly at the smallest of them. However, with the black robe covering him, Chu Feng could not be sure. He had to ask, "Brooke?" The elves were stunned. Could this mysterious expert be Brooke's friend? Even Brooke himself was stunned. He knew very well, where did he get such a powerful friend? Killing more than 10 spirit transformation experts with one slash was not something he could reach. Ever since Anderson transferred him here from the demonic city, he had already been promoted. His strength had also increased from B rank to A rank, but he still knew his limits. He could not help but take off his black robe, revealing the short and slightly comical goblin Brooke. He looked at Chu Feng carefully. "Sir, you know me?" Evidently, he was unable to recognize Chu Feng. Chu Feng smiled. His disguise this time was indeed a little unnecessary. A true expert could easily see through this disguise. It was not very useful. Chu Feng was only doing this to make his journey easier. At this moment, he removed his disguise and revealed his original appearance. He smiled faintly. "Now, do you recognize me?" Hearing those words, Brooke hurriedly looked at Chu Feng carefully. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Lord Chu Feng? Why is it you?" Chu Feng smiled faintly. "Why can't it be me? Long time no see. Are Anderson and the others all right?" Brooke seemed to still be in shock. He was a little stunned. Hearing Chu Feng's voice, he hurriedly said, "Lord Anderson and the others are fine. Furthermore, Lord has already broken through to the A rank. With the strength of their family, they are now the mainstay of the revolutionary army." Chu Feng nodded. It was not surprising. Anderson had been a spirit transformation warrior before. His family was not weak in the revolutionary army. It was normal for him to break through now, in this turbulent era. Breaking through seemed to have become much easier. Seeing that Chu Feng did not say anything, Brooke hurriedly said, "Lord Chu Feng, Lord Anderson misses you very much. Previously, he specially went to the second level of the abyss to contact you through the communication stone. However, the distance was too far and he was unable to contact you." Chu Feng smiled faintly. he was either in the Blood Sea or Earth previously. They were not in the same space. Of course, he could not contact him. At this moment, there was no need to explain. He simply said, "All right, now that the trouble has been resolved for you guys, I have to continue on my way. When you get back, you can tell Anderson that I'll look for him when I have time. Coincidentally, I have something to discuss with him." Chu Feng had not thought of that before. Now that he saw these Revolutionary Army members, he remembered, in his previous life, humans had allied with the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army was not weak, the true top-notch expert was not much worse than the humans in his previous life. Furthermore, their common enemy was the demon race, so they naturally had the foundation to form an alliance. In his previous life, one of them had wreaked havoc internally and implicated the power of the demon race, while the other resisted the invasion of the demon race externally. Not only that, between the two, one had a mobile fortress, the Temple of Marvels, and the other had a legendary world, the ancient realm of the desolate god. They were all headaches for the demon race. They had also created countless glorious results. The demon emperor's words were not to be trusted. He deliberately left the Revolutionary Army behind to train the demons. What nonsense! If it could be uprooted, the demon emperor would have attacked long ago. He could not wait to completely annihilate this annoying Revolutionary Army. However, the Temple of Marvels was erratic and difficult to capture. There were probably some big shots involved. It really could not be destroyed. Helpless, the demon emperor could only say this to save face. The current demon race was no longer the era of the Heaven Ascension Demon Master. That was the true peerless overlord, an existence that awed all the races. The current demon emperor was not enough. Chu Feng did not think too much about it. The alliance involved too many benefits. He did not have the time to argue with the Revolutionary Army. At that time, human professionals would naturally come to talk. Chu Feng was merely laying the groundwork. It was also to prevent the future development from deviating too much from the direction of his previous life. Chu Feng's advantage of having the foresight was one of the few bargaining chips on the human side. After determining the direction Chu Feng planned to set off, Brooke hurriedly said, "Sir, don't go in that direction now." An extremely high-grade ruin just appeared there. Vaguely, a pagoda appeared, emitting an extremely terrifying and savage power. Anyone exposed to this power, no matter how strong or weak, would instantly turn into blood water. Many people have already died. If you... Before Brooke could finish, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had thought of something. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you saying that you guys saw a tower?" Chapter 385, Ancient Desolate Pagoda. Borrowing strength, Brooke did not know why Chu Feng was suddenly so excited, but he still told the truth. Because we were weaker. We didn't dare to get too close. However, we vaguely saw that it was like a pagoda. It just felt a little illusory. After a pause, Brooke continued, "If you still want to go in that direction, it's best to take a detour. Because now, the half-spirit demon race, the Inferno demon race, and even the Abyssal demon race, one of the royal clans, are all paying attention there. It was said that even an S-rank demon venerable had appeared. They've already sealed off the surroundings. Birds cannot cross. We are planning to go back and report that this kind of treasure land is the opportunity that the Revolutionary Army needs the most." Chu Feng listened to Brooke's voice but did not say anything. He fell into deep thought. In reality, he was secretly sensing the desolate god ancient painting. Brooke's words suddenly reminded him of the ancient realm of the desolate god, because in the ancient realm of the desolate god, there was also a tall pagoda, the ancient desolate pagoda. Previously, because the distance was too far and separated by several layers of space, the desolate god ancient painting could not accurately locate the ancient realm of the desolate god. Right now, he was in the 9th level of the abyss. With the same space, he should be able to sense something else. Soon, Chu Feng obtained the answer. His eyes suddenly widened. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Damn! It seemed like it was really the ancient desolate pagoda. A monstrous wave immediately rose in Chu Feng's heart, because there was some commotion in the desolate god ancient painting. In the ancient map, the location of the ancient desolate pagoda emitted a faint light. It was as if he had been summoned. However, Chu Feng immediately frowned. In his previous life, he had never heard of the ancient desolate tower existing independently from the ancient realm of the desolate god, and since it had been hidden for countless years, why had it suddenly appeared now? Could it be because of his arrival? Had he activated the ancient desolate pagoda? It was not that Chu Feng was narcissistic, but he was holding the desolate god ancient painting in his hand. This was the divine artifact of the ancient realm of the desolate god. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's gaze became slightly solemn. This was something he had never expected. In his plan, he would first find the ancient realm of the Desolate God and enter it with the help of the Desolate God ancient painting. After controlling it, he would bring it back to Earth. All of this could be carried out quietly. It could reduce too much unnecessary trouble. However, the ancient desolate tower's voluntary appearance had disrupted Chu Feng's plan. There was no need to guess. The endless desert would definitely be turbulent. It would attract the attention of all the forces in the 9th level. It was unrealistic to secretly transport the ancient realm of the desolate god back. Fortunately, everyone thought that the appearance of a higher grade ancient ruin would not attract the attention of an existence like the Demon Emperor. After all, the Abyss was once one of the twin divine planets and had countless opportunities. It was normal for ancient ruins to appear from time to time. Chu Feng pondered, should he grab it and run while there were still fewer experts there? Although he did not know where the ancient realm of the desolate god was, it was not a bad idea to snatch the ancient desolate pagoda first. Just from what Brooke said, it seemed like an S-rank demon venerable had already rushed over. Although they could not get close for the time being because of that terrifying desolate power, the scene had already been sealed off. This was a little difficult. Chu Feng frowned. On his side, he was the only one with S-rank combat power. The 4 pet beasts had yet to completely transform. Venerable Yen Tuo was only an unqualified S-rank. If the enemy had more than 2 S-ranks, it would be dangerous. Although he had the fearless grade battleship and escaping was definitely not a problem, that would alert the enemy. I can't be rash. Chu Feng warned himself, perhaps I can choose to borrow strength? Wouldn't the Revolutionary Army also want to get involved? The demon race and the Revolutionary Army were also incompatible. As long as he followed the Revolutionary Army, he might be able to fish in troubled waters. If there were too many experts, it would be easy to cause chaos. Once it was chaotic, he would not be so conspicuous. Coincidentally, he also had such conditions now. Chu Feng looked at Brooke and suddenly grinned. Brooke trembled in fear. Sir, Chu Feng said indifferently, you have a point. In that case, I won't go for now. I'll wait until things have eased up. Coincidentally, I haven't seen Anderson and the others in a long time. Can I go with you to meet them? The elf Kuto hesitated. He did not know Chu Feng very well. Could he simply lead the guy to the headquarters? Although the headquarters was not as important as the Temple of Marvels, it was still quite important. However, before Kuto could speak, Brooke agreed immediately. He had fought alongside Chu Feng before, so he naturally knew Chu Feng's character. Furthermore, Chu Feng was a human. There was no way he was a spy from the demon race. In that case, there was nothing wrong with going to a base. Sir, it's great that you're willing to go. Lord Anderson will be very happy. Chu Feng nodded. Let's go then. I can bring you guys along. It's faster. Chu Feng did not wish to waste any more time. His plan to devour Venerable Yanhua was ruined. Compared to the ancient desolate pagoda, this matter was not as urgent. He had hoped that Yen Tuo could break through to the high-grade S rank, which would be of greater help in searching for the ancient realm of the desolate god. Now that he had hit the jackpot, there was no need to complicate matters. Furthermore, since the half-spirit demon race had already begun to pay attention to that side, perhaps that Venerable Yanhua would also be sent to the vicinity of the ancient desolate pagoda. That would save him a lot of trouble. At that time, he would devour the guy and take the ancient desolate pagoda. It would be perfect, with the desolate god ancient painting in hand. Chu Feng was not worried that someone would beat him to it. This treasure that belonged to humans could not be snatched away so easily. He had plenty of time to plan. As for the Revolutionary Army, Chu Feng's eyes flickered. From the information he had obtained in his previous life, the Revolutionary Army was not as simple as it appeared in the eyes of the world. Chapter 386, Underground World, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. The decision was made. None of them were weak. They began to rush towards the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. Kuto secretly communicated with Brooke through voice transmission and understood Chu Feng's identity. This way, he was much more relieved. They had all heard that the demon race had invaded the Earth God planet. There was no doubt that humans and demons were mortal enemies. However, what puzzled Kuto was, the Earth God planet should still be invaded by the demons and in deep trouble, right? With your strength, why didn't you stay on Earth God planet and help your home survive? Why did you come to the 9th level, or could it be that the Earth God planet had completely fallen? Did this person flee from there? Kuto instantly thought of many things. However, no matter how rich his imagination was, he did not dare to think that the humans had won and annihilated all the invading demons. After all, as a member of the Revolutionary Army, Especially as scout captain, he knew all too well how powerful the demon race was. It was a power that made the Revolutionary Army despair. After being entangled with the demon race for so many years, the Revolutionary Army seemed to have been hiding like rats most of the time. There were results, but not many. Only when they encountered a great opportunity would they dare to fight the demons head on. Thinking about it, it was really pathetic. Chu Feng sensed Kudo's gaze and knew that he might be guessing something. He just couldn't be bothered. He scanned the crowd. It was too slow. This was barely twice the speed of sound, even if the Revolutionary Army's headquarters was not far from here. It was unknown how long it would take for them to arrive. Chu Feng grew impatient. He did not want to waste time traveling. He simply said, "Point at the direction for me. I'll take you on the journey. You'll be faster." As he spoke, he activated the heavenly water domain without waiting for their reply. It instantly enveloped them. His speed suddenly began to soar. He was as fast as lightning. Kudo and the other's eyes were about to pop out. Was this the speed that ordinary martial artists could achieve? They could not even feel how fast they were. They only knew that they were fast. Brooke couldn't help but swallow. He felt that this Lord Chu Feng had changed too much compared to 2 months ago. But he didn't seem to have broken through to the rank yet. Soon, when everyone stood firmly on an empty and dead desert, they were still a little confused. Had they arrived? Chu Feng looked around in surprise. There were only piles of yellow sand. This godforsaken place was the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. After carefully sensing for a while, he came to a realization. So it was hidden under the desert. Actually, this was because Chu Feng was inexperienced. He had never been to the 9th level in his previous life, so he naturally did not know that in the 9th level, the endless desert occupied almost half of the vast space of the 9th level. It was boundless. Among them, there were also countless living beings. However, the surface of the desert was not suitable for survival. Therefore, in this endless desert, most creatures dug underground. It was not intentional by the Revolutionary Army. To the higher-ups of the demon race, they had long known the location of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. However, without knowing the location of the Temple of Marvels, it was useless to destroy such a base. It could be rebuilt at any time. It was better to keep it so that the demon experts could monitor it. The higher-ups of both sides knew this very well. As Chu Feng pondered, Kudo had already opened the entrance to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. A brown passageway made of yellow sand led underground. The moment he entered, he felt a sense of shade. It was much more comfortable than the scorching hot ground. The few of them walked forward. There were even guards in the dark checking their identities and passwords from time to time. However, with Kudo around, no one questioned Chu Feng. A late-stage spirit transformation warrior's status in the Revolutionary Army was not low. A rank was already a pillar. The journey was smooth. A full 15 minutes later, what appeared before Chu Feng was actually an enormous underground city. At a casual glance, it was thousands of miles long and wide, many times larger than the largest city on Earth. There were people coming and going. It was really like an underground fortress. Kudo introduced proudly, "Sir, this myriad tribe city was jointly created by dozens of ranks from our Revolutionary Army. We solidified the sand and outlined the contours." In the end, an S-rank counselor took action. The world was changed and the city was consolidated. It can accommodate hundreds of millions of lives. Kudo's words were a warning. In other words, the Revolutionary Army has many experts. If you have any thoughts of harming the Revolutionary Army, it's best to dispel those thoughts as soon as possible. Chu Feng naturally understood those words. However, he only smiled faintly. He also understood Kudo's worry. After all, he was the one who had brought Chu Feng in. If there was really a problem with Chu Feng, he would be the first to suffer. Seeing this, Brooke hurriedly took over. "Lord Chu Feng, I have already informed Lord Anderson through the communication stone. They are rushing towards the city gate." Chu Feng nodded. Not long after Brooke spoke, one after another, ear-piercing sounds could be heard. The speed of an A rank was very fast. Before he arrived, a rough and forthright shout could be heard. "Haha, Chu Feng. We've finally met again after parting at the Corpse Soul Ridge." As soon as he finished speaking, a rough-looking middle-aged man walked towards Chu Feng with large strides with a smile on his face. As he walked, he opened his arms. It was as if he wanted to hug Chu Feng. Chu Feng pursed his lips speechlessly. He dodged in disdain and perfectly avoided Anderson's large hand. "You can actually dodge it?" Anderson was surprised. He was now an A rank. On the other hand, Chu Feng, Anderson subconsciously exclaimed, "Damn, why are you still a C rank?" Chapter 387, Intimidation. Anderson was really confused. When he accomplished spirit transformation, this guy was already a C rank. now that he was already in A rank, this guy was actually still a C rank. What, was it so great to stay in C rank? For a moment, Anderson did not know what to say. Had he been stuck in the past 2 months, back then, when you were a C rank and could defeat an early stage spirit transformation warrior, you were extremely stunning, but you've always been a C rank. How strong could a C rank be, comparable to an A rank? Don't joke around. Ever since he broke through to the A rank, he understood how lucky they were to defeat Mo Qianfan's incarnation. A rank was a completely different level, tribulation lightning, spirit transformation body, and 1,000 years of lifespan. They were true godlike existences on land. Even if it was just an incarnation, there was still a fundamental difference. After a while, Anderson continued, Chu Feng, if you're not doing well, why don't you come and join Big Brother? Ignoring everything else, it's not a problem for you to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Obviously, Anderson felt that Chu Feng had wasted his time during this period of time. He felt that it was a pity. He had seen Chu Feng's talent before. It was not even inferior to the top geniuses in their revolutionary army. It was a pity, born in that unstable human race, perhaps there were no extra resources to cultivate. He also knew that the demon race had invaded Earth God planet. At this moment, he couldn't help but think about many things. Could it be that the Earth God planet had already been occupied by the demon race and Chu Feng had fled here? Or was he here to seek help because he was no match for the demon race? At the thought of this, Anderson couldn't help but say solemnly, Chu Feng, have you or your human race encountered some trouble? Do you need help? Even if we can't support you with force, we can still provide some resources, pills, and weapons. Chu Feng rolled his eyes upon hearing those words. He had yet to say a word. Good Lord, had this middle-aged man already imagined a moving war movie in his mind? He said helplessly, we appreciate your kindness, but there's no need. Sigh, as expected, the human race has still lost. My condolences. Stay here peacefully in the future. I'll give you some resources later. Cultivate well and strive to break through to the A rank as soon as possible. Only then can you take revenge on the demon race. Anderson looked like he had expected this. He kept sighing. It was not an act. Instead, he felt really uncomfortable. When a rabbit dies, the fox mourns. If the human race had already been destroyed, what about the revolutionary army? Those who resisted the demon race did not seem to have a good ending. Chu Feng rolled his eyes upon hearing those words. Why didn't he realize before that this guy's imagination was so strong? He said that there was no need because those demons who dared to step into Earth had all been wiped out. They had all died. The humans on Earth were also strong now. There were nearly 50 A ranks. Soon, even S ranks would be born, including himself. There were already 5 S ranks. What's the point of having your help? However, before Chu Feng could say anything, Anderson sighed again. How about this, brother? Tell me, who is the leader of the invasion of your Earth God planet? I'll avenge you in the future. It could be seen that Anderson was very confident in his talent. Chu Feng was finally able to interject. He pursed his lips, a prince of the demon race, Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, after hearing this name, Anderson was suddenly stunned and could not help but gasp. Why is it him? That. Let's talk about this later. If there's a chance, the experts of our revolutionary army can kill him. At first, he claimed to avenge Chu Feng. Then, he said that they would take revenge for him. Despite the change of narration, Anderson had said it in a matter-of-fact manner without the slightest hint of shame. His skin was not ordinary. Unable to contain himself, Chu Feng grinned. Forget it, there's no need. Anderson hurriedly said, forget it? No way. Chu Feng, you can't be afraid. Even if Lin Yi is a peerless genius of the demon race, even if he's in A rank, so what? We can be beaten to death, but we can't be frightened to death. Chu Feng continued to roll his eyes. No, he's already dead. Where are you guys going to ambush him? The moment it finished speaking, Anderson and the others behind him were clearly stunned. What? What did you just say? Lin Yi is dead? Chu Feng said indifferently, that's right. Dead. There's probably not even ashes left. Hiss. What about the demon expeditionary army? They're all dead too. The expeditionary army was completely wiped out by us humans. Otherwise, how do you think we killed Lin Yi? Damn. Anderson was no longer as calm as before. He could not help but exclaim, this news was too shocking. their revolutionary army had worked for so many years, but what they did was probably not as great a blow as the human race had dealt to the demon race this time. He still could not believe it and could not help but say, then. What about the demon emperor? Didn't he have any reaction? Chu Feng said casually, there's a reaction. He was so anxious that he sent his incarnation to Earth. Oh my god. Then you guys. Anderson actually wanted to say you're still alive, but in the end, he hurriedly stopped himself. That was the demon emperor, the most powerful creature in the abyss. His strength was monstrous. Even the revolutionary army had never dared to fight the demon emperor head-on, not even his incarnation. How did that human escape? Chu Feng said indifferently, just kill his incarnation. Damn. Anderson was already incoherent, his eyes were filled with shock. There was a murmur, has the human race become so strong? They wiped out the demon expeditionary army, killed their leader, Lin Yi, and repelled the incarnation of the demon emperor. Chu Feng smiled faintly, it's average, we only have 40 to 50 A ranks, and there are only a few S ranks. Oh. There might be more in a few days. In the end, there are a few top-notch external helpers who can kill the demon emperor's incarnation. Chu Feng did not mind telling the revolutionary army some information. Since he planned to form an alliance with the revolutionary army in the future, he could first intimidate them and obtain more benefits in the future. Which side could take the lead in the alliance was not a small matter. In the end, it still depended on strength. This was an unchanging truth. SSS, so strong. Is this really the human race we knew previously? Kudo and the others were also stunned. Clearly, they had investigated humans before, but the humans at that time were clearly much weaker. And it was even more impossible for them to defeat the demon expeditionary army. They knew very well the strength of the expeditionary army this time. It could easily flatten the headquarters of their revolutionary army's underground fortress, but they all died in the hands of humans. Anderson muttered subconsciously, I think that our higher-ups should reassess the status of the human race. Chapter 388, Revenge. Hey, are we still going to stand at the city gate like idiots? Chu Feng reminded him, there were people coming and going around. It was unbearable. Hearing those words, Anderson came back to his senses and led Chu Feng into the city with an embarrassed expression. The city was also quite prosperous. Chu Feng saw that there were creatures from all kinds of races. They were probably races that could not withstand the pressure of the demon race and had gathered here. Although most creatures were only ordinary warriors, there was a large number of them. In this way, the probability of producing experts was much higher. It had to be said that the revolutionary army's actions were correct. It ensured that there would always be an endless stream of new forces within the revolutionary army. Moreover, as long as the Temple of Marvels was not destroyed by the demons, this place would be safe. Within the entire revolutionary army, the Council of 10,000 Races was the highest decision-maker. There were also a chairman, a vice-chairman, and 16 councillors, forming the highest authority. They were in charge of various large armies, such as ordinary combat corps, special combat troops, reconnaissance troops, and so on. There was also the peak force of the Revolutionary Army, the Saint Fighters. It was an organization composed of at least A ranks. The experts among them were very strong. Even the weaker A ranks who had just broken through were not qualified to become a saint fighter. It was the true sharp blade in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. For example, Anderson was not qualified to be a saint fighter. In his previous life, Chu Feng had encountered a few saint fighters. They were indeed powerful. Generally, they were the best among their peers. Among them, the most heaven-defying geniuses could even be invincible among their peers. Even in his previous life, Chu Feng did not dare to say that he would definitely win against someone of the same rank. Of course, that was only what Chu Feng had seen in his previous life. Looking at it now, perhaps they were just so. Along the way, Chu Feng had learned a lot about the Revolutionary Army from Anderson and the others. It was similar to what he had understood in his previous life. This meant that the butterfly effect of his rebirth did not affect them much. After all, they had not interacted much. Chu Feng felt slightly relieved. The few of them had just arrived at the Yin family's residence. Before he could sit down, suddenly, a chaotic commotion could be heard from the door. Damn. Get Anderson out here. I heard that the bastard who killed my sister is here. You killed a member of my Mei family and still dare to swagger into the Revolutionary Army headquarters? You're courting death. I'll definitely kill this bastard. Take revenge for my sister. Then, the servants of the Yin family stopped them. However, the person who had arrived seemed to be quite strong. The servants could not stop him at all. The cursing got closer and closer. In the hall, Anderson suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, "Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this? I should have secretly brought you in." After a pause, Anderson continued, "Chu Feng, do you still remember how you killed the eldest daughter of the Mei family in the Corpse Soul Ridge? Back then, when this news was sent back to the headquarters, the Mei family flew into a rage. They even sent an A rank to hunt you down, but in the end, they couldn't find you and let it go. The Mei family is one of the 16 counselor families. Their family is very powerful. The person who has arrived is the second young master of the Mei family, Mei Hong. He's a high-level A rank and is not to be trifled with. Don't speak later. I'll take care of everything. In the Yin family's territory, it's not Mei Hong's place to behave atrociously." At the end, there was already some anger in Anderson's tone. Mei Hong had barged into the Yin family's residence and looked down on them. After all, the Yin family was one of the 16 counselor families. Although they were ranked at the bottom, they were also distinguished. How could he allow a junior from the Mei family to behave atrociously? Chu Feng did not know if it was possible, but he casually sensed his aura. There seemed to be quite a number of people here. One was a high-level A and 5 or 6 were late-stage spirit transformation warriors. This force was not weak among the revolutionary army. Of course, Chu Feng did not take them seriously. An A rank could be easily killed. Soon, the person forced his way into the hall. Young Master Mei insisted on coming. We couldn't stop him. The servant complained. Anderson was expressionless as he waved the servants away. He then looked at Mei Hong. He was dressed in golden silk armor and holding a wide-bladed sword in his hand. He was aggressive and did not take Anderson seriously at all. "Anderson, how dare you? You even dare to take in a fugitive wanted by my Mei family?" A cold light flashed in Anderson's eyes and his voice was deep. "Mei Hong, what do you mean? Chu Feng is my friend. The Yin family is not a place for you to behave atrociously. If you dare to act rashly, don't blame me for being rude. Get lost." Mei Hong was stunned for a moment before he sneered, TSK, threatening me? Just because you're an early stage A rank? You're not even a saint fighter. Your Yin family has really declined." Anderson's expression was terrifyingly dark. However, Mei Hong completely ignored him and snorted, "Get lost. I really want to kill someone now. Don't provoke me. Where is Chu Feng?" Just as Mei Hong finished speaking, behind him, a spy pointed directly at Chu Feng. Seeing this, Mei Hong couldn't even be bothered to waste his breath. There was a murderous glint in his eyes. The broadsword in his hand smashed toward Chu Feng. He was actually going to kill Chu Feng in public. There was no need to know what had happened that day. Chu Feng killing a member of their Mei family was a capital offense. He was extremely domineering. Looking at the incoming broadsword, Chu Feng watched coldly from the sidelines the entire time. His fingers moved rhythmically. It was as if a terrifying aura was rising. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Chu Feng. Anderson threw a punch at the broadsword. His body glowed brightly. Clearly, he had used all his strength. There was a loud bang. The broadsword was knocked back, but Anderson himself was also sent flying and vomited blood. Mei Hong's eyes were still cold. "Ignorant fool." As he spoke, he planned to attack again. However, Anderson, who was flying backward, roared, "Dad! If you continue to watch the show, your last son will be beaten to death." At this moment, a sigh suddenly sounded in the air. "You kid, sigh, you always like to use this to agitate me. I owe it to you two brothers." Chapter 389, Heavenly Talents Tournament. As he finished speaking, a slightly old figure in a white robe slowly appeared. He looked like a sage. Seeing this, Anderson pursed his lips. This old man is starting to show off again. Every time there are outsiders around, he always acts like an expert. Bah! In front of him, the white-robed old man staggered, but he still maintained a kind smile on his face. As if he had not heard anything, with a casual wave of his hand, the white-robed old man imprisoned Mei Hong. It was smooth and relaxed. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. The old man who had just appeared was definitely an expert. At that moment, Mei Hong, who had been restrained, suddenly flew into a rage and stared fixedly at the white-robed old man, Aneodo. "As the head of the Yin family and the former king of the Sacred War, you only dare to bully the weak? My father is right. Your existence is a disgrace to the 16 counselors. Back then, if you had not insisted on doing things your way and directly destroyed nearly half of the foundation of our sane fighters, how would our revolutionary army be in such a passive state today? You yourself are half crippled, and even your eldest son, Anbert, was surrounded and killed by the demons during that operation. What is this? Retribution? Ha ha ha. Hee hee, you used to be the sacred war king. Looks like you only dare to be fierce in front of juniors like me. Mei Hong's voice fell, the white-robed old man's kind smile slowly disappeared, replaced by a hint of regret and indignation. After a long while, he slowly spoke, I wasn't wrong back then. Back then, the situation was critical. If we didn't take the risk, the demon emperor might have long locked onto the location of the Temple of Marvels. Then, the revolutionary army would have been uprooted by the demon race. Some people died and paid a price to preserve the foundation of the revolutionary army. Shouldn't that be the case? My son. I've let him down. But you have no right to say that. Get lost. As he spoke, the white-robed old man's voice suddenly became stern. A sound wave blasted Mei Hong out of the hall. Mei Hong, who had been sent flying, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes ferocious. Aneodo, when Anbert died, your family was doomed. With just you, a half-crippled S-rank, and that trash Anderson, I want to see if your family can still keep your last seat as a counselor in this Heavenly Talents tournament of all races. Anderson. My big brother is about to break through to the A rank. I hope you don't meet him in the ring. Otherwise, even a god won't be able to save you. Mei Hong did not hide his voice. Clearly, he did not take the family seriously at all. The family had already declined. As for his Mei family, they were thriving and even occupied 5 seats. How could the family compare? At the last moment, Mei Hong suddenly looked at Chu Feng and sneered. Chu Feng, is it? You're really bold, but you followed the wrong master. The family can't even protect themselves anymore. They can't protect you for long. Just you wait. My Mei family will definitely kill you. The figure dissipated. Mei Hong's arrogant voice was still echoing. There was silence. Everyone looked at the father and son. Their faces had been slapped swollen today. A dignified counselor was humiliated by a junior. If word got out, how would others look at the family? A tiger that had fallen into the plains would be bullied by dogs. Of course, there was also Chu Feng. It seemed like the source of all this was because of this unknown fellow. Otherwise, Mei Hong wouldn't have been able to find a reason to cause trouble. As for the so-called revenge for his sister, why didn't I see you and your sister being so close before? Some people had already begun to speculate, perhaps. This was a test by the Mei family's master. It had not been a day or two since the Mei family coveted the seat of council in the hands of the family. But Aneodo was a former king of the sacred war after all. And his strength was unfathomable, although he was crippled by the demons after that battle. However, who could confirm if it was true? Who knew if he had recovered? Therefore, it seemed reasonable for Mei Hong, a high-level A rank, to test him. Perhaps Chu Feng was just an excuse for them to make things difficult for him. The servants of the family carefully began to clean up the mess. Anderson waved his hand irritably to dismiss everyone. Only Chu Feng, Koto, Brooke, and the others were left. Only then did Anderson look at the white-robed old man angrily. Old man, why didn't you kill that bastard just now? He doesn't take our family seriously. The white-robed old man was still expressionless as he said calmly, I'm just a cripple. I can barely make a few moves. How can I do it? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. A cripple? No way. In his senses, the power in this old man's body was clearly as deep as the ocean and surging like waves. He did not look like a cripple at all, but why did he have to act like a cripple to the public? Chu Feng pondered with interest. Of course, this old man had hidden himself very well. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Feng had learned many true abilities from the Blood Sea space, he probably wouldn't have discovered him. In the eyes of outsiders, the head of the family was probably really crippled. However, if one of the 16 counselors of the Revolutionary Army, the former king of the Sacred War, recovered his strength, there was no need to hide it. Was he planning something? Chu Feng was very curious, but he consciously did not say anything. Anyway, it was none of his business. As long as they don't come and harm me, do whatever you want. Beside Chu Feng, Anderson seemed to be completely unaware. He was still furious. He crushed a teacup indignantly. Damn it! If Big Brother hadn't died, with Big Brother's peerless talent, how would this Mei Hong dare to behave atrociously? Even the eldest young master of the Mei family, Mei Changqing, was inferior to my big brother back then. Listening to Anderson, the white-robed old man's expression finally changed. But he quickly covered it up. He said calmly, therefore, you should cultivate well. The Yin family will depend on you from now on. Hearing this, Anderson suddenly became discouraged and sighed, forget it. I know my place. My talent is not even comparable to Mei Hong. I'm afraid I have no chance in this prodigy tournament. It doesn't matter if I lose, but according to the rules, the Heavenly Talents tournament this time is related to the seats of the counselors. Our Yin family is lacking in resources now. I think your position as a counselor is in danger. What should I do? Anderson was a little worried. We'll do whatever we have to do. At most, we'll just hand over the counselor seat. The white-robed old man was calm as if he did not care. These words infuriated Anderson. He slammed the table. Old man, be serious. If we hand over the last seat of the council, without the protection of the council, will our Yin family still exist? Before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang. Anderson was slapped into the ground. Beside him, the white-robed old man clapped his hands unhurriedly. Who are you talking to? I'm not dead yet. I actually want to see who dares to touch my Yin family. Chapter 390, Sacred Light Baptism. Primordial Desolate Crystal. There was a long pause. Anderson crawled out of the hole in the ground. He looked dejected. You old man. You only know how to be stubborn. Anyone with eyes knows that the Heavenly Talents tournament this time is targeted at our Yin family. Wait for the head of the Mei family. That old fellow Mei Long will put a knife to your neck. Let's see if you can still be stubborn. Anderson looked at his father, who could not be helped, and felt disappointed. Chu Feng asked curiously, what's the Heavenly Talents tournament? This was the first time Chu Feng had heard of this. He had never encountered one in his previous life. He was curious. Anderson sighed and said, actually, it's a competition among young geniuses within the Revolutionary Army. Of course, although it's called a martial arts competition. In reality, it's a reshuffling of the power within the Revolutionary Army. It might be a little too much to say that it's a reshuffle, but this competition does affect the ownership of the 3 council seats. You should know that within the Revolutionary Army, the Council of 10,000 Races is the highest authority. It has the chairman, vice-chairman, and the 16 councillors, who jointly control the entire Revolutionary Army. Among them, there are 3 large tribes that occupy the absolute dominant position. The Moonlight Elves, led by the Yu family, hold the seats of 6 councillors. The White Elves, led by the Mei family, occupy the seats of 5 councillors. The Beast Alliance, which consists of lions, werewolves, and leopards, occupy 3 council seats. In addition, there are also dwarves with special statuses who stand aloof from worldly affairs. They are few in number, but all of them are forging masters and they also occupy a seat. Lastly, my Yin family is actually also a white elf race, although we are always ostracized. Within the Revolutionary Army, there are countless tribes, but there are only 16 council members. Each of them represents a massive amount of cultivation resources. It is unknown how many pairs of eyes are staring at them, but how could the other tribes be willing to let the seats be divided up by the 3 great tribes? Therefore, in order to balance the various parties and also to encourage the various races to spare no effort in nurturing new forces, the chairman stipulated that every 5 years, the 3 great forces must each take out a seat for the various races to fight for. If you win, this position will be yours. No one can take it away from you within 5 years. Moreover, in order to control the intensity of the battle and not turn it into an internal strife of the Revolutionary Army, they let the young geniuses of the various races fight for it. This is the origin of the Heavenly Talents tournament. It can also be considered as giving the various races hope, in order to fight for or protect this seat. All the tribes will spare no effort to nurture the next generation. This is also the key to the continuous emergence of experts by the Revolutionary Army. Anderson said slowly. He explained the Heavenly Talents tournament thoroughly. However, Chu Feng still frowned in confusion. Then what does this competition have to do with your Yin family? According to you, your Yin family has already been expelled from the 3 great forces? Anderson sighed, but we're still white elves. In fact, our Yin family was once the leader of the white elves. It's only because of what the old man did previously that we were pushed out. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, we are still the forces of the white elves. There is no need to guess. This time, the Mei family will definitely take out the Yin family seat for the various races to compete for. this move will not only take advantage of the opportunity to weaken the Yin family, but if they play it well, such as finding a powerful external aid, they can even take the Yin family's seat. It is killing two birds with one stone. As for the other races, they don't care where this seat came from. This was the reason why Anderson was helpless. Because of this rule of 5-year competitions, their Yin family was almost destined to be the sacrificed party. He could only blame himself for being weak. If his big brother was still around, so what if the seats were taken? Who would be his big brother's match? Unfortunately, he had only broken through to the A rank for a short period of time. However, as an early stage A rank, he had no hope of squeezing into the top 3. In other words, the Yin family was destined to lose their seat as a counselor. In addition, the old man was not helpful. Perhaps one day, the huge Yin family would be gone. Anderson couldn't help but sigh. I did find external help for a high-level A rank, but I don't think it will work. The top 3 in the previous batches were almost all peak A ranks. There were even very few geniuses who could reach the terrifying level of the ultimate A rank. They are simply inhuman. I heard that the boss of the Mei family is in seclusion to break through to the A rank. I wonder if he succeeded. If he succeeds and he targets us again, fine, what's the point of competing? Anderson had a worried expression on his face. He could not help but glance at Chu Feng. Sigh, Brother Chu, if only you were also an A rank. With the talent you displayed previously, the 3 of us might have a chance to compete if we join forces. Unfortunately, you're only a C rank. Hearing those words, Chu Feng merely pursed his lips. Although he was really a C rank, if he were to reveal his true strength, he would definitely scare Anderson to death. However, Chu Feng was truly not interested in this competition. In his opinion, this was no different from a bunch of brats playing house. If he were to compete with a group of A ranks, wouldn't he be bullying them? Furthermore, Chu Feng felt that Anderson was being too pessimistic. Your old man is actually very strong. Even if your family loses its seat as a counselor, no one can do anything to you. Thus, Chu Feng did not have to make a name for himself. Furthermore, he really did not want to complicate matters. Chu Feng came here only because he wanted to use the power of the Revolutionary Army to confuse the situation at the ancient desolate tower so that he could take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, with a group of demon venerables there was no way to cause trouble. As for participating in the competition, it was completely not on his agenda. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to speak, and at that moment, suddenly, Brooke hurried in with a circular in his hand, as if he had received some news. Lord Anderson, the reward for this competition is out. Anderson waved his hand weakly. Put it there. Anyway, Anderson felt that it had nothing to do with him. He was in no mood to read. As for Chu Feng, he opened the notice with interest and suddenly raised his eyebrows. The reward is quite generous. Other than the top 3 being linked to the seats of the counselors, the top 10 can all receive a baptism of holy light from the Temple of Marvels. Chu Feng had heard of the baptism of holy light in his previous life. This was an opportunity unique to the Temple of Marvels. It was said that it could cleanse all filth from living beings. It was even said that during the baptism process, living beings would remove the impurities in their bodies and break through to a higher realm. This was definitely a great opportunity. Unfortunately, this was an extremely precious resource within the Revolutionary Army. Chu Feng had never enjoyed it in his previous life. Of course, if that was the case, although Chu Feng was envious, he would not go crazy. However, when Chu Feng saw the picture of an abnormally beautiful prismatic crystal on the notice, he was suddenly stunned. He couldn't help but growl. Is this a primordial desolate crystal? Chapter 391, Join the competition. I must get it. Primordial desolate crystal, the exclusive opportunity of the ancient desolate pagoda. Chu Feng was extremely familiar with the appearance of the primordial desolate crystal. In his previous life, humans had relied on it to rise to prominence. The primordial desolate crystal in front of him was only the lowest grade of the ancient desolate pagoda. Even so, the energy contained in such a small piece of primordial desolate crystal was definitely not inferior to a drop of star domain essence. However, the ancient desolate pagoda could produce such ancient crystals continuously. The reason why humans in his previous life could rise so quickly was because all of humanity was using this treasure that was comparable to the star domain essence to cultivate. As such, how could his cultivation speed not be fast? At that moment, huge waves rose in Chu Feng's heart. He grabbed the notice and scrutinized it. There was only a short introduction of the primordial desolate crystal, obtained from the ancient desolate land. It contains a large amount of precious energy. When used by a ranks, it can rapidly increase one's strength. Chu Feng suddenly looked at Anderson. Do you know where this ancient wilderness is? This time, before Anderson could answer, Brooke said directly, Lord Chu Feng, that so-called ancient desolate land is actually the place where we discovered the ancient pagoda. That place was originally a wilderness, but such crystals would appear from time to time. The races in the 9th level all knew how precious these crystals were, so a large number of clansmen from various races have been gathered there. It's also because of this that almost all the forces on the 9th level knew about the appearance of the ancient pagoda. Everyone felt that perhaps this crystal-like treasure was related to the ancient pagoda, which was why a venerable level expert rushed over immediately. Brooke explained. Chu Feng suddenly fell silent. The others were still guessing if this crystal was related to the ancient pagoda. However, Chu Feng was very certain. This was born from the ancient desolate pagoda that belonged to humans. Chu Feng took a deep breath. Although he did not know where the ancient realm of the desolate god was, he had to take the ancient desolate pagoda with him. This was the key to the rise of humanity. Then, Chu Feng saw a line of small characters at the bottom of the notice. After the competition ended, the top 10 geniuses could follow the experts of the Revolutionary Army to the ancient pagoda they had just discovered to train. Chu Feng pondered. From the looks of it, he had to participate in this competition, otherwise, he would not be able to follow the Revolutionary Army openly. With this thought in mind, Chu Feng suddenly raised his head and looked at Anderson. Anderson, I want to participate in this competition as an external help of your own family, can I? Right after Chu Feng had said those words, Anderson's eyes widened. Unable to contain himself, he sized Chu Feng up again. Chu Feng, what did you say? I might have hallucinated just now. Chu Feng frowned. I said, I want to participate in the battle. Anderson gasped in shock. But you're only a C rank. Do you know that the weakest of the guys participating in the competition this time are also a ranks? C rank and a rank. Anderson didn't know what to say. This was not the way to die. Besides, the Mei family hates you to the core. If you dare to go on stage, even if Big Brother Mei doesn't do anything, that Mei Hong can kill you with a breath. However, Chu Feng still insisted. At this moment, Brooke hurriedly spoke again. Lord Anderson, actually, Lord Chu Feng is very strong. Anderson looked over in confusion. Brooke hurriedly said, just now, Lord Chu Feng killed more than 10 inferno demons at the spirit transformation realm with a single slash. Lord Chu Feng definitely has the strength of an A rank. The moment he finished, even an Aodo, who had been indifferent, could not help but be stunned. He subconsciously sized Chu Feng up. Was this kid hiding his strength? But then he denied it. He was a C-rank warrior. As for Chu Feng being able to conceal his strength before him, an Aodo had never even thought about it. His true strength was not just what he had displayed. If not for the trouble he had been in, the Mei family would have long been killed by him. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Could it be that this kid in front of him was really the legendary peerless genius who could match an A rank with his mortal body? Hiss. Was he such a genius? Even an Aodo could not help but feel shocked. Although his son was quite weak, he was really good at making friends. Previously, he had already obtained the help of a high-level A rank. Unexpectedly, another peerless genius had appeared. However, although he was a genius, his opponents were all A ranks, and not ordinary A ranks either. There seemed to be no hope. An Aodo saw everything clearly. He had never cared about the counselor's seat. If those people wanted to take it, they could just take it. When he resolved the trouble on his body, they would have to spit out everything they had eaten sooner or later. Not everyone could touch his things. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He had not told Anderson about it. He just wanted to train his son. From the looks of it, his son had performed well. At the thought of this, an Aodo couldn't be bothered to say anything. To him, it made no difference whether Chu Feng participated or not. After all, the outcome would still be the same. Let his son do whatever he wanted. Although Anderson knew very well that even with Chu Feng, the hope of the Yin family obtaining the top 3 was extremely slim. With one more person, there would be more hope. He barely suppressed the shock in his heart. He suddenly punched Chu Feng. He was all smiles. Good kid. No wonder you easily dodged my hug outside the city. I was right about you. Compared to your talent, that boss Mei is trash. It was no exaggeration to say that any genius who could compare to an A rank at the mortal stage was a legend. To Anderson, even if Chu Feng's current strength was still lacking, his future was definitely limitless. He patted Chu Feng's shoulder and cheered him on. All right, I'll count you in. Don't feel any pressure. If you meet the Mei brothers, just admit defeat and save your life. You will definitely be able to go further than them in the future. We probably won't get into the top 3, but we can still fight for the top 10. I heard that the sacred light baptism of the Temple of Marvels is a good thing. Speaking of which, I've only been to the Temple of Marvels a few times in my life. This time, I'll work hard and try to take another look. That's really a huge treasure. Anderson continued talking. Chu Feng simply could not be bothered with him. No chance of getting into the top 3? What a joke. I still want to get the reward for the first place, the primordial desolate crystal, and see if it's real. Wouldn't a group of children who were only ranks be eliminated with one slash? Was it difficult? You all think that mortals comparable to ranks are legends, but what if a mortal could compare to an S rank? Chapter 392, the tournament begins, geniuses gather. Since he had already decided to participate in the Heavenly Talents tournament in the Revolutionary Army, Chu Feng was no longer anxious. It was said that the desolate ancient pagoda was still enveloped by the power of desolation. Even demon venerable experts did not dare to approach it rashly. He did not have to worry about someone beating him to it. When the desolate power dissipated, the competition would probably have ended long ago. It could be seen that there were definitely experts within the Revolutionary Army who had calculated the time. Perhaps they had already made a trip there. For this reason, even the Heavenly Talents tournament had been brought forward. The second day after Chu Feng arrived at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, early in the morning, Anderson hurriedly knocked on Chu Feng's door. The moment they met, he went straight to the point. The competition has begun. It's in the arena in the center of the city. We'll rush over now. Darren has already gone over. Darren was the external help Anderson had pulled in previously. He was young, but he had the strength of a high-level A rank. He was a rather famous genius in the Revolutionary Army. However, his tribe was too weak and he had no hope of competing for the council seat, so he decided to give Anderson some face. Chu Feng had no objections. He nodded casually and followed Anderson out of the in-family residence. They flew south. From afar, he could see the towering arena in the middle of the city. It spanned 100 miles. Looking down from the sky, it was like a large plaza. At this moment, the center of the city was already filled with people. The creatures of various races swarmed around the ring and roared excitedly. They shouted frantically for the geniuses they supported. In fact, the Heavenly Talents tournament had gradually developed into a different kind of star-chasing meet. Any genius who stood out from the competition had become the idol of the entire Revolutionary Army. It's so lively. Chu Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. This scene felt like a celebrity concert on Earth before the recovery of spiritual energy. Anderson nodded. Over the years, the pressure brought by the demon race has become stronger and stronger. This can be considered a way for everyone to vent. At this point, Anderson couldn't help but sigh. The demon race was still too powerful, so powerful that it made one despair. Darren is in the counselor's family area on the east side of the ring. Let's go over. I've already registered you. Chu Feng nodded. I'm not from your Revolutionary Army. Is there a problem? Anderson said casually. The others might not be able to. They're worried about spies from the demon race, especially those guys from the demon race. Their infiltration of us can be said to be pervasive, but you're a human. With me as your guarantor, there won't be a problem. Actually, even if someone from the demon race manages to sneak in, there's no need to worry. Because once they enter the Temple of Marvels, they will be discovered. Anderson was clearly very confident in the Temple of Marvels. Chu Feng understood. He did not say anything and merely looked around. Uncle isn't here? Anderson pursed his lips. Who knows? He disappeared early in the morning. Sigh, it's really worrisome to have such a father. The two of them chatted casually and arrived at the counselor family's district. The people gathered here were all descendants of the 16 council members' families. They were either rich or noble. With just a casual glance, Chu Feng could sense how unruly these young people were. Moreover, there were quite a number of people from these families. They were also clearly separated. The three great forces could be seen at a glance. In the middle, a group of young and beautiful moonlight elves were chattering about something. There were men and women, and each of them had a crescent moon on them, making them look extremely flirtatious. Leading them was a beautiful woman. She was wearing a bright silver dress that seemed to have been condensed from moonlight, and she gave off a cold aura. Chu Feng came to a realization. This should be Yulingran, whom Anderson had told him about, the top genius of the Moonlight Elves, an ultimate A rank. it was said that she had once defeated a prince of the demon race, Lin Yi. Her reputation soared and no one could compare to her. He could be considered the #1 genius of the Revolutionary Army. Chu Feng casually sized it up. His strength seemed to be not bad, and he was not far from breaking through to the S rank. But that was all. On the left of the Moonlight Elves, Mei Hong was staring fixedly at Chu Feng, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes at all. This was the location of the White Elves, but the current Mei Hong did not seem to be the main character. The real focus was the handsome young man in front of him. He was dressed in a green robe and his fair skin made him look even more handsome. Just a casual move from him caused countless girls to scream. Mei Changqing was the eldest son of the Mei family. He was extremely talented and was not inferior to Yu Lingran. It was said that some time ago, he had gone into seclusion to break through to the A rank. No one knew if he had succeeded or not. He was definitely one of the top 3 seeds. To everyone's surprise, the usually arrogant Mei Changqing was chatting with a black-robed young man beside him from time to time. Brother Wei Yan, according to the agreement, I am in charge of seizing the seats of the Yu family or the Beast Alliance. As for the seat of the Yin family, I will have to rely on Brother Wei Yan to seize it for the Mei family. The black-robed young man's face was a little pale, but he smiled faintly. Brother Changqing, don't worry. Don't you know my strength? In the huge revolutionary army, only Brother Changqing and Yu Lingran can make me treat them differently. Mei Changqing smiled in relief. In this competition, the Mei family's ambition could not be satisfied just by seizing the seat of the Yin family. If there was a chance, he would get a seat in the Yu family and the Beast Alliance. They had this black-robed expert. Mei Changqing had sparred with the black-robed young man before, but he could not even gain the upper hand. This showed how powerful the black-robed young man was. On the far right was a group of big guys. There were lion men, leopard men, and wolf men. They were mixed together and exuded hormones. However, the auras of the 3 beast men leading them were clearly lower than that of Yu Lingling and Mei Changqing. Perhaps they were just 3 Pika ranks. In previous years, it was enough to protect their own seats. Therefore, these big guys were not in a hurry. In addition, there was a small area left with a few red-faced and bearded dwarves. They were less than half a meter tall, but they each had a bottle of strong rum in each hand. They did not care what was happening around them. They just continued drinking, the young talents of the dwarf race. In history, there had been frequent births of divine blacksmiths among dwarves. It was just that their appearance was a little indescribable. It was undeniable that the clansmen of this tribe were all master blacksmiths. Their status in the Revolutionary Army was very special. Even if their tribe was not very strong, they still occupied a seat in the council. Moreover, they did not have to worry about anyone coming to take it. Chu Feng looked at the group of mature bearded men with interest. He suddenly remembered, the demon slayer in his hand seemed to have been forged by a former dwarf divine craftsman. Unfortunately, it was only a semi-finished product. Although the power was already very terrifying, it had not reached the limit of this saber. When Chu Feng saw the group of dwarves, his mind immediately became active. He wondered if there were still any divine craftsmen in the current dwarf race, if only they could reforge the demon slayer for himself. Chapter 393, Demon Race, Strange Black-Robed Youth. Chu Feng was impatient. If the demon slayer could be reforged and reach its true peak, his chances of success during the tribulation would increase by at least 30%. However, the timing was not right. Chu Feng understood the principle of getting into trouble because of one's wealth. The demon slayer was not an ordinary treasure. It was worth hundreds of thousands of drops of star domain essence. It was usually reserved, and even in battle, nothing could be seen. However, when it was recast, it would definitely attract the divine artifact lightning tribulation. This was a necessary path for the birth of a divine artifact. At that time, he would not have the strength to stabilize the world. Wouldn't he be done for if a greedy peak S rank appeared? There were definitely such experts in the Revolutionary Army. Chu Feng had never doubted that. At the thought of this, he could only suppress his thoughts for the time being. He only quietly paid attention to these dwarves. If there was a chance, he could build a good relationship with them first. Just as Chu Feng was pondering, in the middle of the city, on the ring, an old figure slowly landed, his aura surging. Someone below the stage recognized the person and shouted excitedly, "It's the city lord. He's actually the host this time." The city lord seems to be a true venerable level expert. Right? Beside Chu Feng, Anderson explained in a low voice, City Lord Frederick can be considered an old veteran in the Revolutionary Army. He was originally the commander of the regular combat troops. Over the years, he has taken a back seat and come to the headquarters to be an idle city lord. Chu Feng merely nodded upon hearing those words. He looked at the old man and muttered to himself, peak of the initial stage S rank. Or a high stage S rank expert. There were also crouching tigers and hidden dragons within the Revolutionary Army, as expected of an organization that had persisted in the hands of the demon race for so many years. Then, the old man coughed lightly. Everyone fell silent. Clearly, the old man's prestige was not low. Then, the old man simply said a few words and announced the start of the competition. He threw out a golden scroll with the names of all the participants listed on it. Under the golden scroll was an opaque wide-mouthed jade bottle. The old man said in a deep voice, "In this competition, there will be a total of 38 participants. They will draw lots according to the order on the scroll to decide their opponents. They will fight in pairs. The winner will enter the next round, and the loser will be eliminated." Offstage, Anderson couldn't help but mutter, "This rule is too rash. If we're unlucky and encounter Yu Lingran, Mei Changqing, and the other freaks, won't we be eliminated directly?" Under such rules, even if one had the strength to fight for the top 10, it was useless. Not only did Anderson feel that it was inappropriate, but most of the contestants present who were not confident in their strength could not help but complain. Only Yu Lingran, Mei Changqing, and the black-robed young man could remain calm. Of course, that included Chu Feng. In his eyes, this was just a group of children playing house. Right now, Chu Feng only wanted to finish the competition quickly so that he could head to the ancient desolate pagoda as soon as possible. This simple and direct rule suited him. Silence. In the ring, the old man snorted, "Humph. That's the rule. Those who have any objections can withdraw from the competition. Luck is also a part of a warrior's strength. Can you choose your opponents when fighting with the demon race? Now, Yu Lingling, step forward and draw lots." The old man meant what he said. Seeing that the old man seemed to be angry, no one dared to say anything else. The next moment, Yu Lingran walked out indifferently without saying a word. With a flutter, she easily arrived in front of the wide-mouthed jade pot. She reached out and took out a golden note. Everyone could not help but look at the golden note in Yu Lingran's hand. They were afraid that they would be the one to be drawn. Booker. Yu Lingran coldly read out the name on it. Immediately, the crowd gasped in relief. Only a werewolf in the Beast Alliance was filled with despair. It's over. There's no hope of getting into the top 10. This was the only thought in the werewolf's mind. The surrounding tribes looked at them gloatingly. The second to draw was Mei Changqing. He appeared in front of the jade pot in an instant. He casually grabbed it and read the name indifferently, Frank. Another scream could be heard. Then, the participants went forward to draw lots. Some were happy, while others were sad. They were all members of the Revolutionary Army, and some of them were even childhood playmates. They knew both sides very well. Basically, the moment they drew lots, they would know if they had a chance of winning. Anderson and Darren were both lucky. Both of them had drawn an early stage A rank. Anderson was full of confidence. At this point, only the black-robed young man and Chu Feng were left. The two of them had appeared as external reinforcements, so they were naturally ranked last. Chu Feng subconsciously exchanged glances with the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man only smiled faintly. Then, he looked away and went forward to draw lots. However, Chu Feng frowned slightly. He had not noticed just now, however, when he got closer to the black-robed young man. Chu Feng inexplicably felt uncomfortable. He seemed to instinctively hate the person in front of him. Chu Feng was a little puzzled. "Why, this should be my first time seeing this guy, right?" Chu Feng carefully sensed again, but he still did not discover anything. From the looks of it, this guy should be from the demon spirit race. It was a race that had been passed down since ancient times, but they were not very famous. They did not have much of a presence, and no experts had appeared in their race. However, they were also considered a member of the resistance against the demon race back then. It was just that they had disappeared without a trace. He did not expect to see a member of that race here today. However, Chu Feng was still puzzled. Logically speaking, even if this guy was from the demon race, he shouldn't instinctively feel disgusted. It was as if even the bloodline in his body was rejecting this fellow. Interesting. Chu Feng took a few more glances. Soon, the black-robed young man was done drawing lots. In the end, it was Chu Feng's turn. Actually, there was no need for him to draw. His opponent had long been decided. However, Chu Feng still walked out. It was as if the black-robed young man had also gone there. Originally, no one had noticed Chu Feng. Everyone was paying attention to their next opponent. However, when Chu Feng took his first step, everyone suddenly fell silent. Someone pointed at Chu Feng in surprise. Am I seeing things? This guy doesn't seem to be an A rank, right? Damn. He seems to be just a mortal warrior? To be precise, he's only a C rank warrior. Hiss. Is this guy crazy? A mere C-rank warrior dares to participate in a battle between A ranks? The world is really big. There are all kinds of strange things. Look, this guy seems to be an external help invited by the Yin family. Ha ha ha. Is this a joke? The Yin family is desperate. Isn't it embarrassing to get a C-rank warrior up here? By the way, it seems that this C-rank warrior killed the little princess of the Mei family previously. I heard that Mei Hong even went to the Yin mansion yesterday to kill him. However, he was stopped by the Yin family, so this guy survived. Sigh, then why did this guy take the initiative to court death? Isn't he afraid of running into Mei Hong and being beaten to death? Fortunately, Mei Hong's opponent has already been decided. Don't be in a hurry to conclude. Take a look at who that fellow's opponent is first. Gasp. A rank from the Mei family? Then wouldn't this young man be dead for sure? Chapter 394, Kid, are you afraid? The entire scene was in an uproar. In the Mei family, Mei Hong couldn't help but laugh. This was too much of a coincidence. You really chose to come to hell when there was a way out, then, he instructed a young genius behind him. Marcus, you know what to do later, right? The young genius called Marcus was Chu Feng's opponent later. He had the strength of an early stage A rank. Hearing Mei Hong's voice, he hurriedly smiled obsequiously. Young Master Hong, don't worry. A mere C-rank warrior is as easy as killing a chick. I will definitely take revenge for Miss Mei Weiya. Mei Hong nodded casually. Revenge for Mei Weiya was secondary. Their relationship was a so-so. The main reason was that Chu Feng had dared to kill a member of the Mei family. Without a doubt, he did not take the Mei family seriously. In Mei Hong's opinion, this was a capital crime. In front of the two of them, Mei Changqing was resting with his eyes closed. As if everything had nothing to do with him, that guy was just a clown. He was not worth his attention. His only opponent was Yu Lingran. On the other hand, the black-robed young man took another glance at Chu Feng. He frowned slightly and felt that something was amiss. However, he could not pinpoint the problem. The way Chu Feng looked at him earlier made him feel uncomfortable, as if he had been seen through. Could it be that his identity had been exposed? Impossible. Even a grade S expert, or even a king, could not see through me. He was only a C-rank warrior. How could he? Shaking his head, the black-robed young man felt that he was overthinking. He also slowly closed his eyes to conserve his energy. In the Yu family's area, at some point in time, a handsome young man had appeared beside Yu Lingling. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he carried a long sword on his back. His strength was quite extraordinary. From his aura, he was at least a PK rank. However, his gaze when he looked at Yu Lingran was filled with admiration. He was clearly Yu Lingran's admirer. At this moment, he tried to start a conversation. Lingran, look at that kid. He's been targeted by the Mei family. He probably won't live long. But from his expression, he still looks indifferent. Does this guy really think that he can fight an A rank? Or does he think that the Mei family won't dare to kill him in public? If that's the case, this kid called Chu Feng is too naive. Ha ha. Seeing that Yu Lingran was ignoring him, the handsome man felt a little awkward and laughed dryly. Yu Lingran frowned slightly. She took a glance at Chu Feng and then stopped looking. She felt that he was just another attention-seeking fellow who wanted to attract the attention of the higher-ups through this method. There had been such a fellow in the previous tournaments, so there was nothing to pay attention to. She felt that the man beside her was a little annoying. A cold voice sounded, Edmund, you should pay more attention to yourself when you have time. Originally, if you could also make a breakthrough. Our Moonlight Elves would be able to obtain another council member seat this time, but you're still only at the peak of a rank, comparable to those guys from the Beast Alliance. How disappointing. The handsome man felt extremely ashamed. He looked embarrassed. He sighed helplessly. Chu Feng saw everything that was happening in the middle of the field and found it interesting. He ignored the worried Anderson. Chu Feng chuckled. The competition has begun. The next moment, two figures immediately jumped into the huge ring. This ring had once been solidified by the top experts of the Revolutionary Army. Even a battle between A ranks could not destroy it, therefore, no matter how hard the two early-stage AS tried, they could only leave a few marks on the ring. Both sides were from a small tribe and were evenly matched. After a long battle, the outcome was decided. Chu Feng yawned. It was meaningless. Soon, the competitions ended. Even Anderson and Darren had finished competing and won, obtaining the qualification to enter the next round. But before they could rejoice, as the old man in the ring announced that the next person to fight was Yu Lingran, everyone was silent for a moment before cheers erupted like a tsunami. Lingran. All the best. Lingran, defeat him with one strike. Ah. I love you, Lingran. The group of creatures could not contain their excitement and roared wildly. As if they had seen their goddess, it could be seen how famous Yu Lingran was in the Revolutionary Army. Opposite Yu Lingran, the unlucky werewolf's legs were trembling. He gritted his teeth and clawed at Yu Lingran. The next moment, he saw a dazzling sword light. Then, he felt the world spin and fell out of the ring without any resistance. He lost. She defeated an early stage A with one slash. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar again. Shouts and cheers resounded through the sky. As for the causer, Yu Lingran, she was still cold as she walked back to her seat indifferently. Even her hair was not messy at all. Yu Lingran, this little girl, is getting stronger. Anderson sighed with admiration. He was more than 10 years older than Yu Lingran, but in terms of strength, he was far inferior. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. He was not surprised by Yu Lingran's strength. Wasn't it normal to defeat an early stage A in one move? What was so strange about that? Chu Feng wanted to ask. Anderson, I forgot to ask before. Is killing allowed in this ring? Anderson was stunned. It's allowed to kill. After all, they're all a ranks. Their moves can change rapidly. Swords and sabers have no eyes. There are also cases of accidentally killing people. However, under normal circumstances, it's just a competition. No one will deliberately take someone's life. That would make us enemies. Unless there was already a grudge between the two sides. At this point, Anderson thought that Chu Feng was afraid and hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry. As long as you admit defeat in time, the city lord will save you. Chu Feng could not be bothered with him. In other words, as long as the opponent doesn't have time to admit defeat, you can kill him, right? Anderson looked helpless. From what you're saying, are you planning to admit defeat the moment you get on stage? After all, you're fighting on behalf of the Yin family. At the very least, you should fight for a while. If you can kill more than 10 spirit transformation warriors with one slash, you should be able to exchange a few moves with an early stage A rank. Right, forget it. Anderson shook his head. He did not want to force Chu Feng. He had come to terms with it now. His father was not even anxious, so what was he, as a son, anxious about it every day? If others wanted to settle scores, they would look for that old man first. As the two of them were talking, on the stage, the old man suddenly shouted Chu Feng's name. The next match will be Marcus versus Chu Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Everyone subconsciously looked at Chu Feng. It was not because he was strong. On the contrary, everyone wanted to see what choice this reckless C-rank warrior would make. Should he just give up or brace himself and go into the ring? This unique battle attracted the attention of many people. The next moment, Marcus could not wait to jump into the ring. Worried that Chu Feng would be afraid and escape, he even hurriedly provoked him. Kid, are you afraid? Chu Feng tilted his head. A warm smile suddenly appeared on his face. Chapter 395, Shocking Everyone. The expertise of an outstanding lackey. He did not answer Marcus. Chu Feng merely smiled. Then, under Anderson's worried gaze, he casually walked onto the ring. He was ordinary and did not stand out at all. Listening to the chattering below the stage, Chu Feng slowly drew the demon slayer from his back. Below the stage, someone deliberately fanned the flames. Look. That kid actually drew his saber. Ha ha. He actually intends to fight. Marcus, that kid looks down on you. Kill him quickly. Don't tell us that you can't even defeat this kid, huh? Opposite Chu Feng, Marcus, who was young and impetuous, felt a little embarrassed after being provoked by a group of people. With a dark expression, killing intent rose from his body. Chu Feng sighed lightly and muttered to himself, why must there be killing intent? I didn't want to kill you. What? Marcus could not hear clearly and asked. At that moment, the old man in the ring announced that the competition had begun. Therefore, at that moment, the only response Marcus received was an extremely dazzling saber beam. Like a thunderclap, it instantly split the sky. Before anyone could react, silently, it streaked across Marcus' fragile body. Clang! The next moment, everyone heard the sound of a long saber being sheathed. Chu Feng had already turned around indifferently and was slowly walking down the ring. What's going on? Has he admitted defeat? But even if he admits defeat, he should at least say something, right? What is this? Below the stage, the audience was puzzled, but the next moment, someone beside him slapped him frantically. Stop. Stop talking. Look. Look at the ring. The man turned to look at the ring in confusion. However, he saw a scene that he would never forget. In the ring, Marcus had been cut into two from the middle of his head. The incision was extremely smooth. Marcus remained standing with a cold smile on his face, making him look even more strange. It took a full 3 seconds before he fell to the ground and became a pile of mud, blood splattered all over the ground. Well. The man was dumbfounded. Marcus is dead? He died with just one slash? But that person is clearly just a C-rank warrior? At that moment, everyone came to a realization, but it was as if they had collectively lost their voices. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone just stared blankly at the man slowly walking back. Cold sweat broke out on their back. Was he really just a C-rank warrior? Since when was it so easy for the mortal world to fight against an A rank, not repel, but kill? A simple kill. Even Marcus, who was an early stager rank, did not even have the chance to admit defeat. With a C-rank body, he had achieved an even more terrifying result than Yu Lingran. This was too terrifying. As Chu Feng slowly walked back to the Yin family, Anderson's eyes widened. For a long time, he remained silent. Chu Feng grinned. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? This voice was as if he had broken through the spatial shackles. There was a burst of crazy discussion. Even Yu Lingran, who had previously thought that Chu Feng was just playing to the gallery, suddenly pushed away Edmund, who was standing in front of her. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Chu Feng. Her heart was in turmoil. That slash just now. Yu Lingran was no longer cold. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Earlier, she had only caught a glimpse of Chu Feng's blade. What kind of slash was that? Amazing. Yu Lingran could only think of this word. Like the moonlight, the lonely saberman killed the enemy with just one slash. The realm of Chu Feng's slash earlier had been too high. It had even loosened the bottleneck that had troubled her for a long time. At this moment, a violent urge suddenly burned in Yu Lingran's heart. She wanted to fight Chu Feng. Perhaps she would be able to obtain inspiration from Chu Feng's saber to enter the next stage. This was extremely important to her. Chu Feng. Yu Lingran subconsciously shouted. Chu Feng looked at Yu Lingran in surprise. He was puzzled. Why did this girl suddenly call him? Well. Nothing. Yu Lingran hurriedly said. It was a little awkward. She was indeed a little agitated just now, but now was clearly not a good time. Is she crazy? Chu Feng curled his lip and did not hide anything. Hearing this, Yu Lingran felt even more awkward, but she couldn't say anything. She was indeed the one who called him first, but this guy didn't know how to cherish the fairer sex. She was used to being the center of attention, so she was not used to this. Before Yu Lingran could say anything, beside her, Edmund was anxious. How could this guy speak to his goddess like that? He held her in his hand every day, afraid that she would melt. He could not bear to say anything harsh. How could he tolerate Chu Feng insulting his goddess? He couldn't care less. He roared, rude. How can you speak to Lingran like that? I want to duel with you. Although Edmund was shocked that Chu Feng had killed Marcus with a single slash, he was a PK rank. Marcus could not compare to him. It was still uncertain who would win. If he could perform well in front of the goddess, perhaps he could obtain her favor. At that moment, Edmund had even thought of where he would be buried with Yu Lingran in the future. How terrifying. Chu Feng felt extremely speechless. What the hell was this? Edmund, shut up. Chu Feng doesn't mean anything else. At this moment, Yu Lingran only wanted to build a good relationship with Chu Feng so that she could find an opportunity to spar with him and sense that intent. How could she let this guy ruin her plans? But in Edmund's ears, these words became his goddess defending another man. He was stunned on the spot. In his mind, he could already imagine the scene of his goddess entering Chu Feng's embrace, getting married, and having children. His heart ached, he was greatly depressed, his eyes were lifeless, and he said nothing. Chu Feng looked at him with a complicated expression inside. This guy is talented. What a bootlicker. Just as Chu Feng was enjoying the bootlicker's performance, on the other side, in the Mei family area, there was dead silence. Mei Hong's face was ashen as he stared fixedly at Chu Feng. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. Why? Why is he so strong? He must have hidden his strength. That must be it. In front of him, Mei Changqing looked at his somewhat deranged second brother and stopped deliberately closing his eyes to rest. His eyes began to turn solemn. Chu Feng. I've misjudged him. If there's a chance, I really want to meet him. Just as everyone was having their own thoughts, the second round of drawing lots began again. There were a total of 19 people. One person had a bye, and the remaining 18 people would fight in pairs. At this moment, all the participants began to pray in their hearts. They hoped that they wouldn't meet those freaks, however, unlike the last time. Chu Feng was among the names that they were murmuring. Chapter 396, I'm good at framing people. Mei Hong was even more nervous. Earlier, he had wanted nothing more than to draw Chu Feng. But now, he was afraid of encountering Chu Feng. He had no choice. This guy could really take his life, but he did not know if it was fate. In the second round, Mei Hong's opponent was Chu Feng. Enemies were bound to meet. Mei Hong's face turned pale. He hurriedly asked his big brother, Mei Changqing, for help. Big brother, save me. Unlike Mei Wei, Mei Hong and Mei Changqing were biological brothers from the same mother. With their bloodlines connected, they were naturally closer. Therefore, after seeing the results of the draw, Mei Changqing's expression turned ugly. He valued his younger brother very much. He would leave some things that were inconvenient for him to do to Mei Hong. Mei Hong could be considered his right-hand man, big brother. Quick, think of something. I've already offended that fellow to death. He definitely wants to kill me. Mei Changqing frowned, but he could not participate in other people's competitions unless he bribed Chu Feng. In Mei Changqing's eyes, he believed that everything in this world had a price. So what if they were mortal enemies previously? As long as the benefits were sufficient, they could still turn enemies into friends. Furthermore, the Mei family had always been at a disadvantage. Chu Feng did not suffer any losses. Therefore, the next moment, Mei Changqing looked directly at Chu Feng and sent a voice transmission. Brother Chu Feng, right? Previously, my younger brother was young and ignorant. He offended you greatly. Can you give me some face and spare him this time? If Brother Chu agrees, I can make the decision. The grudge between Brother Chu and my Mei family will be written off. After a pause, Mei Changqing said faintly, of course, if Brother Chu is willing to deliberately lose to Mei Hong. The Mei family will naturally not mistreat you. How about 10 desolate crystals? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. How generous! It was equivalent to using 10 drops of star domain essence in exchange for him losing. One had to know that 10 drops of star domain essence was enough to buy an S-rank warrior once. Unfortunately, Chu Feng did not care. Before Chu Feng could reply, the competition was about to begin. Mei Changqing seemed to be impatient. His voice began to turn cold. Of course, if Brother Chu really doesn't know what's good for you, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters today. A declining in family can't protect you. A stick and a carrot, Mei Changqing used them perfectly. If it were an ordinary genius warrior, they would have long submitted. After all, it was not a wise choice to offend the local tyrant when he was alone in the Revolutionary Army. However, Chu Feng merely dug his ears. Then, he suddenly grinned at Mei Changqing. This surprised Mei Changqing, who opened his mouth. Brother Chu, do you agree? Very good. Usually, smart people can live longer. But the next moment, Mei Changqing was stunned. An extremely familiar voice suddenly sounded in the world. Brother Chu Feng. My brother is young and ignorant. If Brother Chu is willing to deliberately lose to Mei Hong, don't be ungrateful. It was actually the message he had sent Chu Feng earlier. How is that possible? Mei Changqing was stunned. He had never heard that voice transmissions between warriors could be recorded and played. Chu Feng merely smiled lightly. His soul was powerful to begin with, and he had learned too many things from the blondie that he shouldn't have. Just because others could not do it did not mean that Chu Feng could not do it too. I'm sorry, young Master Mei. I'm very afraid of what you're saying. I can only post it for everyone to judge. In an instant, Mei Changqing's face turned ashen. It was too late to stop him now. Everyone heard it clearly. The young master of the Mei family had manipulated the competition and threatened the contestants. There was no way to explain. If this crime was confirmed, the consequences would be rather serious. After all, this competition concerned the seats of 3 councillors. Whoever dared to bend the law in this matter would be directly challenging the authority of the chairman, that was the supreme leader of the entire Revolutionary Army. Therefore, even the city Lord Frederick had a serious expression on his face. He looked like he would arrest someone if there was a disagreement. Chu Feng merely looked at them coldly. How dare you threaten me? Am I, Chu Feng, someone who would obediently be threatened? No. I didn't. Mei Changqing was no longer as calm as before. He was a little flustered. It was almost impossible to defend himself. At this moment, a pair of hands suddenly appeared out of thin air and grabbed at the air, extinguishing the sound. Immediately after, a figure in a golden patterned purple robe slowly appeared in the world. A burst of laughter could be heard. "Ha, Frederick, don't tell me you took the nonsense between children seriously? Even Changqing wouldn't dare to manipulate such a big matter like the grand competition. He's probably too worried about his younger brother's safety and spoke without thinking." The sound was deafening. Everyone could not help but look up. Mei Long, the head of the Mei family, the true leader of the White Elves, and also one of the current Sacred War Kings, his strength was unfathomable. His status in the Revolutionary Army was enough to rank in the top 5 at this moment. This big shot could no longer sit still. He personally jumped out to help Mei Changqing. Right. I was just too worried about little Hong's safety. I really didn't mean that. I just wanted to deceive Chu Feng. Even if he really admitted defeat obediently, I wouldn't fulfill my promise. Mei Changqing hurriedly agreed. In order to cut ties, he even said that he would not keep his promise. Gasp. This eldest son of the Mei family is really shameless. Why didn't I see that Mei Changqing was such a person before? Everyone discussed. He was humiliated in public. Mei Changqing even wanted to die. He had never suffered such humiliation. At this moment, Frederick frowned and was in a dilemma. Since this person had appeared in person, this matter would be difficult. If he were to leave Mei Changqing alone, he would be severely punished if the chairman were to pursue the matter in the future. That person could not tolerate cheating. However, if he wanted to forcefully capture Mei Changqing and take away his qualification to participate in the competition, Mei Long would probably not agree. After all, the current Mei Changqing basically represented a seat of the Mei family. He could not lose it. He was in a dilemma, unless Chu Feng could change his words and admit that what he had said to Mei Changqing was just a joke, whether the others believed it or not. Only with such an excuse could he not offend either of them. At the thought of this, Frederick suddenly felt aggrieved. Back then, he had been unwilling to participate in the internal power struggle of the Revolutionary Army. That was why he had chosen to retreat to the back and nurture junior geniuses for the Revolutionary Army. But who would have thought, to think that he would get into such a mess just by hosting a Heavenly Talent tournament? Unlucky. Anyway, Frederick had already made up his mind. Mei Long, if you have the ability, you better send this excuse over yourself, otherwise, he would not have taken the risk of being punished by the chairman to help Mei Changqing. Their relationship had not reached that stage yet. If you're not capable, let's do business. In the sky, Mei Long, who was wearing a golden patterned purple robe, seemed to understand something from Frederick's gaze. He frowned. The key now was actually still that junior. However, what kind of existence was he? He had roamed the abyss for countless years, but he was actually being at the disposal of a junior. Chapter 397, Absolute Extortion. Although he was extremely unwilling, Mei Long knew very well that as the main examiner of this competition, Frederick had the greatest authority. His thoughts were very important in deciding the punishment. If this guy wanted to forcefully take down Mei Changqing because of this, there was really nothing he could do. Even if he pursued the matter later, the outcome could not be changed. He would probably lose a seat as a counselor. This price was too great. Which was more important, Mei Long knew what he was doing. Thinking of this, he suddenly took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at Chu Feng with a smile. Little friend Chu Feng, right? What happened before was all a misunderstanding. I'm willing to take out 3 desolate crystals. But before Mei Long could finish speaking, not far away, another long voice suddenly sounded. Only 3 pieces? Mei Long, you're becoming more and more stingy. You want to settle the matter but don't want to pay. How can there be such a good thing in this world? The voice came closer. Aneodo had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He shook his head, not looking like the head of the Yin family at all. Aneodo. Mei Long's expression turned cold, the last person he wanted to see. Furthermore, even until now, he had yet to figure out this fellow's strength. It was true that he had been severely injured back then, but over the years, Aneodo had become more mysterious every time he made a move. Of course, in Aneodo's words, he was a cripple. It was just that no one believed him. Yo, brother Mei, don't be angry. After all, little friend Chu Feng is fighting for my Yin family. No matter what, I have to protect him a little. Don't be fooled by you. Aneodo said casually. Then, he looked at Chu Feng. Little fellow, don't care what that old fellow Mei Long says. In short, just one sentence. 10 desolate crystals and this matter is over. His son is in big trouble this time. He wants to muddle through without paying any price? He's bullying a newcomer like you who doesn't know the market. 10 desolate crystals can make his heart ache for a few years, but it won't force him to fight to the death. Of course, if you really want to send Mei Changqing to jail and deprive him of his right to participate in the competition, you probably won't be able to do it. That would be equivalent to giving up the seat of a counselor. This old fellow won't agree. He will fight you to the death. Anyway, you can decide what to do. Anaodo was very casual. He had almost laid out all the pros and cons. He knew Mei Long too well. Because of this, the suggestion he made was almost the limit of what Mei Long could tolerate. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Anderson's father was really good at fanning the flames. With just a few words, Mei Long was so angry that he nearly fainted. Of course, there was no harm to Chu Feng. Obtaining 10 desolate crystals, which were what humans call primordial desolate crystals, for free was worth it. Alright. In that case, I'll give Senior in some face. 10 desolate crystals. I'll take it that Mei Changqing's words were nonsense. Chu Feng said casually. This was pure extortion. Mei Long was so angry that he was out of breath, but he could only accept it. That's great. In that case, thank you for your magnanimity. Mei Long's voice came out through gritted teeth. The anger in his eyes was about to kill Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not care about that. He reached out. Then what are you waiting for? Give them to me. Do you want to learn from your son? Humph. Almost instantly, 10 crystal-clear crystals were thrown in front of Chu Feng. Mei Long's heart was bleeding. He looked at his two sons, who he had originally liked, but now, the more he looked, the angrier he became. They were both trash. They had been tricked by a kid, and even he had been tricked. He could not help but snort, "Umph." Mei Hong. Admit defeat later. Don't embarrass me again. Mei Hong trembled in fear and hurriedly nodded. Beside him, Mei Changqing also lowered his head in shame. He knew that his father was extremely disappointed in him today. The culprit behind all of this was that bastard called Chu Feng. Mei Changqing's eyes were filled with hatred. Chu Feng simply could not be bothered with this family. You guys were the ones who provoked me first. Alright, I had almost forgotten that I had killed a Virgin Mary. If you guys insist on finding trouble, can you blame me? Why did you have to threaten me? Aren't you asking for trouble? Satisfied, Chu Feng put away the 10 primordial desolate crystals. This thing was a treasure that could help him break through. Seeing that this farce was over, Frederick did not want to complicate matters and hurriedly announced the start of the second round. One match after another passed. However, after the good show from before, everyone was no longer as enthusiastic as before. Soon, it was Chu Feng and Mei Hong's turn. Frederick could not help but glance at Chu Feng. He felt that since the guy's family had already spent money to settle the matter, nothing would happen this time, right? Actually, Frederick estimated that Chu Feng's peak of strength should be his limit. No matter how strong a mortal warrior was, there should be an end. Even if he could defeat Mei Hong, he probably wouldn't be able to kill him. He felt that Mei Long was being a little too careful and embarrassing for the Mei family by asking Mei Hong to admit defeat. Of course, the Mei family had already lost a lot of face today. Perhaps this was nothing. Just as Frederick was letting his imagination run wild, he subconsciously announced the start of the competition. In the ring, Mei Hong and Chu Feng stood facing each other. However, Mei Hong's eyes were filled with hatred. In an instant, countless vicious revenge methods flashed across his mind, but when he thought of his own strength and his father's orders, Mei Hong was filled with unwillingness. However, he still planned to admit defeat. He only had to wait until the competition ended. But at this moment, Chu Feng, who was originally standing casually, suddenly moved. He had his usual harmless smile on his face. However, the demon slayer had already been unsheathed. Whoosh, another dazzling saber beam tore through the sky. The world seemed to be shattering. The saber beam slashed across Mei Hong's body. The next moment, Mei Hong was like a shattered porcelain doll. Crack. Crack, he was actually slashed into countless pieces. Everything had happened too suddenly. Even Mei Long could not react in time. Everyone fell silent. There was dead silence. Chu Feng. Immediately after, a hellish roar filled with extreme anger could be heard. Mei Long looked like he wanted to eat someone. A hoarse voice sounded. I've already paid the price. Why? Why did you still want to kill my son? Chu Feng asked in confusion. What price? Are you talking about the 10 desolate crystals just now? But isn't that the price for me to lie for you? Chu Feng said matter-of-factly. I'm not a gentleman to begin with. Since I could earn something, I naturally agreed. But I didn't say that I wouldn't kill Mei Hong. Not killing Mei Hong. That's another price. You guys didn't talk about it. I thought you guys had given up on that guy, can you blame me? You guys didn't make yourselves clear. Chu Feng had an innocent expression, he even felt a little aggrieved. What a joke, I always do what I'm paid for. How can I work for you without getting anything? The money for the man's life has to be calculated separately. Chapter 398. Damn, you cheated. Chu Feng took it for granted. This was how it was. Who asked them not to make themselves clear? Chu Feng smiled embarrassedly as he looked at the furious Mei Long. Senior Mei Long, why don't you add another 10 desolate crystals? I won't target you later. Damn it. Chu Feng's words seemed to have ignited a fuse. Mei Long, who was already furious to the extreme, suddenly attacked. He planned to kill Chu Feng with his palm. He did not want to think about the rules or the competition, he only knew that he had been played terribly. Not only had he lost 10 desolate crystals, but his son had also been killed in front of him. How humiliating. Facing the aggressive Mei Long, Chu Feng spread his hands. You were the ones who wanted to kill me in the beginning, why are you sore losers now? Whether it was intentional or not, Chu Feng actually dodged and hid behind an Aodo, who was watching the show with relish. The furious Mei Long in front of him was extraordinary. He was probably at least a PKS rank. Chu Feng was definitely no match for him. He did not want to expose the fearless grade battleship. In that case, he could only expose Senior and Aodo. What's the point of hiding your strength every day? I'll help you and make the revolutionary army more lively. At that moment, Aodo's face turned green. This kid is not a good person, he actually uses me as a shield, alright. I seem to have said just now that I would protect the man, but my appearance is only a half-crippled S rank. How could I stop the furious Mei Long? Am I really going to reveal my strength? However, he had yet to fully digest that thing. If he attacked with all his might now, something might happen. For a moment, Aodo was extremely conflicted. He had already cursed Chu Feng's ancestors in his heart. This guy was really good at causing trouble, but Mei Long would not give him time to hesitate. In any case, Aodo was his enemy. Killing one or two was no big deal, even if he was to be blamed after this, he had to vent his anger first. Damn. Mei Long, are you crazy? In the end, Aodo held back, bringing Chu Feng with him. His speed soared to the extreme. He actually managed to dodge Mei Long's furious attack. Then, he hurriedly shouted at Frederick, "You're still watching the show. Stop him. Activate the power of the chairman in the ring." Frederick, who had been reminded, immediately reacted. He was a high-grade S rank after all. He instantly made his move. The huge ring that spanned 100 miles and almost occupied the entire city suddenly shone brightly. A terrifying aura suddenly rose. The moment this aura appeared, everyone instantly fell silent. Everyone could not help but lower their heads, their legs trembling. It was rumored that the headquarters arena, which had stood for thousands of years, had been personally built by that mysterious chairman. It contained a mighty force that was enough to easily suppress an S-rank expert. From the looks of it, it was more than that. Just a trace of its aura was enough to make one unable to breathe. Mei Long. How dare you? Are you trying to provoke the entire revolutionary army? With the support of the chairman's aura, Frederick stood in the sky like a god, his voice rumbling. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Mei Long. The next moment, this expert, who was at least a PKS rank, was sent flying and vomiting blood. He was struck by lightning. Only then did Mei Long sober up. He looked at Frederick in the sky. His eyes were filled with fear. The chairman was really too terrifying. He did not even dare to have the slightest intention of resisting. He hurriedly composed himself. Mei Long wouldn't dare. At this moment, Frederick finally dispersed his aura. His forehead was already covered in sweat. Clearly, activating the ring was not as simple as it looked. At that moment, only then did Frederick react. That's not right. How did Aodo know that I can activate the ring? This is a secret that only the previous city lords know. It's the last resort to protect the underground city. At the thought of this, Frederick looked at Aodo with an unfriendly expression. What was going on with this guy? Furthermore, even the chairman and vice-chairman seemed to indulge him. Aodo could not be bothered with the city lord. Seeing that Mei Long was no longer crazy, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of him. It was just not worth it. He turned around and glanced at Chu Feng, who seemed to have been scared silly. He cursed in his heart. This kid was really naughty. Mei Long only stared at the two of them. His gaze was like a wild beast that was waiting to devour someone. His voice was low and hoarse. Very good. You guys are really good. Chu Feng. Be careful in the future. Sometimes, the darkness of the world exceeds your imagination. Chu Feng continued the conversation with an exaggerated expression. TSK, I'm really afraid. I have senior in protecting me. Are I afraid of you? Come again if you dare. At that moment, Aneodo really wanted to strangle Chu Feng to death. Damn it, can't you say less? If this guy really goes crazy from anger, won't I be the unlucky one? But then again, today is really awesome. Seeing Mei Long's frustrated and helpless expression, Aneodo was overjoyed. Humph. At this moment, Frederick's face was filled with impatience. Who would have thought that an ordinary competition would end up with so many dramas? Even S-rank experts were fighting. Right now, he just wanted to finish the competition quickly and return to his city lord residence to enjoy his retirement. At that time, you can fight however you want. It has nothing to do with me. Anyway, even if the sky collapsed, the tall ones would hold it up. Therefore, under the city lord's urging, the second round ended quickly. The geniuses who were still on the field were almost all high-level A ranks and above. Chu Feng, Yu Lingran, Mei Changqing, the black-robed youth Wei Yan, the top-grade bootlicker Edmund, Darren, of course, there was an exception, Anderson. This guy's luck was too heaven-defying. He had drawn the only by spot in the second round. He advanced to the third round effortlessly, which was the top 10. Others had risked their lives to obtain this opportunity, but this guy did nothing. If one didn't know better, they would think that his father had given the referee money, but looking at Frederick's expression, that said, it's none of my business. I just want to retire and enjoy my life. One could only say that fools were lucky. Chu Feng was surprised. No matter how he looked at it, Anderson didn't look like a son of destiny. However, when Chu Feng inadvertently glanced at Aneodo's face, that fellow actually had a calm expression on his face. It was as if he already knew, when he discovered that Chu Feng was looking at him. He hurriedly revealed an expression of shock and joy. This scene made Chu Feng think of many things. He couldn't help but gasp. He gasped. Damn! Could this guy have done something secretly? For example, playing some tricks on the lots. With how shameless this old fellow is, it's not impossible. Does this mean that the old fellow's strength might far exceed my imagination? After all, even Mei Long, who was close by, didn't notice anything amiss. Damn, Mei Changqing was just saying. He doesn't have the guts to interfere with the Heavenly Talents tournament. But you old fellow, you really dare to do it. Suddenly, Chu Feng reacted and rubbed his chin. He pondered, can I take the opportunity to extort some benefits again? Chapter 399. Don't tell me this guy is the Demon Emperor. Chu Feng was too familiar with extorting others. Anyway, this old fellow didn't seem like a good person. A good person would not have hidden his strength for so many years. Just as Chu Feng was thinking about how he could extort some money from Aneodo, a voice transmission suddenly sounded in his ears. However, unlike ordinary voice transmissions, Chu Feng actually felt a little dazed. He was not even sure if someone had really sent him a voice transmission. It was as if someone had pressed a piece of information directly into his brain. There were no traces of voice transmission at all, so there was naturally no recording. Clearly, this voice transmission had come prepared. Kid, you offended Mei Long to death, so I have to take the blame for you. There are some things that you have to keep to yourself, understand? Don't think about extorting me. When I was playing this trick, you were still in your mother's womb. No, your ancestor probably wasn't even born yet. If you dare to scheme against me again, don't blame me for finding a deserted place and whipping you. After a series of vicious threats, the sound stopped abruptly. It was as if it had never appeared. Chu Feng couldn't help but look at the culprit, Senior Aneodo. The senior turned around in confusion. Little fellow, what's wrong? Are you afraid that Mei Long will take revenge on you? Don't worry. I'm here. Don't be afraid. That Mei Long won't dare to do anything to you. Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Good lord, he had met his match today. This old fellow was a scheming monster. Forget it, just don't extort him. Consider it as a payment for the guy's help earlier. Chu Feng could only comfort himself like this. The next moment, Chu Feng thought that the third round would begin soon. However, Frederick announced happily, "Alright, I hereby announce that after an intense competition, the top 10 have been decided. This preliminary round has officially ended." Then, he made it to the top 10. Next, someone will come to direct you to the Temple of Marvels to receive the baptism of the Holy Light. After the baptism, the final competition will begin. This is also a chance for you to improve. Fight the final battle in your best state. With that, Frederick turned around and left without hesitation. Behind him, it was as if he was being chased by a dog. He did not even greet the two big shots, Aneodo and Mei Long, greeting, but these things were caused by these old bastards. He realized what was going on. Mei Long and Aneodo were not simple. Aneodo was not as useless as he seemed. They were all old foxes. Frederick did not want to get involved in these matters. They could do whatever they wanted. Let's go back and retire. Just like that, under everyone's gaze, Frederick left in a hurry. Chu Feng was surprised. He could really enter the Temple of Marvels. Even an outsider like him could do it. Chu Feng knew very well how strict the requirements for personnel to enter and exit the Temple of Marvels were. Generally speaking, even for an internal member of the Revolutionary Army, it was extremely complicated to enter the Temple of Marvels. One had to go through layers of checks. For example, Anderson was the son of a counselor. His status was not low, but he had only been to the Temple of Marvels a few times. The goal of the Temple of Marvels was to prevent the possibility of demonic infiltration. To the Revolutionary Army, the Temple of Marvels was their irreplaceable core. There was no room for mistakes. The reason why the Revolutionary Army could still contend with the demon race and even this underground city was not destroyed was entirely because of the existence of the Temple of Marvels. This hidden nuclear weapon was the key to deterring the demons. If the Demon Emperor were to find out about the Temple of Marvels one day, the Revolutionary Army would not be far from destruction. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army was extremely careful when it came to managing the personnel of the Temple of Marvels. In his previous life, Chu Feng had only entered once. It was because the Revolutionary Army was envious of the human race's ancient realm of the Desolate God and wanted to send people in. In exchange, they had to open the Temple of Marvels to humans, of course, only after passing through layers of checks to ensure that they were not spies from the demon race would they be allowed to enter. From this point of view, the Temple of Marvels was inferior to the human ancient realm of the Desolate God. In his previous life, no demon would take things too hard and infiltrate the ancient realm of the Desolate God. Because no matter how you disguised yourself, you could not escape the detection of the ancient realm of the Desolate God. The moment they entered the ancient realm of the Desolate God, they would be locked on and killed, just as Chu Feng was letting his imagination run wild. Soon, in the side hall beside the city lord residence, two soldiers in standard armor suddenly walked out. They were wearing a bright red Revolutionary Army emblem and their entire body was covered in armor. It was impossible to tell which race they were from, however, their movements seemed a little mechanical. The next moment, the two soldiers spoke at the same time, under the orders of the vice-chairman, Yu Lingran, Mei Changqing, Chu Feng, Wei Yan, Anderson. The top 10 of the Heavenly Talents Tournament can obtain the right to go to the Temple of Marvels. Among them, Chu Feng and Wei Yan are both outsiders. They need to undergo the Holy Light test. Follow me. After explaining, the two soldiers did not hesitate at all, let alone exchange pleasantries. They turned around. Chu Feng and the others looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Suddenly, Aneodo, who was sunbathing beside him, spoke, I haven't been to the Temple of Marvels in a long time. Can I follow you this time? The soldiers ahead stopped at the same time and seemed to have thought for a while. Senator Aneodo has direct access. Then I'll go too. At this moment, Mei Long, with a cold expression, actually wanted to follow him. He glanced at Aneodo. No one knew what he was thinking. Of course, he received the same answer. In the Revolutionary Army, only the chairman and vice-chairman and the 16 counselors had such authority. Soon, the group walked into the side hall beside the city lord residence. The side hall was not complicated. There were only a few small dilapidated houses. The soldiers led the others into a small black room. They brought Chu Feng and the black-robed young man called Wei Yan into another small black room. This should be the Holy Light assessment. Chu Feng did not feel anything. He was upright and did not hide anything. He was very calm. He inadvertently glanced at the black-robed young man beside him. However, he realized that this guy seemed to be a little nervous. Although everything looked normal on the surface, his breathing became heavier. When they got closer, Chu Feng felt that his rejection of this fellow was growing stronger and stronger. The two divine-grade bloodlines seemed to have sensed something and began to fluctuate violently. Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. This feeling, why was it the same as that day when the Demon Emperor's incarnation descended on Earth? This piqued Chu Feng's interest. Could it be that there was something wrong with this demon in front of him? Suddenly, Chu Feng's heart palpitated. Damn. Don't tell me. This guy is the incarnation of the Demon Emperor. Chapter 400, Opportunity to Breakthrough. Chu Feng was immediately terrified. Then, he reacted. No, it shouldn't be. If it was the Demon Emperor's clone, Why would he be nervous like a young man? Furthermore, the Demon Emperor had seen Chu Feng before. After seeing Chu Feng here, he would have already killed him. He would rather give up on his plans with the Revolutionary Army and definitely kill Chu Feng. There was no need to hesitate. To the Demon Emperor, getting the Earth God planet was the most important thing. In comparison, the Revolutionary Army was nothing. Actually, if the Demon Emperor was really willing to pay a huge price, he might be able to completely eliminate the Revolutionary Army. However, to the Demon Emperor, the Revolutionary Army was useless. It wasn't worth it to pay a huge price to eliminate it. It would not cause real damage to the demons, but it would jump out from time to time like a fly to discuss them. If he really paid the price to eliminate them, the gains and losses would not be proportional. As such, the Demon Emperor was not too concerned about the Revolutionary Army. Usually, it was the bizarre demon race, one of the 9 great royal clans, who was in charge of the specific operations on the 9th level. Of course, if there was a chance to eliminate these flies, the Demon Emperor would not show mercy. Thus, Chu Feng felt that this guy was definitely not the Demon Emperor's clone. However, he should be related to the demon race, otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such rejection. He quietly sensed for a while. However, he frowned. This guy should be a spirit. Then what was going on? Just when Chu Feng was still puzzled, the so-called holy light test had arrived. A dazzling golden light covered the entire darkroom. Chu Feng felt warm. However, the black-robed young man beside him seemed to be sweating slightly, as if he was trying his best to restrain something. Soon, the golden light dissipated. The little black room regained its calm. The black-robed young man heaved a sigh of relief. He passed. Then, he remembered that his performance just now might have been seen by this human in front of him. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. However, he had no choice but to suppress his thoughts. It was because he could not see through Chu Feng. This C-rank warrior had instantly killed a high-level A rank. In that case, Chu Feng's true strength was peak A? Ultimate A. No one knew where Chu Feng's limit was. Just as the black-robed young man was hesitating, the door to the darkroom had been opened. 2 soldiers lined up and entered. Without a word, they brought the 2 of them to meet the crowd. Then, to Chu Feng and the black-robed young man's shock, the 2 soldiers in front of him actually slowly melted. No blood flowed out. Instead, they melted into a pool of golden liquid infused into the ground of the small black room. The next moment, the small black room suddenly shone brightly. The group instantly disappeared from the spot. The small black room returned to normal. At that moment, Chu Feng felt as if his body was being teleported. It was extremely far away, as if he had pierced through several layers of abyssal barriers. A magical power enveloped everyone. He had completely lost his ability to sense the outside world. Under such circumstances, it was simply impossible to track the location of the Temple of Marvels through teleportation. It was not known how much time had elapsed. Chu Feng felt his vision blur. Then, it was as if the teleportation had ended. Everyone landed on the ground again. What greeted his eyes was the scenery of the immortal realm. In the distance, there were green mountains in clear water. White clouds floated in the air. And a long green vine stretched for hundreds of millions of miles, connecting heaven and earth. From afar, it looked like there were flower buds growing on the giant vine. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that they were actually palaces hanging from long vines, magnificent and vast. Waves of majestic pressure enveloped him. Then, a deep voice could be heard. Welcome to the Temple of Marvels, all geniuses. Please move to the 3rd grade temple for the baptism of holy light. Counselors, please wait outside the hall. If you are not invited, do not enter. As if he was very familiar with the process, Anaoto jumped directly into a hot spring-like pool not far away. He took a bath as if no one was around. Beside him, Mei Long frowned in disdain, as if he was unwilling to be by his side. Beside Chu Feng, Anderson could not help but cover his face. His old man was too embarrassing. I don't know him. He hurriedly changed the topic. Chu Feng, that voice just now was actually the unique guard of the Temple of Marvels. It is not a true life form, but some powerful temple guards are already no different from ordinary people. Usually, the temple is guarded by them. Those 2 soldiers just now were actually some low-grade temple guards who were in charge of receiving internal members. Chu Feng nodded. He followed everyone onto the long vine. This long vine seemed to have a mind of its own as it carried everyone and sent them to a palace halfway up. There was already a man wrapped in armor waiting here. Seeing Chu Feng and the others, he turned around slightly. Please follow me. Yu Ling ran, and the others were also very well behaved. In the Temple of Marvels, their identities would be useless. Once these temple guards thought that they might endanger the safety of the Temple of Marvels, they would kill them without hesitation. Everyone stepped into the hall. The hall was magnificent and filled with energy. This was Chu Feng's first time here. He could not help but observe further. In front of him was a huge lake that was steaming. He could vaguely feel the thick energy surging inside. The armored man said, "Please come in." Chu Feng sized it up. Was this the so-called holy light baptism? Wasn't he going to soak in the hot spring? And it was a mixed bath. Chu Feng cursed in his heart. It was said that the baptism of holy light in the Temple of Marvels could help people break through. He hoped that it would not disappoint him. Chu Feng and the others entered like dumplings. After entering the hot spring, Chu Feng still did not feel any benefits. The water in the hot spring indeed contained rich energy. It was like the star domain essence that had been diluted countless times. It was very gentle to absorb and there were no obstructions. Could this be the so-called holy light baptism? That would be too ridiculous. It was just a bit of energy. To an ordinary A rank, it might be precious. However, to Chu Feng, it was purely useless. Just as Chu Feng was cursing the trash, suddenly, the armored man threw out a golden crystal that floated above the lake. The crystal suddenly erupted with a dazzling dark golden light. Under the illumination of this light, the originally calm lake suddenly boiled. The lake water that contained rich energy seemed to have undergone a chemical reaction. It surged madly into everyone's bodies. In an instant, Chu Feng's eyes widened. This is. Chu Feng felt that the mutated lake water was cleansing all the impurities in his body. He was purified. This was an improvement in the essence of energy. In merely an instant, Chu Feng was actually unable to control the surging energy in his body. His aura suddenly erupted. He, who had been stuck at the C rank for a long time, seemed to have the opportunity to break through.